33. Be challenged. While Belissar attempted to comprehend the meaning of people giving him stuff, the bear folk headed on back to the others. The bee scouts kept an eye on them as they reorganized, with the children and young parents returning to the camp, and a few other folk cycling in. As such, Belissar caught wind of them heading back toward the tower when he turned his attention back their way. Belissar kept watch in silence. He wanted to know more about these people and what more they might want from him. If he could at least figure that out, he would be able to understand their actions to a degree. He had dealt with plenty of ulterior motives. It was those he was unaware of that concerned him. He, perhaps, had not yet accepted how other people would now view him. So he watched through the eyes of his scouts as Chief Rosuak and the man who'd first scouted his dungeon led another group up to the gates and stepped inside. Belissar signaled to his flower meadow queens to keep an eye out, but not to interfere for now. Challenger detected. Enabling remnants. Challengers present. 12. Again, he saw a message from his tower, again confirming that the tower considered the bear people as intelligent beings who could acknowledge the god of bees. The bear folk then split into two groups. Chief Rosuak gathered a group in front of the shrine, while the man led 4 armed individuals, who stood off to the side and watched. Chief Rosuak gave a small smile as she walked up to the shrine.
Bees, huh? In all my years and travels, I have never seen a shrine dedicated to bees. A most curious sacred den indeed.
Turning around, she faced her group.
Remember, the gods are welcoming, but they are not blind. They will acknowledge sincerity and commitment, but they will respond to deceit in kind, and your actions today will reflect upon all of us. Step forward only if you are ready to acknowledge this god as yours and have brought the best you are capable of.
The group nodded. Then one of the bear people stepped forward, walking up to the shrine of bees. Taking a pouch from her belt, she knelt before the statue and spoke in a soft voice that, for some reason, Belissar couldn't hear, even with his tower senses. She then placed the pouch inside the wax chest and waited, closing her eyes. Both the chest and the statue lit up, bathing the area with soft yellow light. The light seemed to wrap around the woman, and Belissar could feel as mana flowed through the tower into the shrine and then into her. Her eyes shot open and began to moisten as she stared up at the shrine. She said something again before rising to her feet, staring at her hands as she stepped back. Challenger blessed. Gained 10 DP. Belissar stared at the message before him. He'd just gained 10 days' worth of DP. For letting someone pray at the shrine of bees? 5 more bear people prayed at the shrine while Belissar's mind wrapped around the implications of what he was seeing. 2 more of them did the same as the first woman, and Belissar gained another 20 DP. 2 more acted the same, but he gained only 5 DP from each of them. The final one, a young man, placed his offering inside the chest and prayed. But nothing happened. The shrine did not light up. Belissar did not feel any mana move, and no messages about DP appeared. Chief Rosuak began to frown as she watched. After a few minutes had passed, she stepped forward, inclining her head toward the shrine.
Please excuse me.
And then she went over to the chest and opened it up. The young man glanced up and began to sweat. Wait! He reached out, but the chief sidestepped him and looked into the chest. Reaching in, she pulled out a metal dagger. She narrowed her eyes, then knocked the young man over the head with her staff.
What's the meaning of this, Toivanak? I told you, only come if you're ready to be judged on your own efforts. You think a god wouldn't know that your grandfather made this?
Toivanak averted his gaze while Chief Rosuak sighed. She waved her staff at him, and he quickly fell back as she turned to the shrine and bowed her head.
Please forgive us for the insult. That boy has greater ambitions than his patience would warrant. and thank you for accepting those of our people who came in good faith.
Chief Rosuak took a small dried flower and placed it inside the box.
I hope this pleases you, God of Bees, as well as your sacred den's master.
Tribute received. Your patron grants you this portion. Ground mana flower ×1. Finally, stepping away from the shrine, she nodded at the man leading the armed group.
All yours, Metsaiti. May your hunt be fruitful.
The lead armed man, Metsaiti, nodded and turned to the group of 4 armed individuals. 2 men and 2 women.
Remember, this is the domain of the sacred den master and his patron god, and we are guests. Do not harm his bees, and do not do anything to provoke them. Am I understood?
The 4 nodded at him before Metsaiti turned around.
Good. Then, let's move.
The group began to walk through the flower meadow with their weapons raised. 2 of them, a man and a woman, carried spears, while the other 2 held bows but had spears tied to their backs. They sniffed the air and glanced every which way as they made their way forward. Not even a short way in, Metsaiti paused, glancing at the ground. He quietly stepped to the side. The spearwoman in front noticed and followed his footsteps, but the spearman kept walking straight ahead, right onto the first pit trap. He let out a cry, but Metsaiti moved quickly, jumping to the edge of the pit and catching the young man's arm, leaving him dangling over the edge. The spearwoman and the 2 archers rushed over as well, grabbing the spearman's arms to pull him back up.
What's your step?
The spearman gasped for breath before frowning.
How did you even notice? It looked exactly like regular ground.
Metsaiti shrugged.
Experience. You need to watch with more than just your eyes. I'll show you the next one.
The spearman balked.
Next one.
Metsaiti nodded.
There's never just one.
With that, the group made their way deeper in, with the 4 younger folk staring at the ground ahead of them. Belissar had only been half paying attention to them up until now, as stunned as he was by the sudden DP gain, but now something had occurred that drew his attention. No, something that demanded his attention. He felt something cold move through the tower's mana, which he knew to be the hunger. Belissar leapt up as his eyes went wide. He was not prepared for a purification, for he had received no notice of it up to this point. Sure, the amount of hunger he was feeling was even less than that of the minor purification, but the bees weren't in position. Even worse, the first group of bear people were still gathered around the entrance to the tower. Belissar might have been wary of their intentions, but that didn't mean he wanted to see them get torn apart by a shade. The queens of the flower meadow responded to his panicked commands, and the soldier bee army stopped training, forming up into their squads and flying across the meadow at maximum speed. Belissar turned his attention to the gate, hoping they would make it in time. It was then that he froze, and then blinked. He was watching the gate, but the hunger didn't seem to be gathering there. Narrowing his eyes, he tried to feel where the cold of the hunger had gone. He found it just in front of the armed group. Belissar watched as a tiny portion of the hunger came into being and condensed in the middle of the field. But this time was different. This time, the mana of the tower grew hot and wrapped around the hunger, holding it within. A moment later, a small shade appeared. It was like the shades Belissar had faced before, except tiny. Belissar's head had barely come up to the shoulder of the first shade, while the minor shade stood just below his neck. This shade, on the other hand, this one would barely come up to his knees. And that wasn't the only difference. The black mist didn't ooze off, and it didn't wilt the floor beneath its feet. It also ignored the flowers around it, and even the bee workers nearby. Instead, Belissar felt the mana of the tower move, and the shade growled, walking toward the armed group. Belissar was struck dumb as he watched. Just what exactly was going on? 34. Be assisted. Metzaiti stopped the group as he noticed the shade.
Get ready, everyone. Pitkarsik will take the first shot, but we all need to be prepared if it doesn't go down.
The 4 following him nodded. The 2 spear wielders took up positions by their leader, while the other 2 knocked arrows on their bows. One of them pulled back the bowstring as they took aim at the shade. The arrow flew and struck the small creature in the side, who snarled before rushing toward the group, barking as loud as it could. The archer fumbled her next arrow and dropped it to the ground, missing her chance for a follow-up shot. Metzaiti called out to the nearest spearman.
Tigak!
The spearman gulped but hefted his weapon and stabbed forward as the shade leapt at them. His spear caught the beast right in the jaw, and a moment later, Metzaiti and the spearwoman stabbed into the shade's side as well. It vanished in a cloud of dispersing black mist. Meanwhile, Belissar exhaled his breath as he watched through his tower sight. He let the Flower Meadow Queens know the situation had been handled for now, just as words appeared before his eyes.
Remnant defeated. 1 DP gained.
Belissar blinked at the message. So, that tiny shade was a remnant, and he got DP when the bear people defeated one. Belissar rubbed his chin and fell silent as he considered that. Belissar watched as Metzaiti led the group around the flower meadow for a bit. Additional remnants formed here and there, but the bear folk handled them without issue. In particular, Metzaiti had each of the 4 deal the opening attack to a remnant in turn, allowing them to handle it solo if they were able to do so. After some time had passed, he returned to the entrance, where Chief Rosuak smiled at the group.
It appears you were successful.
Metzaiti nodded.
We had a few close calls, but we managed. It seems the Den Master is fond of pit traps.
Chief Rosuak chuckled while Metzaiti led the group up to the Shrine of Bees, where each of them prayed in turn. Belissar felt the tower's mana flow once again, receiving another 10 DP each for the 4. Metzaiti rounded it off, only granting 1 DP himself. The group then prepared to leave, but just before they headed out, Chief Rosuak had them turn toward the flower meadow and incline their heads.
Thanks to you both, Sacred Den Master and Goddess of Bees.
With that, they departed, leaving Belissar alone with his bees and his thoughts. He sat back in his chair and let out a low hum, his mind racing with the events of the day and all the various things he had learned in the process. Soon, his ears buzzed with the sound of wings, and he held up his hand in reflex as Niobe flew around him before landing on his finger.
King okay?
He looked down at her, giving her a small smile, then rose from his chair and stepped over to the jars full of honeycomb. Scraping off a bit of honey with a finger, he held it up for Niobe, who flew over and began to drink. Belissar's smile grew as she did. It had been a while since he had done this, ever since Niobe had become intelligent, or more accurately, ever since he had discovered that she was intelligent. So perhaps he didn't actually need to coax her onto his finger with honey, but that didn't mean he would just stop. If anything, he should be treating her better now, knowing she could and did return his friendship.
I have a lot on my mind after all this. Would you mind if we talked like we used to?
Niobe buzzed about rapidly.
Niobe, always listen!
Belissar smiled at that and began to talk. He poured out all that was on his mind about Tower Lords and lies, as well as his confusion over the latest revelations on what they would mean for his tower and the bees that lived inside of it. Niobe sat on his finger, watching him intently throughout it all.
So what? I did all of that, watched everyone I care about die, took crap from the village day after day, and now I find out the Tower Lords lied all along?
Belissar blinked as he finally realized what he was feeling. His eyes narrowed.
It makes me really angry, if I'm honest.
Niobe's wings buzzed loudly, and she extended her stinger as she began a dance at a furious pace. Others bad. Niobe saw. Invade King's hive. Steal honey. But King have workers now. We stop. Belissar watched, and couldn't help but relax a bit.
Yes. Thank you for everything, Niobe. I know you and the other girls have my back now. I guess things will be very different from now on.
Yes. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled it.
Okay, that brings us to the new people. What do you think of them?
These okay. Help King. Give stuff. Belissar chuckled at that. That pretty much matched his own impression of the situation. To be fair, the bear people could have any sort of intentions long-term, but as far as both he and Niobe could tell, they seemed beneficial. And that seemed to have been confirmed by the tower itself. Apparently, challengers like them were a significant source of DP. Or rather, they were the main source of it? Belissar had received over a week's worth of DP just from a single bear person praying and offering tribute at the Shrine of Bees. And there had been more than one of them. In total, he had earned 81 DP from the prayers and tribute. Even a minor purification didn't reward that much. And then there was the situation with the remnants. Belissar had thought about that and reread the descriptions of challengers and remnants, and thought he had an idea of what was going on. The description specifically said remnants allowed challengers to assist with ongoing purification, so Belissar guessed that remnants was something like a mini-purification. A tiny bit of the hunger which seemed to gather when people entered his dungeon that they could defeat so his bees wouldn't have to. He even received DP when they did. Perhaps that was the assist with ongoing purification part? All in all, they had purified 5 more of the shades, bringing his DP total for the day up to 86. That was almost 3 months' worth, or nearly 2 minor purification rewards. It seemed having people around was very helpful indeed. But what was their reason for helping him to such an extent? Surely they had to have gotten something out of this. Belissar figured it had to do with the manna in the Shrine of Bees. If he recalled, the messages during the prayers had mentioned the challengers got blessed. If it was something like the blessing of bees, but the blessing's effects only seemed useful for a dungeon master, so Belissar wasn't sure. His eyes widened as his mind turned back to the Tower Lords, and specifically, the Tower Guards. The servants of the Lord said to have been blessed by the gods and capable of great heroic feats. He had previously been under the impression that their capabilities were something innate to the Tower Guard themselves, but if that wasn't true for the Tower Lords, maybe it wasn't true for the Tower Guard either? What if it was, again, something they gained from the tower itself, or from its patron god? In other words, had he just created Tower Guards? Only guards who weren't working for him? Or were they working for him and he just didn't notice? Belissar shook his head to clear his mind. Since he didn't have answers for any of those questions, well, he'd have to watch those bear people who had received the blessing and determine if they could perform great deeds like the Tower Guard were rumored to. And if so, well, Belissar didn't exactly know what he'd do. Should he offer them a job? Demand they help protect the tower? Just ignore them and be happy with the DP? He decided he'd figure that part out later, if the blessing from the shrine indeed worked the way he was guessing. All in all, the point was that these people were acting polite toward him and actively benefiting him with their visits, and the god of bees seemed to approve of their presence as well, which meant there was no need for Belissar to do anything about them or keep them out of the tower or anything like that, although he would keep an eye on their visits, if only because of the remnants that appeared around them. Maybe he could even offer to trade some honey for more goods if he needed them. Suddenly, Belissar realized there was something that had changed as a result of all of this. A very simple yet easily overlooked implication of this whole chain of events. And that was that the bear people had traveled through the hunger. Or underneath it, as the case was. Belissar had been under the impression that the hunger seeped into the ground and reached into the skies as well. But maybe there was a limit to that? Or maybe there were towers underground as well. The exact reasons aside, the point was that he was not alone anymore. And if the bear folk could reach him, then others could as well. Others who might not be as polite as they were. Others like the Tower Lords. And that was something Belissar would now need to consider. 35. To be ready. Belissar considered what would happen if a Tower Lord made contact with him. His gut instinct was that it would go very badly. The gods may not have cared that a peasant had taken command of a tower, but the Tower Lords still would. They were the ones who'd likely started the idea that peasants would defile a tower in the first place. So Belissar couldn't imagine they would be happy to see him as the master of one. And, of course, Belissar didn't really need to imagine. His entire village had been burned to the ground with presumably no survivors just for being in the area when a tower was created. He assumed the Tower Lords would continue such treatment should they discover him. All of that meant that Belissar needed to be prepared to fight. And at the moment, he had no confidence in opposing a Tower Lord. Even knowing some of their secrets and exposing some of their lies, Belissar couldn't shake the image of Tower Lords as near mythical figures commanding godlike powers and invincible armies. If anything, now that he knew about the powers a tower and the blessing of a god could offer, he figured the Tower Lord's strength might be even closer to the legends than he'd originally thought, especially those who had been around for many normal lifetimes. Who knew what sort of defenders or perks or blessings they might have in their own towers? And then there was the Tower Guard. They alone were a mighty army who had never lost a fight that Belissar had ever heard about. Whenever word of rebellions or bandits or shades from the hunger came, they all ended the same way. No matter how badly things went for the local forces, once the Tower Guard was deployed to the scene, the situation was handled. So how would Belissar's tower stack up against even a conservative estimate of the Tower Lords and their guards? Belissar didn't need first-hand observations or military experience to say not well at all. As impressive as his bee army was to him and maybe the bear folk, it was by no means large. The soldier bee numbers were, in the hundreds? Maybe? The low hundreds at best. Belissar hadn't seen the Tower Guard himself, but from what he had heard, they certainly had more than a few hundred soldiers to spare. That meant even against the Tower Guard his current forces would be outnumbered. And he was under no illusion that a soldier bee would be anything close to a match. Even a token force would likely cut through everything his tower had to offer like a hot knife through butter. He didn't imagine a pit trap or a bit of mad honey would bother them very much either. And this was all before he began to imagine what an actual Tower Lord might be capable of. So the answer was clear. Belissar and his bees needed to grow stronger. Much stronger. He would need thousands, even tens of thousands or more soldier bees before he believed he had even a small chance at surviving. He would need bees who could face the shade from the initial purification one-on-one. He would need traps and weapons that could handle people capable of great and heroic feats. And worst of all, he had no idea how much time he had to reach that level. He had no idea where in the world his tower was. To be honest, he didn't even know much geography beyond his own village, much less the world beyond the influence of the towers. If the very few and incomplete maps and tales they had access to were any indication, the Tower Lords ruled the whole known world. Belissar now had his doubts on whether that was true, but he had no idea what else could be out there if so, or how far he was from the nearest Tower Lord. They could be further apart than Belissar could ever imagine. Or they could be right next door. Which meant he may not meet a Tower Lord for an entire lifetime, or he could meet one in the next week, and he had no idea which was more likely. Belissar realized that if he wanted to protect his bees and his tower, if he wanted to avoid a second death at the hands of the Tower Lords, he would need to make an active effort to grow his tower as quickly as possible. as well as learn as much about his surroundings as he could, especially the tunnel from which the bearfolk had arrived. With potentially no time to lose, Belissar got to work right away. He took stock of all the different options he had to strengthen his dungeon. And frowned. He could add a couple more monster bee queen or monster bee soldier spawners, or a bunch more pit traps, and that was about it. He'd probably have to add more resource nodes in that case too, just to ensure all the queens had enough flowers to go around. But a few more hives or soldiers would not change the overall situation. He needed much more than that. He needed more rooms and more options, along with more mana with which to implement them. More of everything, really. His frown deepened, and he rubbed his chin. The bearfolk significantly boosted the DP income. If they kept visiting regularly, that was. But the prices in the DP shop were still exorbitant in comparison. It would take him a long time to do everything that way. He could get a bit more DP or mana from the minor purifications, but that was coming at a relative trickle as well. What he really needed was something like the initial purification. That had given him a new room, a new defender, a new room feature, double the mana, and increased his room limit all at once. Of course, he couldn't rule out that was a one-time thing for getting the tower set up in the first place, but he couldn't help but wonder if there was anything similar that he might be missing. Mana too low to initiate expansion purification. Minimum required total mana. 300. Belissar smirked. And there it was, once again. But then his smile dropped. So he could, in fact, do something more than just a minor purification here and there, but not until he had improved the tower's mana pool. And the only way he could that he was aware of was through minor purifications or the incredibly expensive DP shop. Going outside to scratch some math in the dirt, he determined he would need to conduct 9 more minor purifications to get the mana required. That would mean 9 more weeks at minimum if he had to wait. However, he wondered if he could start the purifications before the countdown began, since he could start them early within the countdown. Please purify core before initiating early purifications. Core corruption currently at 15%. Attempt core purification. Belissar nodded. It seemed there were things he could do to speed up the process. The flip side, though, was that this all would require his bees to fight more often. And die more often. He frowned. Was he willing to ask that of them? Would they be willing to sacrifice for that cause? Well, he knew the answer to the latter was a resounding yes. He didn't even need to ask. The bees of the flower meadow were training and preparing to fight each and every day. The apiary bees were working hard discovering new honey types and the new bee types that might result. Each and every one of them was already working hard to grow stronger. Belissar took a deep breath. He didn't want to see them hurt, but if he didn't take this risk now, he would risk a lot more later. He knew they could handle shades all the way up to the shade from the initial purification. Whatever sacrifices may result from that would pale in comparison to what would happen if they encountered a Tower Lord before he was ready. He had to do this. It was not his job to keep his tower's own defenders out of harm's way. It was, rather, his job to ensure they had the best chance of defending their home. He had to take responsibility for their lives, and apparently, that would sometimes mean risking them intentionally. He let out his breath slowly. This dungeon master business could be difficult after all. But he made his choice and sent word to his bees. He didn't tell Niobe to inform them on his behalf this time, but sent his intentions directly to them instead. If he was going to risk their lives, he wanted them to hear it directly from him. He asked them to gather. Before long, Niobe, all of the queens, and a soldier bee from each soldier spawner hovered in the air before him. They all watched him in silence save for the buzzing of their wings as they waited for him. He took a deep breath before opening his mouth. I am considering conducting another purification. You will need to fight, and you might get hurt in the process. This one is not being forced on us, but it is necessary for our tower to grow.
and I think we need to grow as quickly as we can. So, I'll ask you now. Are you ready and willing to fight again? Not just to defend our home, but to expand it?
The bees hovered still for a moment, and then they all burst into rapid flight, filling the air with loud buzzing. The flower meadow queens danced salutes and told him to leave it to them. The apiary queens indicated their stockpiles were full and they were more than prepared. Meanwhile, Niobe flew up to him, and he held out his finger for her. Landing on it, she began a slow but unwavering dance. "Bees ready. Whatever King wants, we do." Belissar nodded at them.
Thank you all. In that case, get ready. We'll start as soon as you are.
36. Be purified. Belissar and the bees got to work immediately. The flower meadow queens gathered up their soldiers and arranged their formations outside the tower's gate. The apiary workers flew to each of the pits, ensuring the sticky honey traps inside were stocked with mad honey. Belissar himself checked the kindling down in each before starting a campfire at the apiary entrance. Satisfied that everything was prepared, he called out to all his bees.
Everyone ready?
Niobe flew next to him. Ready! He could see through the tower sight the different bees all dancing their salute, indicating they were ready. He blinked a bit as he realized he was seeing things in multiple places at once. His tower sight was apparently not limited to a single place. His head started to hurt a bit once he became aware of what he was doing, so he shook it and cleared his thoughts. The tower being capable of more than he'd ever imagined was nothing new at this point, so he put it aside. He would experiment more with the tower sight later. For now, he had something more important to focus on.
Okay, I'm starting things up then.
He thought about speeding up the purification once again.
Please purify core before initiating early purifications. Core corruption currently at 15%. Attempt core purification.
Belissar nodded as he indicated he would.
Please select percentage of corruption to purify. 1 to 15%. Minor purification required.
Contrary to his expectations, the purification did not start immediately, and he was instead confronted with another choice. Belissar found he could adjust the first number from anything between 1 and the total corruption percentage. The purification required part changed when he passed 12%, going from minor purification to minor plus. Belissar rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment, before moving the number all the way to 15%. On the one hand, he was a bit wary of taking on a purification he hadn't encountered before. On the other, his bees and traps could handle a minor purification with ease, and Belissar believed they could even deal with another initial purification level threat if it came down to it. Minor plus didn't seem that much worse than minor, and so hopefully would still be weaker than the initial shade. Belissar thus felt it was worth the risk to deal with all the corruption in one go.
Minor plus purification attempt commencing.
Belissar once again felt the cold of the hunger pass through the tower's manor, sending a shiver down his spine. He wasn't sure he'd ever get used to that feeling, but he noted with satisfaction that the tendrils of hunger creeping along the walls of the core room had fully receded, coalescing at the tower's gate once more. And this time, the hunger split into 2 separate spheres that eventually formed into minor shades. They let out a roar in sync.
Minor plus purification has begun. Remaining hostiles. 2.
Belissar narrowed his eyes. He had not expected multiple shades. There were only 2, and they were still the smaller ones from the minor purification, but it was still a situation his bees hadn't faced before, so he didn't know if they were fully prepared for this. Still, the purification had already begun, so all Belissar could do was trust them. The soldier bees dove from the sky, stinging one of the shades on the back and then breaking off. Only one squad had prepared to dive, so only one of the shades was attacked in the initial assault, but that was fine for their current plan. The attacked shade snarled and ran after the soldier bee squad, with the other following closely behind. And as planned, the first shade ran right over a pit trap and fell with a yelp, getting coated with sticky mad honey down at the bottom. But the plan had only accounted for a single shade, and the other was far enough behind to skid to a stop just before the pit. It snarled and backed away, watching the soldier bees flying in the air all around it. Belissar frowned. Under normal circumstances, he would light his torch and rush over to set the pit trap on fire. But now he couldn't. Even if one of the shades was trapped, the other was still a threat. The soldier bees dove down to attack the beast, but it was prepared and leapt to the side to evade the attack. And worst of all, it didn't chase them as they flew off toward the next nearest trap. It remained by the first, pacing back and forth along the edge as it kept watch on the bees above. With that plan having failed, the bees adjusted their formation and moved to fight the remaining shade directly. Bee squads began diving in quick intervals as the shade managed to dodge the first. It was about to swing its tail when the second squad arrived, and the monster was forced to redirect its attack to ward them off, only for a third to land some stings on its back. It snarled and let out a breath of black mist, but the soldier bees were prepared this time, and all managed to evade. And this time, only the closest bees scattered, while the squads furthest back moved down toward the ground. They would not allow the shade to break the encirclement. But once again, the beast did something unexpected. It glanced down into the pit and found the other shade trying and failing to climb out. And then it jumped down into the pit, using its tail to scrape honey and kindling off its staggering comrade. The bees gathered around the edges of the trap but did not attempt to enter. With two shades in such an enclosed area, there was little chance they could evade counterattacks. Still, this was the moment Belissar had been waiting for, so he stuck a torch into the campfire and took off running once it was lit. In the meantime, the shades began stabbing the wall of the pit repeatedly with their tails, as high as they could reach. One of them jumped up and stuck their front paws into the two indents, just managing to hold on. Belissar's eyes widened, seeing how it was about to pull itself up further. The bees reacted, however, and a squad of soldiers swooped down to sting the shade's face. The creature snarled and lost its grip, tumbling back to the bottom while Belissar gulped and picked up his pace, trying to reach the pit before the shades escaped. The one that had fallen barked at the other swaying around from the mad honey. The other shade shook its head and jumped up itself. However, its aim was off, and it missed the footholds entirely. It made another attempt, but its hold was too shaky and it fell. It was not until the third attempt that the beast managed to get a grip. The bees began to dive once again, but the shade at the bottom unleashed a breath of black mist over the other, and the bees were forced to break off their attack while the beast itself remained unaffected by the mist. Belissar skidded to a halt as the shade pulled itself up and leapt to the top of the pit, just barely managing to grab onto the ledge. The bees looked at one another. One among their number buzzed and danced, and then they sprang into action. A squad dove toward the creature. Black mist erupted from the pit as the one at the bottom again covered for the other, but this time, the bees did not turn around. They flew through the mist with their stingers forward, relying on momentum and gravity to carry them forward even as the attack sapped their strength. And so they managed to plunge their stingers into the shade. The creature roared and whipped its tail around, which was a mistake. The move unbalanced the partially intoxicated beast as the soldier bee slammed into it, and the shade teetered over the edge before falling back. There were two yelps as it landed on top of the one still inside. Belissar took his opportunity and sprinted the rest of the way, barely skidding to a halt before the pit. He was about to toss the torch in when he froze. The soldier bees were still stuck on the shade. Having been weakened by the black mist, they now struggled to free themselves. One of them glanced up at him. She danced a salute as well as she could with her abdomen locked in place, but her intentions came through to Belissar just fine, and his heart constricted within his chest. But even as he hesitated, the two shades untangled themselves and began to tear at the bees. Belissar closed his eyes and tossed the torch into the pit.
I'm sorry. And thank you. I won't forget you.
He could still see through the tower sight, however, and so he caught one last satisfied dance from the soldier before she disappeared into the flames.
All hostiles defeated. Minor plus purification successful.
37. Remembrance. Belissar took a deep breath and forced down his feelings. Forcing himself to smile, he turned around to look up at the soldier bee army hovering in the air.
Great work. Thanks, everyone.
The air buzzed as the soldier bees all danced a salute while Belissar shook his head. Truth be told, this had been an excellent outcome. The purification had been completed, the shades had been defeated, and they had only lost a single squad of soldier bees. He had feared the worst when the shades managed to escape the pit trap, so to take them down with fewer losses than even the initial minor purification was a great victory. Belissar, however, couldn't help the pain in his chest as he thought of the soldier bee looking up at him. After all, it was he who decided to conduct this purification now instead of waiting for the corruption to recede over time, and he who decided a stronger purification would be manageable. He was tempted to blame himself for the losses. But he did not. He forced himself not to. And the reason for that was the same memory of that soldier bee looking up at him. The loss, the sacrifice. That was a choice she had made, that they all had made. They had chosen to sacrifice themselves to keep the shades down and achieve this victory. Belissar felt he should celebrate what they had achieved more than he should mourn their loss. And therefore, he could not permit himself to wallow in guilt. Instead, he would honor their sacrifice and make use of the rewards of their victory. And just like that, the words of said reward appeared before his eyes. Unprompted, for he did not plan to consider it until after the funeral.
Minor plus purification completed. Please select a reward. Plus 75 DP. Plus 15 max mana. Be a memorial room feature.
Belissar froze as he stared at the golden, glowing words at the bottom of the list. All his plans and the expansion of his mana went out the window, for he knew what he needed to do.
Be a memorial room feature selected. Be a memorial room feature is now available. Compatible Bee Memorial detected. Upgrade.
Belissar confirmed as he walked toward the shrine of bees at the end of the flower meadow. Feeling the mana of the tower flow, he saw bright light surrounding the little planks he had stuck in the ground. When it faded, the little planks were gone. In their place was a large bee house shaped like one of his but carved from the same material as the shrine statue. Surrounding it were tall pillars of solid wax adorned with bees. Belissar stepped up to one and placed his hand on it. Though it was made of wax, it felt as solid as stone. The numbers and symbols he had carved into the planks had transferred onto the pillars, but he also saw markings he had not made. Walking closer, he looked over them.
Queen 1, Spawner 1's first dynasty, and her hive of 1,018 workers. Queen 2, Spawner 1's first dynasty, and her hive of 564 workers. Queen 3, Spawner 1's first dynasty, and her hive of 186 workers. Queen 4, Spawner 1's first dynasty.
Belissar's eyes widened, and then he bowed his head as the tears formed.
Thank you all for trying to defend me. I'm sorry you had to die because of me. I promise I'll do better, and I won't let your deaths go to waste.
A short while later, the bees finished their victory dances and gathered by the memorial once more. Belissar had them help him gather the ashes at the bottom of the pit trap and place them within the bee house at the center of the memorial. His eyes widened as the bee carvings in the wax began to move and dance. Perhaps it was a written word, but for the bees themselves? Belissar nodded toward the bee army.
Thank you for your courage and for defending our home.
They danced their salute, and then Belissar turned to the monument, bowing his head.
And thank you for your sacrifice.
Numbers and symbols began to carve themselves into the monument as he spoke, signifying each of the bees who had died that day. The bee house began to glow with soft golden light, and the shrine of bees next to it began to light up as well. Niobe led them in the slow song from the first funeral, the bees all dancing and buzzing slowly in the light. A tear dropped from Belissar's eye, but his chest felt lighter. The bees were going to die. If he embarked upon this plan to grow as quickly as possible, they would even die specifically at his command. But now, he knew they would not be forgotten. And so, he would do all in his power to ensure their sacrifices did not go to waste. Now that the core was no longer corrupted, Belissar checked if he could initiate a purification.
Please wait 24 hours between purifications. Remaining cooldown, 21 hours and 49 minutes.
He nodded. So it wasn't as if he could face continuous purifications. Maybe one a day at most. But that suited Belissar just fine. He wasn't in the mood for another purification just yet, in any case. Sitting back in a chair in the farmhouse as the sun set, with Niobe drinking from a honeycomb he'd placed on the table, he reviewed the results of the day. Multiple shades had caught him off guard. To be fair, while every purification before now had only had one beast, it wasn't like there was a rule they had to come alone. But the fact was, Belissar simply hadn't thought about the possibility. And equally as concerning, if not more, the shades had proven they could escape from the pit traps. All in all, it had been a miracle and a testament to the soldier bees that this purification had ended with only the loss of a single squad. So Belissar thought about what he could do. Multiple shades and the ability to escape from pit traps could be dealt with by the bees. Belissar imagined they would begin training for multiple opponents from now on. If the bees could deal with one of the shades, or even just separate them from each other, then it wouldn't be a problem. The question was, what would they do about 3, or 4, or 10, or 100? The other, and perhaps larger problem was that Belissar couldn't pull off his fire pit idea under these circumstances. If there were multiple shades, the ones who didn't fall into a pit trap could hang around its edges and prevent him from approaching. Likewise, if the shades could escape, then it was dangerous for Belissar to approach, even if all the monsters had fallen into one. He would need to think of alternative methods to light up the pits if he wanted to keep relying on this method. He also felt that he should consider the case where he couldn't rely on that method. If, for one reason or another, he just couldn't kill a shade with the fire pit, then they would have to be defeated directly by the bees, which, as of now, would likely require sacrifice on the bees' part. This would probably be inevitable if the shades got stronger or more numerous, but Belissar still wanted to put as many of the odds in their favor as he could. So, how could he make the pit traps more reliable? And what could he do to ensure the bees would have the best chance? In the end, it came back to growing stronger and getting more options to work with. Which he had.
Bee Memorial. Type: Bee. Special. Mana upkeep. 3. Limit. 1. A memorial commemorating those who gave their lives in defense of the hives. Grants all bee-type monsters a small chance to remain active for a short while after a mortal blow. Medium boost to the effect of all sacrificial-type skills. May have additional effects under the right conditions.
Belissar frowned. He hadn't been considering benefits when he chose the memorial, so it was a pleasant surprise to find it had such effects. At least until Belissar thought about what exact effects it had. It made his bees notably more powerful, but only when they were going to die. It would reward sacrifice in particular. Perhaps that was the point. If he was interpreting the golden glowing letters correctly, the god of bees herself had sent this choice to him. Maybe she was reminding him that to be a bee was to embrace sacrifice? Even so, Belissar wanted to keep sacrifice as the last resort, not the first. The memorial's effects made his tower and his bees stronger, but they would not enable the bees to handle issues without casualties, so it was not something Belissar wanted to rely on. He would have to do his best to work without the memorial's effects and leave it as a fallback for if, and likely when, he made mistakes. So he would continue with the purifications as soon as the cooldown was ready. And in the meantime, he'd brainstorm what he could do with what he had to reduce that sacrifice by even a little bit more. 38. Be respectful.
What about this?
Belissar had spent the night brainstorming what he could do to improve the tower's defenses. It was now morning, and he was in the farmhouse along with the soldier bee who had helped him weave linen. The soldier crawled along the table toward a stick Belissar had placed on it and tried to pick it up with her mandibles. Her wings buzzed softly as she started a slow dance. Belissar let out a sigh.
No good, huh?
Belissar's first idea was a simple one. If it was too dangerous and took too long for him to approach the pit traps with a torch, then why not let the soldier bees carry it instead? They could fly with it overhead and drop it into the pit from above, even if there was another shade around to interfere. It was low risk and, well, even if Belissar didn't want to accept it, the bees were willing to fly into danger if they had to. He was running into some issues, however. Soldier bees may have been gigantic for bees, but they were still fairly small in the grand scheme of things, so a full-size torch was out of the question. But what was worse was the lack of grasping appendages. Their legs were designed mainly for walking, save for the pollen baskets on their hind legs, so they were limited to their mandibles or hind legs. That meant the torch had to be thin enough to be held within the soldier bee's jaws or hooked within their hind leg joints, as well as light enough to be carried without excessive imbalance during flight. But on the flip side, the torch couldn't be too small either. The smaller the torch, the longer it would take to start a fire in the pit traps. A flame too small might even be extinguished as it fell from the sky. Likewise, a small torch wouldn't last very long, and so would have to be used quickly after being lit, which could lead to a situation like before, when Belissar couldn't get the torch to the pit before the shades escaped. And finally, if the torch was too small, the bee itself could get burned by it, which would prevent its use entirely. So Belissar and the soldier bee were experimenting with different stick sizes to find the right balance, but they hadn't found a suitable one just yet. Just then, Belissar was interrupted by another challenger message. Turning his tower sight to the entrance, he found the bear people had returned. This time, the old woman and her group had stayed home, so it was just the big guy and his warriors. His name was Metsaiti or something, if Belissar recalled correctly. Niobe flew in front of him. "King! Problem?" Belissar shook his head.
It's just the bear people again, but I'm going to keep an eye on them for a bit. You girls can take a break for now, too.
Okay.
Niobe zoomed out the window as the soldier bee gave a salute and followed after her. Belissar figured he probably didn't need to watch them. But, well, he still wasn't used to them, so wanted to observe a bit more closely. The group acted the same as before and began sweeping through the meadow. As earlier, remnants appeared every now and again and were handled by the group, all while they kept a sharp lookout for the pit traps. Something changed, however, when they came across a certain flower. The bearfolk all froze in place, and the spearman nudged the spearwoman with his elbow.
Hey, are my eyes tricking me, or is that the manor flower?
She slowly nodded. For once, they're not. The spearman began to grin and step forward, but Metsaiti held out his hand and blocked the spearman from going any further. The young man frowned.
What gives, Metsaiti? I was going to share credit, you know.
Metsaiti shook his head before pointing at the flower.
Look more closely and tell me what you see.
The spearman raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms.
I'm guessing you mean besides the glowing, priceless flower.
The spearwoman rolled her eyes.
Obviously. He means the bees, you idiot.
The manna flower in question had a small swarm of bees around it, each waiting their turn to gather from it. The spearman shrugged.
So, they're just bees.
Metsaiti stepped in front and looked the young man in the eyes.
The sacred den master has been incredibly generous to us. He has allowed us to settle in his land and visit his den all without cost or submission. In return, he has given us one condition. Just one. Don't hurt his bees. Do you plan to be the one to earn his fury and lose us our new home?
The young man glanced away.
Well, how about we just wave them off? As long as we don't hurt them, right?
Metsaiti narrowed his eyes.
And how would you feel if someone stole your food? It's all fine because they didn't hurt you, right?
The spearman threw up his hands.
Fine. We'll leave the priceless treasure alone for a couple of bees.
Metsaiti nodded and patted him on the shoulder.
Patience. This den is still young, so it's not strange its resources are all claimed by its denizens for now. Hopefully, we'll have many more chances to visit in the future. Perhaps we'll find a bit more then.
And so the group carried on. Belissar nodded with his arms crossed and told the soldier bees he had on standby they could return to training. Belissar may have been confused regarding the bear people overall, but the one thing he was absolutely clear on was that no one was allowed to harm his bees. So it was a good thing their leader had a good head on his shoulders. Belissar took a deep breath to calm himself down. He then rubbed his chin as he thought over the bear man's words. So they expected to find stuff in his tower. On the one hand, Belissar wondered why that would be the case. Why would he let them just take stuff from his dungeon, even if he had the resources? On the other hand, they technically were helping out already. They were helping to purify the hunger and earning Belissar DP in the process. And then there was the question of why the tower had options for resources and rest zones in the first place. Perhaps he was supposed to offer them stuff in exchange? He wasn't sure at all. He knew that Tower Lords didn't exactly offer up their resources, but he'd already decided he wasn't going to follow their example. The bees would just tell him whatever he decided, and he already knew the bear people's opinions, so there wasn't anyone else he could ask. So instead, he left the farmhouse and walked toward the shrine of bees at the end of the apiary, taking with him some extra honeycomb. He had already made his daily offering to the god of bees, but figured he shouldn't come empty-handed when he had a request. Placing the honeycomb inside the chest, he looked up at the statue of the goddess.
Sorry to ask this of you, but I could use some guidance. Am I supposed to make stuff for those people to find? Do you have a preference on what I should do?
The shrine of bees glowed with soft, warm light, but otherwise did not respond. Belissar sighed.
So, you want me to decide?
The shrine continued to glow. Belissar took a deep breath and then rose to his feet. Well, if the god of bees said as much, he would just have to figure something out himself. But at the very least, her approval to do as he thought best gave him a little more confidence in his own opinion. He figured he would test things out, so he added another node of healing herbs close to the entrance and let the bees know to clear the way if the bear people approached that one. Belissar figured the bear folk would appreciate some extra medicine, and a single healing herb node wasn't too expensive. On the other hand, mana flowers were quite precious to his bees, so he wasn't going to hand those out for free. Maybe if they wanted to trade or something. But for now, he'd stick to healing herbs and see how it went. Fortunately, The group hadn't made it to the end of the meadow where the mana flower nodes were, so they weren't aware that the single flowers here and there were only a drop in the bucket. So hopefully they'd be content with the herbs. Belissar then looked them over, for something caught his eye. He noticed the packs the bears wore and smacked his own forehead. He had found a solution to his earlier conundrum. If the bees were having trouble carrying something, then why not use ropes and straps? Wasn't that how people carried things? With confirmation that the bear folk weren't going to hurt his bees, Belissar didn't feel the need to watch them as closely anymore. So he got to work, getting some of the processed flax from his store and starting to weave a cord. Well, at the very least, the bear people were reminding him of what he could do with a little civilization. 39. Prosperity. The bear team had finished up their fights for the day and were making their way back to the entrance when one of the archers suddenly stopped, staring off to the side. Metzaiti brought the rest to a stop and turned to face him.
What's the matter?
The archer pointed toward one of the trees. Might be my imagination, but was the grass glowing by that tree before? Metzaiti turned and looked in the direction indicated. A moment later, he smiled.
I think we're in luck. Come on, let's check it out.
The group made their way over and found a small patch of herbs, several of which were shimmering. Stepping forward, Metzaiti reached for one of them, and it practically pulled itself out of the ground and into his hand.
Looks like healing herbs. The chief will be pleased.
The spearwoman narrowed her eyes. This definitely wasn't here when we arrived. Metzaiti smirked.
No, it was not.
He stood up and turned to face the group.
Something to keep in mind about sacred dens. The master can see and hear everything that goes on in one. He probably heard our earlier conversation and adjusted things accordingly.
He made eye contact with the spearman who'd wanted to take the mana flower.
He's been very cooperative thus far, but do remember that this is his home and his domain. We are guests, and he will know if we act otherwise.
The spearman gulped and glanced around while Metzaiti turned and looked toward the sky.
Thank you, Den Master.
Belissar was still working on the cord and regretting sending his helper off when the message came in. Challenger blessed. Gained 12 DP. Belissar turned his attention and found the bear group back at the entrance, praying at the shrine of bees one by one. He received the DP messages, finding all of them granting 1 or 2 more than before. Even Metzaiti gave 2 instead of 1. In total, Belissar received 50 DP from the blessing, plus the 5 from the shades they had hunted. He checked the healing herb node he had placed and found they had gathered the glowing herbs of the day from it. He rubbed his chin. So he hadn't received any messages or anything when they had gathered from it, but they had given him more DP at the shrine than last time. Belissar thought a bit about why that was. If it were directly related to the healing herbs, then he probably would have gotten the DP when they gathered it. At the same time, though, that was the only thing that Belissar could tell had changed between yesterday and today. His sight settled on the shrine of bees, and his eyes widened a bit. He'd gotten the DP specifically when they'd prayed at the shrine and the god of bees had blessed them in return. So maybe it had something to do with that. Something like they had done more in the tower, or maybe they'd just been more grateful when praying this time? Belissar nodded to himself. It appeared this was worthwhile after all. More DP was always helpful, and the bees could still gather nectar from the plants before they were harvested. And above all, this seemed to be related to the god of bees. She was his patron, who had given him a powerful blessing and both guidance and rewards via her missions. Belissar was ever grateful to her, so if this brought some benefit to her shrine, then Belissar was all for it. And then he heard the chime. New mission received. Help 10 challengers receive full blessings. Belissar smiled. At this point, he was wondering if the god of bees was reading his thoughts. Well, she was a god, so that was probably true. He nodded his head. I'll do my best. Belissar thought a bit about what that would mean. First of all, the mission said, full blessings. That implied that whatever manner or blessing the challengers had received thus far wasn't a full blessing. Which made sense to Belissar, as he certainly hadn't seen any of the superhuman deeds the Tower Guard were reported to be capable of. The unarmed challengers had offered tribute and been blessed in turn, save the one who'd apparently tried to offer something someone else had made. Meanwhile, the armed challengers went and fought remnant shades, then got blessed. They had repeated this process the next day, and then the blessing had increased when they'd gathered herbs, too. Belissar figured they needed multiple blessings to get the full one, and that they had to do something for the god of bees to receive that blessing. That something appeared to include offering tribute or helping Belissar with the purification. Belissar frowned a bit at this. The one thing that worried him was the guy who'd offered something he hadn't made himself, and mostly because Belissar had also offered honeycomb that he hadn't made himself. Unless it counted because it was from his dungeon? In any case, the god of bees had accepted it without complaint or smiting. Belissar figured he would at least try to include something he had done by hand whenever he could, though. But otherwise, to help the bear people get their blessings, Belissar should help them do things. He should help the unarmed folk make more tribute, and he should give the armed ones more to do? More to gather? He shrugged, and then started to grin. For he had an idea. A wonderful, not at all selfish idea. He made another textile node next to the healing herb node by the entrance. Well, if the bear folk happened to gather some flax, they could process it into linen to offer as tribute, right? And if they happened to thus have some cloth Belissar could then trade for without having to make it himself by hand, well, Belissar wouldn't turn them down. Beyond that, Belissar wasn't fully sure what else to do. He wasn't certain about adding a poison flower node. What if they thought it was medicine and ended up poisoning themselves? Well, he could always just tell them, but then he'd have to talk to them. And when he remembered his awkward gathering of their tribute and farewell, he didn't particularly look forward to speaking with them again. He could send the bees, but he wasn't sure anyone but he could actually understand them. Even he hadn't known what Niobe was saying prior to him becoming a dungeon master. Besides that, there wasn't a whole lot to do in the tower aside from walking around looking for remnants and flowers to gather. There was the apiary, but Belissar wasn't comfortable letting them snoop around in there. That was where many of his bees made their home, after all. And while they could probably gather honeycomb from the hives like they could harvest the resource plants, Belissar didn't like the idea of them reaching into his bees' homes. Ultimately, he decided honeycomb would be something they would have to trade for. So in the end, the only answer was the same thing Belissar had already set out to do. He needed to expand and grow and gain more options, which meant he needed to keep performing purifications, growing his mana, and gathering DP. He still had some time before the purification cooldown was ready, so he could continue working on his cord for the torches. He could also review his defenses some more. Watching the bear folk walk around had given Belissar another thought, which was that putting sticky honey traps only at the bottom of the pits may not be ideal. His rationale had been to use them to help with the fire pit strategy, but he'd realized a problem with that as he watched the bear folk avoid the pit traps. If an invader managed not to fall into any of them, then the sticky honey traps didn't do anything either. This had been confirmed during the minor plus purification as well, when only the shade that fell into the pit got hit with the mad honey. So it might make more sense for Belissar to place some honey traps beyond those at the bottom of the pits. The only downside would be that it might take more honey from the apiary to support those traps, especially if he wanted to use mad honey. Now that he was aware the bees were carrying honey to them, he'd noticed that a few of the apiary hives were producing less than normal. Well, they were still producing far more than he could consume, but it did mean he should pay attention to how many traps he made. In the end, he decided that rather than making new traps, he would move some of them out of the pits further off the beaten path, the ones less likely to catch a shade in the first place. His bees also needed the honey to grow their hives and to make new bee types, so he didn't want to overburden them with this. The honey traps, while helpful, still were only a minor hindrance to the shades. The bees were what would finish the job. And if there was a choice between more bees and more anything else, Belissar's decision was obvious. P.O.B. The Beast Laid Plans. Speaking of honey and flowers, the first of the fifth stomped through her hive, pacing about in a dance of anger. She had been deceived, fooled, swindled. She knew now why the king had not granted her the flower type that existed only in the flower meadow. And that was because this flower was useless. First of all, it had no mana beyond that of a regular flower. What's more, unlike the other two flower types the king had spread, this one possessed no particular compounds in its nectar that resonated with mana. The first of the fifth had made a batch of honey from these flowers and found it little different from that of others. If anything, it felt a bit lower in quality. But the differences were minimal enough that she would not be able to produce a new honey type with it, much less a new bee type. And that was before she even considered the reports from her workers circulating through the hive. The flowers in question were some of the worst they had ever visited. The petals fell off when the bees landed on the flowers. The pollen was especially heavy and difficult to work with, and the entire flower would fall off the plant by evening. The nectar collection was difficult, and each flower could only be gathered from a few times, maybe even just once each. Her honey production had dipped this latest cycle as a result, her workers' best efforts insufficient to make up for the deficiencies in the flowers themselves. All for a honey that did not improve upon any other she had made. She did not believe any plant the king had spread would be entirely useless, but it was clear that whatever special qualities this plant possessed were found elsewhere in the plant, in its stem or perhaps its seeds. Its flowers and its nectar were largely unsuited to the production of honey. The first of the fifth could do little with it beyond donating a soldier or two to help the king with his own work on it. And she was paying for access to this plant's nectar with a portion of her own harvest. Sure, she could also lay claim to any achievements the firstborn made with it, but such was not enough by itself to justify donating honey to a rival queen. Truly, the firstborn had played her with this deal. The first of the fifth's wings buzzed. She should have followed the wisdom of the king when he did not feel she would appreciate this plant. But she had not, and now she was trapped. To simply renege on the deal was to admit defeat. And if she stopped gathering from the flowers in question, it would appear as if she was just handing over tribute to the firstborn unprompted. Their positions in this deal would be reversed. Yet, to continue expending her workers' efforts on a suboptimal yield was simply unacceptable. So she paced and she paced, considering what she could do. She checked the honey for the 100th time today, searching for any quality which might justify the effort. And like the 99 other times, she found nothing of the sort. She buzzed her wings once again. She paced and she paced until eventually she started to slow down. It was clear she would not produce an achievement from this that would earn her the favor of her king, but that did not necessarily mean she could not gain at all. There were other queens besides the firstborn, after all, and all of them would be searching for ways to increase their favor. She made her decision and gave her command.
Send word to the 4th of the 7th. I would have words with her.
the fourth queen of the seventh spawner's first dynasty, the first of her line, slowly flew toward the first of the fifth's hive, as slowly as she could without angering the first of the fifth. She almost came to a halt as she saw the flowers on the ground below. Vibrant colors filled her vision, brighter and fuller than she had ever imagined, drawing her in. She would admit she didn't mind this break from her work. She did what she needed to, but laying eggs got old after the 1,000th time or so. And that was about all she did. Sure, her hive produced honey of quantity and quality that would not bring shame to a queen of the apiary, but she had little to do with that. Her workers were the ones who gathered the nectar and processed it into honey, so she felt they knew better than her and left them to their work. How could she, a bee who rarely even saw the flowers they were gathering from, improve upon that work with uninformed commands? So she spent every day like the last, sipping on honey and laying eggs. Sometimes she went to check on those eggs, but even caring for the brood was the job of workers, not the queen, so she just tried to stay out of their way. She could not help but watch the dances of her workers, the tales they told of bright, colorful flowers, and of the sweet abundance of nectar they drank directly from the source. Sometimes, the fourth of the seventh liked to imagine what it would be like to be a worker and see such beauty directly. But it was not to be. She was the queen, and it was her role to remain in the hive. Every moment she spent doing anything other than laying eggs or restoring her manor would reduce the size of the next generation. She could maybe peek out of the entrance of her hive, but to fly out, or king forbid, even touch one of the flowers directly would be too much. So she tried to content herself with the story she heard. She wouldn't use the word bored, for no bee even knew the term, but she found she didn't mind having something new to do. Though she was curious, and perhaps a bit worried, about being summoned by the first of the fifth, the queen of the most powerful and productive hive of the apiary. Above all, now she had a chance to fly out into the world and see the sight she had heard so much about with her own eyes. It was more beautiful than she had ever imagined. But in the end, the fourth of the seventh was a bee still. She slowed down to take in the sights, but she did not stop. She had her jobs to complete, after all, and she would not delay them. More than was reasonable, that was. The fourth of the seventh stood at the entrance of the hive. The first of the fifth came out to meet her, accompanied by 2 soldiers and a couple of workers.
Finally here. I let you gather from new plants in Flower Meadow. In exchange, you help feed soldiers. Understand?
The fourth of the seventh didn't. Or, well, she got what the first of the fifth was saying, but had no idea why the first of the fifth would do all this. But she didn't see any reason to refuse either.
Okay, thanks.
The first of the fifth buzzed her wings.
These workers show yours where. Okay.
The first of the fifth stared at her for a moment longer before returning to her hive. The soldiers and workers saluted at her as the fourth of the seventh looked up at the big soldiers. They were even bigger than her.
Let's go.
They saluted, and off they went. The first of the fifth rubbed her front legs together. All had gone according to plan. The fourth of the seventh, being one of the last generation of queens, had very little favor and little chance to gain any. She didn't even have one of the king's magic palaces, and so could barely produce a fraction of the honey the first of the fifth could. She was weak, unassuming, and most of all, no threat whatsoever. She wasn't even a competitor. So granting her access to new flowers, even suboptimal ones, was a great boon for her and no loss whatsoever to the first of the fifth. And in exchange, the first of the fifth got her to help with the soldier bees, cutting a big drain on her honey supplies while also ensuring the fourth of the seventh wouldn't grow too quickly from the additional resources. She had granted a favor and secured her influence over her subordinate queens, all in exchange for a boon that was not really a boon. An effective outcome, considering the situation overall. With that, the first of the fifth returned to her work, seeing what she could do with the honey types she had available. Meanwhile, the fourth of the seventh stared at the soldiers and workers from the first of the fifth as they danced a tale for her. A blessed land of plenty, with flowers as far as the eye could see. Of the grand constructions formed by the king, not from wax, but from the very stems of flowers. Her mind raced as she attempted to imagine all these wondrous things. She made up her mind. She had to see these things for herself. POB. Be inspired. The fourth of the seventh hovered as still as she could. She was flying in front of the window to the king's own hive, the giant one made of entire trees. She had never dared to come so close. But apparently, the first of the fifth soldiers had been invited inside, and so had led her there. She remained outside, but could not resist the temptation to come and see the king at work. She also wanted to visit the flower meadow, but that trip was a bit too far for merely indulging her curiosity, so she left that to her workers. But, well, no bee could begrudge her a chance to see the king. He was as majestic as always, a towering giant taller than an entire hive, with a body she couldn't have even imagined. He had but 2 legs, mighty pillars so strong he needed only 1/3 the number to support his entire weight. He had 2 more that he didn't even use to walk. Instead, each of these split into 5 more for an unparalleled ability to grip, allowing him to reshape the world as he pleased. His eyes were smooth and colorful, like the petals of a flower, and his hair was like an entire forest. And what he was doing was no less fascinating. The king was building something out of the plants themselves, twisting them together into a long vine of some sort. And even more curiously, the first of the fifth soldiers were helping with the task. Then the fourth of the seventh began to buzz, for she noticed something. The color and shape of the vine they were weaving matched a part of the king's torso. She noticed now that he was not covered in some sort of hair or fur, but rather that he wore some construction of plant stems over his body. It looked nothing like normal stems, so she would not have noticed had the soldiers not explained to her their current task, and if she had not then seen it in progress. She wondered why the king put such a thing on his body. But the surprises weren't over.
There. How about that? Maybe if you both try it once.
The king and the soldiers finished constructing their vine, and the king wrapped it around a large branch with a tip coated in wax. One of the king's legendary fire sticks, with which he reportedly lay waste to any invaders who intruded upon his realm. The 2 soldiers crawled to the ends of the vines on either side of the fire stick, where the vines made loops. Crossing their hind legs together inside the loops, they then began to fly. The vines went taut, and then the fire stick began to rise into the air. The king smiled.
What do you think? Can you fly with this?
The soldier bees tried to fly around the room. They were a bit unsteady, and the fire stick wobbled this way and that, pulling one bee down and then the other. But ultimately, they managed to remain in the air. The fourth of the seventh couldn't tear her eyes away until her workers began to pull her back to the hive. A bit later, a wave of workers returned, carrying an abundance of nectar. The fourth of the seventh drank deeply from her honey reserve, which was overflowing like it never had before. Her hive had been one of the smaller ones on the outskirts of the apiary, so access to an entire patch of fast-growing flowers had vastly increased her resources, even despite the far trip and the suboptimal flowers. One of the workers came and danced before her, and she raced over to the front of her hive. The first of the fifth soldiers were returning for the day, coming for their meal before they returned to the king's abode. The fourth of the seventh danced rapidly before them, asking her questions without even pausing to hear the answers. The soldiers buzzed and danced as the workers brought them honey, telling their story from the beginning. They told the fourth of the seventh the entire process the king had shown them, how he had gathered the flowers themselves, removing the flower and the seeds, how he had broken apart the stems and left them to partially rot, how he had processed them into the fibers she had seen him work with, and then how they and the king had worked together to weave those strands into the constructs of his design. The fourth of the seventh hung on their every motion, trying to imagine what it would look like. She thanked them for the tales as they thanked her for the honey, and then raced back to her reserves once the soldiers flew back to the king. She drank as deeply from the honey as she could without cutting into the growth of her hive. She was deeply curious about this process, and had access to the very flowers the king used for it. But she and her workers were still tiny, too small to participate. She would need to grow if she wanted to get involved. And so, for perhaps the first time in her life, the fourth of the seventh was determined to grow. Previously, she had been content with her lot in life. Born too late, relegated to a corner of the apiary where she would ever play a subservient role to the queens that came before her. And that had been fine with her. She had her role, and she would carry it out. Any more than that could be decided by those above her. But now she found herself too small to achieve what she wanted, her honey reserves too small to allow her to grow, and her worker force too small to expand those reserves. But, fortunately, the first of the fifth had granted her access to a wealth of flowers like she'd never had in her little patch of the apiary. And so the fourth of the seventh grew. Her workers flew far and brought back the riches she had been given, and she used those riches to lay more eggs than she ever had before. A new generation would arise, until one day they gathered enough honey for her to grow. In fact, she made other plans as well. She had some of her workers begin preparing a second hive, much closer to the flower meadow. Once the construction had finished, she would move her entire hive closer and so cut down the length of her workers' trips. Such a location was further away from the king's hive and the flowers he had planted. No other queen wanted to live there, and so no other queen objected to her efforts. The first of the fifth even approved of the move. For now, she had something she wanted to do, and she would spare no effort to achieve it. The first of the fifth tilted her head as she watched one of her scouts report dances. The fourth of the seventh had taken to her duties with an enthusiasm that surprised even the first of the fifth. She knew that her offer had been a big deal for the fourth of the seventh, an offer of resources and opportunity no queen in her generation had ever received, but tempered by the need to support soldiers that weren't her own. So the first of the fifth had expected a good but measured response. Yet from all reports, the fourth of the seventh was expanding more rapidly than she had ever done before. Not only that, but she apparently personally welcomed the soldiers any time they came by her hive. That felt strange to the first of the fifth. If anything, she might wonder if she had made a mistake and given the fourth of the seventh too great an opportunity. Maybe the fourth of the seventh was making a play to rise among the apiary queens, and perhaps attract the favor of the king upon herself? Perhaps treating the soldiers well to throw off the first of the fifth as to her intentions. Which was what the first of the fifth would have assumed, were it not for the news that the fourth of the seventh was planning to move further away from the king. The first of the fifth could understand it from an efficiency standpoint, given the fourth of the seventh's main resources were now located in the flower meadow, but the move was still unthinkable to her. Every apiary queen wished to dwell as close to the king as possible. In the early days, they had nearly fought over the locations of their hives even. So no apiary queen would willingly move away. The first of the fifth thought and thought, and then gave up. She came to the conclusion that the 4th of the 7th was just happy to have a role now as more than a minor queen on the outskirts, and so was enthusiastically carrying out the task the 1st of the 5th had given her. And, well, the 4th of the 7th still had one of the smallest hives in the apiary. If she understood her role and wasn't making a play for the king's favor, then what she did was of no particular concern to the 1st of the 5th. Or so she thought. 40. Don't be awkward. Minor purification attempt commencing. The cooldown had come to an end, and Belissar began another minor purification. A shade formed once more at the gate, and was immediately assaulted by soldier bee squads. They flew in continuous waves this time, not attempting to lead the monster toward a pit trap. That was intentional. They already knew the pit trap would work against a single beast like this, but the bees needed to be prepared for the case when it wouldn't work. So, Belissar had instructed them to fight this monster on their own. He already knew they could take one down, but the prior victory had also resulted in casualties. He was hoping they could manage a minor shade without sacrifice. The bees flew in waves as they had trained to do. Belissar held his breath each time they approached, but they'd proved excellent at diverting the shade's attention. Each squad flew off immediately after dealing one sting, and so escaped counterattack. The monster eventually stopped trying to chase the squads that had already attacked and looked for the next one on approach, but they broke off before coming within range. They then began attacking with multiple squads at a time, such that whichever one was targeted could simply break off while the others struck. The shade brought out its lethal breath, and the bees immediately scattered. Not a bee was caught in the black cloud. The monster took another deep breath and then took off running as in the first minor purification, taking advantage of the bees backing away. But the bees further away lowered to the ground, forming another layer of encirclement while the others regrouped. And soon, their attacks began anew. It took the bees longer without dealing a death blow to the shade's head, but eventually, the monster collapsed under their assault. The pit trap hadn't been needed, and not a single bee fell. All hostiles defeated. Minor purification successful. Minor purification completed. Please select a reward. Plus 50 DP. Plus 10 max mana. Monster Bee Queen resistance boost. Minimal. Belissar nodded in approval. It seemed his bees had learned the tricks a minor shade could pull and could now take it down as a matter of course. Plus 10 max mana selected. Belissar was slightly tempted by the perk but held to his original plans. He wouldn't turn down a particularly helpful boost, but otherwise, the sooner he could attempt an expansion, the better. In this case, the boost had been for the queens, who did not participate in fighting outside of the gravest of circumstances, so Belissar figured they could live without it if all went well. And if the queens were participating in the fight, then he probably had bigger problems than a minimal stat boost would solve. Fortunately, Belissar didn't need to hold a funeral at the memorial this time, so he was about to go about his business when he paused, rubbing his chin and humming. He nodded to himself and walked over to the storage jars in the room. Gathering as much honeycomb as he could carry, he then walked out toward the flower meadow. Laying out the honeycomb trays in front of the memorial, he placed one at the entrance of the memorial bee house and one in the shrine of Bees' wax chest. He was about to ask Niobe to gather the bees, but they had all come to watch him at this point. He turned to them and smiled.
You girls won a great victory today, and nobody died this time. I think that's worth celebrating. So why don't we have a party? Here, come and eat as much as you want.
Belissar figured it wouldn't be good if he only conducted funerals, so he decided he would assist in the celebrations this time. The bees froze, and then began to fly around rapidly. The flower meadow queens flew before him and began to salute repeatedly. Belissar just waved his hand. Go on. This is the result of your hard work. You've earned it. The queens and their soldiers saluted again before slowly making their way to the honeycomb. One by one, they began to drink until, soon, all the bees were drinking and dancing. Belissar smiled and nodded. The celebrations went on for longer than normal. The next day, Belissar sighed as he walked toward the gate. He, unfortunately, had determined something he could do to increase his options while he waited to expand his manor. Something he had known he could do for a while now. Something he, perhaps, hadn't thought of because he'd really prefer not to. And that was talking to the bear people. Belissar was bringing with him a couple of trays of honeycomb, a single mana flower, and a couple of poison flowers. He realized if he asked them to trade, he might be able to get some new plants or something. If nothing else, he could also use new tools to expand his own crafts. The only problem was, Belissar didn't really want to talk to them, to be honest. The last time he had been really awkward, and he'd never been the one proposing barters before. It used to be that the other villagers would stop by and dictate the terms to him, after which he would inevitably comply. His heart began to race as he thought of approaching the bearfolk himself. But they had been unbelievably nice so far. And, more importantly, expanding his options through trade could improve the odds in favor of his bees. That was worth overcoming any amount of fear or discomfort he may have felt. Besides, it was a bit easier to work up the courage for a conversation when he had an army of soldier bees hovering around him. He hadn't asked them to do that this time, but they'd naturally gathered around him when he'd walked toward the front. And now? He waited. And waited. And waited. His heart beating faster with each minute. He tried to distract himself, but his beating heart distracted him from his distracting. So it didn't work. Finally, the gates of the tower opened, and Metsaiti led his group in. They paused as they took in the sight before him. Then Metsaiti inclined his head.
Hello, sacred den master. Thank you for allowing us in your abode. How may we help you today?
He motioned at the others, and they inclined their heads as well. Belissar wanted to run, but instead he cleared his throat.
I have some stuff. Do you want any? As a trade, you see.
Belissar tried not to wince. Metsaiti's eyes widened, and then he nodded.
We would be honored, sacred den master. We are not carrying any goods with us at this moment, but I will relay your offer to the chief, and we will put together something. Is there anything in particular you wanted?
Belissar started to shake his head before remembering what he was supposed to be doing.
Yes, actually. Plants, especially flowers. Tools if you have them.
He glanced at Metsaiti's spear.
Weapons would be nice too.
Metsaiti nodded.
Understood. I will relay your desires to the chief. Was there anything else you wanted?
Belissar shook his head.
No, that should be it.
Metsaiti nodded and motioned to the others, who turned around.
Understood. Thank you for the generous offer, sacred den master. You're welcome.
With that, the bear people left. Belissar resisted the urge to fall and lie on the ground, taking a deep breath instead. Yeah, that was still very awkward, but at least it seemed to have gone well. The bear people were still polite and had agreed to trade with him, once they had gathered some stuff. Belissar's eyes went wide as he realized something terrible. If they were leaving and coming back, then wouldn't he have to talk to them again today? Belissar groaned. To distract himself, to continue the development of his tower, Belissar returned to his work from the day before. Now that they had figured out a way for soldier bees to lift a torch, he and his assistants were working to refine it. They tried wrapping the cord around in different ways, or tying it to different parts of the torch, or making loops to wrap around different parts of the soldiers' bodies. In the end, they settled on tying 4 ropes, 2 at the front of the torch and 2 at the end, which would be carried by 4 soldier bees. They stuck with just having the bees pass their legs through loops at the end of the ropes, as any other method made it more difficult for them to drop the torch. At this point, they moved to test the process in its entirety. Belissar worked on starting a fire as 4 soldier bees from the apiary stood on the ground next to a torch. Once the fire got going, he gave them a nod. The soldiers stuck their legs through the loops and rose into the air. They then flew over the fire and lowered the torch until the tip caught on flames. Flying with the burning torch toward a nearby pit, flames flickering occasionally as they sped through the air, they dropped their ropes, and so the torch, toward the pit. The torch missed and bounced on the ground next to the hole before teetering over the edge and falling in. The kindling at the bottom slowly caught on fire until a blaze was going at the bottom of the pit. Belissar nodded at the bees.
Well, looks like it basically worked. How was it? Anyone get burned?
The bees gave a dance indicating all was well. Belissar nodded to himself. They had succeeded then. A torch could be lit and carried by the bees. It would remain ablaze while they travelled, and so could still light the pit traps once they arrived. The delivery could use some work, but Belissar had no doubt the bees would practice that part to perfection. The point was, now that the torches could be carried safely through the air, it wouldn't matter if there were multiple shades or not. They could light up any pit a monster fell into, regardless of who or what was still around the edge. Belissar grinned. Only to remember what he was distracting himself from. Because a group of the bearfolk had just arrived back at the tower. P.O. Bear. Unbearable profits. Chief Rosuak had made her way to the sacred den once more and was currently kneeling by the shrine of bees, her eyes fixed on the sight before her. Spread out on some basic cloths were trays of golden honeycomb and several shimmering flowers. She frowned, furrowing her brow as she looked up. There stood a young man with hardly any fur save for on his head, and tiny ears of pure flesh attached to the side of his head rather than the top. He was trying, and failing, not to fidget as he waited for her response. She slowly shook her head.
I am sorry, sacred den master, but we cannot trade for these.
The young man scowled at that.
Why not? Are you saying it's not good enough?
Chief Rosuak quickly shook her head and held up her hands.
Quite the opposite. We have nothing at present that would be equal in value. We would starve ourselves if we tried.
The sacred den master froze, blinking repeatedly.
Huh?
Chief Rosuak raised an eyebrow.
Sacred den master, do you not know what it is you have brought today?
The sacred den master crossed his arms.
Mana flowers and mana honeycomb, right? I mean, I figured the mana part was special, right? But it's still just honey, right?
Chief Rosuak exchanged a glance with Metzaiti. Metzaiti's fellow hunters were not so subtle, simply balking at the sacred den master's statement. Chief Rosuak's mind raced. Leaving aside the young man's assertion that honey itself was not an exceptional luxury, any object containing this much mana was a priceless treasure, much less if it was an edible foodstuff. Such a thing could be used as is to stimulate the growth of a person's mana, which, if successful, would make them capable of deeds beyond the mundane. Beyond that, even the most minimal of processing could turn a mana-infused food into either a powerful medicine or a deadly poison. A mana flower, on the other hand, wasn't as readily useful, but was just as, if not more, valuable. It contained a more basic form of mana which would require further processing to achieve any particular effect, and thus greater knowledge and skill to put to use. But the flip side of that was that it was far more versatile and had countless potential uses in the right hands. It could be cooked into magical foods, brewed into magical potions and poisons, burned to power mighty spells, or crafted into magical artifacts. And those were just some examples that Chief Rosuak was aware of. And this mana flower in particular had no discernible attribute besides the faint nature one all plant life contained, which meant it could be used to achieve practically anything, though it would be less efficient than a flower with a more specialized attribute. But given how rare such flowers were to begin with, having a flower on hand that could work for any intended use case was beyond valuable. Which meant the Den Master's statements were either made from complete ignorance or unbelievable abundance. And Chief Rosuak needed to determine which. The Den Master presented himself as the former. He seemed deeply uncomfortable, even fearful of them, despite the fact that he held their very destiny in his hands. Not to mention the army of bee monsters flying overhead. He wore tattered clothing that was clearly patched by hand and without much skill. At first glance, he appeared more impoverished than they did, despite their long and desperate travels. But still, a part of Chief Rosuak could not help but remain wary. While every sacred Den Master was different, all of the masters she was aware of tended toward imperiousness. They were powerful figures who had been blessed by the gods and possessed mighty armies loyal only to them. Most such individuals did not hesitate to assert their authority. Those who acted humbly were the most dangerous. Crafty schemers who preferred to hide their hand and disarm with a smile. She could not completely rule out that this was all some sort of elaborate game, and that the sacred Den Master was taking their measure to adjust his schemes. On the other hand, however, this was the smallest sacred den Chief Rosuak had ever heard of, much less personally encountered. And this sacred Den Master had shown his hand. Even now, his larger monster bees flew overhead while their smaller members kept a constant watch on the camp. Thus far, his overall actions were indicative of a lack of experience as opposed to an elaborate deception. But that situation was no more comforting than the first. Perhaps even less so. For if this sacred Den Master was truly as inexperienced as he appeared, then he would be quite unpredictable, maybe even volatile. If he was this nervous just conversing with her, how much or how little would it take to make him lash out? What would he consider an insult? What would he consider a deception or betrayal? Did he truly wish for nothing from them? Or was he stockpiling his grievances until the day he would break and avenge them all? For example, Chief Rosuak could remain quiet and trade the basic seeds and tools the sacred Den Master requested in exchange for the incredible treasures he offered. She could simply state that his ignorance of their value was not her responsibility, and that she simply accepted the price he offered. She could even take advantage of his ignorance and drive a harder bargain, using the situation to gain immeasurable profit. But if she did so, and sometime later he came to understand exactly what their value was, and then came to realize that she had known from the start, how would he respond? Would he shut the doors of his tower, barring them from the blessings of his patron? Would he react in violence and rage and drive them from his lands altogether? Long had their people wandered, driven out of land after land until they were but a shadow of their former selves. They knew firsthand what the displeasure of a sacred Den Master could look like, as well as what the friendship of such a person could provide. This one was acting like frightened prey, expecting to be hunted at any moment. But even the most docile prey was dangerous when cornered, and a herbivore provoked to violence was even more aggressive than the most vicious predator. So, when a young man with the demeanor of frightened and cornered prey held the power of a sacred den, Only the most foolish of hunters would dare to provoke him. How much less when the lives and futures of her people depended on his good graces?
Sacred Den Master, what do you know of magic?
His eyes glanced about rapidly before he looked away.
Not much.
Chief Rosuak nodded and made her decision. Initially, she had intended to deal with the Sacred Den Master cordially but distantly. In truth, her people were at the end of their rope, their numbers cut to the edge of collapse, and their resources all but drained. They could not afford to continue sojourning. They needed time and a place to rest. So they would have no choice but to give in to any demands the next Sacred Den Master made of them. She had been prepared to fight such a person in the field of negotiations, to try and satisfy their desires while preserving her people's autonomy as much as she could. Such was the only way to deal with an imperious Sacred Den Master who ruled over their lands. But this Sacred Den Master was not imperious enough. Of everything she had prepared to deal with, no demand save not to harm his defenders was not a situation she had ever anticipated. And while it seemed incredibly fortunate for her people, she felt it was dangerous to leave the Sacred Den Master in his present state. If her people were to make this place their home, then they at least needed predictable reactions from the one who ruled it. They needed him to understand and protect his own interests lest they accidentally provoke him.
Then, would you like to learn?
The hunters gasped at that. Even Metzaiti was taken aback. One of the more excitable of their numbers spoke up.
Chief, you can't be serious.
She silenced him with a look before turning back to the Den Master as his face scrunched up.
The items you have offered are incredibly useful for any number of domestic arts. The only thing we possess of similar value right now are our own techniques in those arts. So, how about it?
In truth, she intended not only to teach the Sacred Den Master magic, but the art of leadership as well. Of course, success in that could mean consequences for her people. It was her intention, therefore, to establish a closer relationship with the Sacred Den Master. However, her people had embarked on their long sojourn due to such a relationship gone wrong, and would not be eager to bow to any authority. Likewise, she predicted the Sacred Den Master would recoil if such a thing were offered. So she decided to start slow and create the opportunity for further interactions. Both sides could grow more used to one another, and if she were to help the Sacred Den Master grow, she would hopefully give him a positive opinion of her people such that he would use what she taught him on their behalf. It would be risky, but the alternatives were to leave and give up the best opportunity for a homeland they would ever find, or else to walk on eggshells for the rest of their lives, hoping they would not provoke an unpredictable Sacred Den Master. Chief Rosuak would not have led her people this far if she didn't know when to take a calculated risk or two. Besides, a close relationship with the Sacred Den Master could bring a people unimaginable boons. And she felt like this Sacred Den Master would not demand unacceptable terms in response. The Sacred Den Master frowned even more, narrowing his eyes at her. She met his gaze with a smile.
I want to see what your magic looks like first.
She nodded.
Of course.
And so, Chief Rosuak decided the future of her people. She could only hope that she had chosen wisely. 41. Do you believe in magic?
Get out of here, and don't let me catch you around again!
A young boy fell back as the baker swung his fist toward his face, falling back into the dirt. He didn't know why the baker was so protective of his trash, but he wasn't going to stay around and ask. He scrambled to his feet and ran as the baker kicked at his bottom. He limped down the road, his stomach growling. His eyes stared blankly forward as he considered where else he could search for food. The other villagers scowled at him as he walked down the street, but he hardly noticed. He had come to the outskirts of town before realizing that his mind had gone blank, failing to come up with even a single idea. Tripping on a rock, he fell into the dirt and lay there, not bothering to get up. It wouldn't matter. If he couldn't come up with an idea to find food, walking around was just a waste of energy. And then, he felt something poke his back.
Boy, what are you doing there, blocking my road?
He barely turned his head to glance back. An old woman was poking him with a stick, holding a sack over her hunched shoulder. He didn't respond, but his stomach rumbled. The woman's face scrunched up, and she heaved a sigh. The boy heard a thud as the sack fell to the ground right in front of his face.
Come on, get up, will you? Help me carry that home, and I'll give you something to eat.
The boy lay there for a moment more as his mind processed the statement. Once he did, he immediately rose to his feet, grunting as he tried to lift the sack with his scrawny arms. But the thought of food pushed all others out of his mind, focusing entirely on the task that would grant it. And that was the start of the boy and the old woman's life together. Belissar frowned at Chief Rosuak's proposal. On the one hand, he had been tricked into free labor by offers of instruction before and was in no hurry to repeat those experiences. But on the other, he very much needed to learn about the mystic arts. He was a dungeon master now, with mana flowing through his body, his bees, and his tower. Learning how to put any of that into use would be immensely helpful. The chief was right in that he didn't know the value of the resources at his disposal, and he couldn't truly know until he learned the arts they were actually used for. His mind was also bringing up unhelpful memories at the moment. He didn't really want to think about them with an older woman offering to instruct him in front of him, so he tried to push them aside. Chief Rosuak wasn't anybody he knew, and it would likely lead to pain if he tried to equate them. So, he focused on the situation as logically as he could. First and foremost, he needed to confirm that the bearfolk actually could use magic or mana or whatever. He was not just going to take their word for it. Back when he was poor and helpless, he pretty much had no choice but to trust people and hope they might one day make good on their promise. But now he had plenty of food and shelter that his body didn't even require anymore, so there was no need to deal with anyone if there wasn't a confirmed benefit. Likewise, he had a monster bee army behind him if they tried to force the issue. He could afford a bit more suspicion now. But if the bear people actually could use magic, and if they would actually teach him in good faith, such a thing could dramatically improve his tower's defenses. Chief Rosuak smiled and motioned to the bees above.
Could you ask them to back off a bit? I wouldn't want any of them to get hurt.
Belissar nodded and let the soldier bees in the air know to move back a bit. About half of them flew up higher into the air, while the other half dropped down near the ground to hover next to him. Chief Rosuak then took a deep breath. Belissar could feel mana surge from within her. Holding her hand up in the air, a geometric pattern formed out of red light. With a flash, a ball of pure fire formed in its place and shot straight into the sky. It then burst into a large explosion, causing Belissar to stumble back and fall to the ground. The bees began to buzz and form a wall between him and the bear people if Chief Rosuak gave him a smile.
How was that?
Belissar squeaked out a response. That certainly fell under the magic category. The buzzing of the soldier bees shook him out of his stupefaction, however, as he watched them form into attack squadrons. With a wave, he let them know he was fine. Standing up, he dusted himself off and looked Chief Rosuak in the eyes while narrowing his own. She just kept smiling and holding his gaze until he felt awkward and glanced away. He couldn't really judge how honest she was being or not. But she clearly knew magic, and magic of a sort that would obviously assist in his tower's defense. So, if she actually did teach him something like that, perhaps Belissar wouldn't need a torch to light the pit traps. No, He might not even need the pit traps to set the shades on fire in the first place. If he could learn to do something like that, maybe the bees wouldn't need to risk themselves at all. At the very least, he would be able to fight by their side. He knew that he was no warrior. As much as he hated to let the bees die on his behalf, he knew it would not help them to put himself in front of a shade. The best he could do was trust them and honor those who fell. But that could change if he had access to magic. Belissar decided that the risk was worth taking. He looked back at Chief Rosuak again.
That's acceptable. But you come here to teach me. And, I pay you after the lessons, not before.
Chief Rosuak's smile grew, and she nodded.
Of course. Thank you, Den Master. It will be an honor. When would you like to begin?
Belissar frowned. Part of him wanted to put it off, but when he thought about it, there was no specific reason to do so. Any excuse of needing to work on his dungeon's defenses could be countered by the benefits of learning magic for those same defenses. It was just that he was feeling uncomfortable around these people. But that wouldn't change later. So, Belissar took a deep breath.
Right away, if that works for you.
Chief Rosuak nodded, then glanced over at Metzaiti.
Why don't you take the others and proceed with the hunt?
He raised an eyebrow and glanced over at the soldier bees.
Are you sure about that?
She smiled and nodded.
Oh, I'll be fine. Don't you worry about me.
Metzaiti nodded and motioned to the others.
Come on, let's go.
The others hesitated but slowly followed as Chief Rosuak waved them off. Belissar watched them as they went. A couple of the soldier bees followed his gaze and broke off to follow them at a safe distance. Then he turned to Chief Rosuak.
Do you mind if we sit?
Belissar shook his head at her question, so Chief Rosuak sat down, crossing her legs on the ground. Belissar followed suit.
All right, let's begin. First of all, are you aware of your own mana?
Belissar nodded. He had felt the warmth of the tower's mana flowing through him, as well as the mana within the honeycomb whenever he ate some. At this point, he could also feel that same warmth resting in his body. Chief Rosuak gave him a smile.
Then you have already completed the hardest part. Are you able to move it?
Belissar frowned at that. He hadn't done anything of the sort. Perhaps the Tower Lords had lied about the dangers of peasants using magic, but at the same time, Belissar had still been concerned about experimenting without any knowledge, so he hadn't attempted to interact with it. He thought about trying now, but in the end, he just shook his head. After that fire spell Chief Rosuak had displayed, he couldn't deny that magic was dangerous, and he had a possible teacher now.
Got it. Then that's where we'll start.
Chief Rosuak rose to her feet. Belissar tilted his head, but did so as well.
My master taught me a bunch of breathing exercises for this step, but I found that slow and frustrating. I find it's better to keep your body in motion. Let me teach you a couple of tricks.
What Belissar did not know was that Chief Rosuak had a unique perspective on the mystic arts, and a unique training method. One that the other bear people found difficult, such that even Metzaiti's hunters feared to learn from her. 42. Training begins. Belissar gasped for breath as he ran across the field. Collapsing to the ground before the shrine of bees, every inch of his body on fire, he slowly strained his neck to glance at Chief Rosuak.
What does...
She smiled at him.
What does physical training have to do with magic?
Belissar barely managed to nod as he lay upon the ground. Chief Rosuak snapped her fingers, creating a small wisp of fire above her hand.
I believe mana to be a part of the body like any other. So, the more you know your body, the easier it is to move the mana.
Her grin grew wide, and she bared her teeth.
And in the worst case, if you don't learn any magic, at least you learn how to fight.
Belissar frowned. He was very much wondering what he had actually agreed to, for this didn't seem like magic training at all. But he didn't know the first thing about magic, so couldn't say if Chief Rosuak's words were right or not. And, well, if she was teaching him how to fight, that could also help him defend his tower if he ever needed to step in personally. So he figured he'd stick with it a bit longer. A few hours later, Belissar collapsed into his chair in the farmhouse, every muscle in his body trembling. He was barely capable of grabbing some honeycomb to eat, but he needed to restore his strength before it was time for a purification, so he forced himself to lift up the tray and take a bite. He felt warmth flood through his body, soothing his aching muscles. Tilting his head as he focused on the sensation, he tried reaching out for the mana, but he didn't really know how to interact with it. It was clearly present within his body, but didn't respond to any muscle he could move. He shook his head and sighed.
King okay?
Niobe flew in and danced around him. He gave her a small smile.
I'm fine. Just tired.
She landed on the table before him and buzzed her wings.
Enemy?
He shook his head.
No, she's trying to help. I think. Helping me get stronger.
Niobe buzzed her wings a bit before starting a rapid dance.
Ah! Like workers when Queen needs to move.
Belissar tilted his head.
I think so.
He hadn't been aware that worker bees would train their own queens, so he'd have to take Niobe's word for it. His eyes then widened a bit.
Hey, Niobe. You used mana when you fought the Shade, right?
Yes?
Belissar grinned.
Do you think you could explain how?
Niobe began dancing rapidly again.
Okay!
From there, a long conversation unfolded. Belissar's smile soon began to droop.
Okay, twist the flow into where again?
Poison sac! Then sting like normal!
Belissar frowned.
Right. So, what do you do if you don't have a poison sac? Or a stinger?
Niobe flew about unsteadily.
No poison sac?
He shook his head.
Yeah, humans don't have those.
She hovered in place for a moment before resuming her quick dance.
Can make honey then. Concentrate into nectar.
Belissar furrowed his brow.
Right. Humans don't make honey either.
She came to a halt. Her next dance was quite a bit slower.
No poison sac? No honey?
Belissar shook his head, and Niobe halted again before beginning a very slow dance.
King is... drone?
He smirked at that.
Well, something like that.
Niobe barely moved with her next dance.
Sorry. Don't know how to help drone.
Belissar gave her a small smile and lifted his finger for her to land on, brushing her back.
It's okay. Thanks for trying. I knew this wasn't going to be easy.
It seemed like there was nothing for it but to lean into the training. Fortunately, Belissar recovered sufficiently by the end of the purification cooldown. He was once again amazed at what a tower could do for his body. Or perhaps the mana from the honeycomb had helped him heal? Either way, he found he could move again with a bit of effort, so he moved to start a campfire. He was still a bit sore, enough that he wouldn't feel confident running a torch to a pit trap. But fortunately, he wouldn't have to. The apiary soldiers stood near the campfire, their legs already holding the loops of their torches' ropes. This would be the first test of the new plan in a real setting. Belissar was a bit worried about not being able to personally intervene should something happen. But logically speaking, there wasn't much he could do if something did. The bees could handle a minor purification without any traps at all, so it should be fine even if there was an issue with the torches. So, he buried the fear in his heart and selected the option. Minor purification attempt commencing. Minor purification has begun. Remaining hostiles. 1. A minor shade appeared, alone as usual. Again, a squad of bees dove toward it as soon as it appeared and led it toward the pit trap. Nodding at the soldier bees standing behind him, they rose into the air as Belissar grabbed the torch and stuck it into the fire. Once it had caught, he pulled it out and let it go, allowing the bees to carry it on their own. They flew off through the apiary door and across the flower meadow. The torch's flame whipped about as they sped through the air, but it remained alight, and the bees flew steadily forward. In the meantime, the soldiers of the flower meadow had lured the shade into the first pit trap once again, taking up positions around its edges even as the beast was coated in mad honey at the bottom. Several squads set up to dive at any moment from any side of the pit such that they could attack if the shade began to climb out, while several more began a rotation of careful dives into the pit itself. The first group made it all the way down, as the shade was still recovering from the fall, and plunged their stingers into its back. The second pulled away when the beast began swinging its tail around the pit, and the third and beyond ceased their attacks as the shade eyed them warily. The monster eventually turned away from them and began crouching down to leap for the edge of the pit, but another squad dove toward it. It spun about instead and whipped its tail at them, but the bees had broken off the attack once the shade had abandoned its initial plans. And so the bees danced with the beast. They attacked any time it focused on the pit, and pulled away when it focused on them, using the threat of dives to interrupt any attempts to escape. The shade, alone as it was and beginning to sway from the mad honey, had no chance to climb out of the hole. Then the torch bees arrived, flying toward the pit in a straight, steady line, just above the height that the shade's breath attack could reach. They released the ropes at the same time. They had, as Belissar predicted, practiced the motion tirelessly before this, and so released with perfect timing. The torch fell directly into the center of the pit, smacking the shade on the head. Soon, the pit went up in flames. All hostiles defeated. Minor purification successful. Minor purification completed. Please select a reward. Plus 50 DP. Plus 10 max mana. Monster Bee Soldier Speed Boost. Minimal. Belissar allowed himself to smile. All had gone according to plan. The bees now weren't dependent on him to set the pit traps on fire, and multiple shades could not prevent them from doing so again. The flower meadow bees were also adapting their tactics and getting better and better at handling the monsters. And yet again, not a single bee had fallen. Belissar then stared at the rewards for a while. With a groan, he made his choice. Monster Bee Soldier Speed Boost. Minimal. Selected. He really wanted to get the max mana requirements fulfilled as soon as possible, but this boost was a bit too good to pass up. Stronger soldier bees were a priority in general, and speed in particular was possibly the most useful. Faster soldiers meant faster attacks that left less room for counterattack. It meant an easier time dodging attacks and reacting to surprises. And it meant the torch-carrying bees could arrive more quickly, and so reduce the time the soldiers needed to keep the shades in the pit. Speed was perhaps the bees' main strength and defense besides numbers, and so Belissar felt a speed boost was worth delaying the expansion by an extra day. Belissar nodded and then began stretching his body. The bees were clearly doing their best to grow, and their training efforts had shown. He figured he could show no less effort in his own training, now that he had a way to get stronger himself. And there was one other thing he could do. Once he had stretched, he jogged back to the farmhouse and gathered up some of the extra honey trays. A solid victory deserved a celebration, and he would provide it. POB. Benormous expansion. The firstborn paced about as she waited for her mana to regenerate. She knew she should conserve every bit of energy she had, but she couldn't help it. She had a lot on her mind lately. First were the newcomers. They were giants who appeared much like the king, yet they also had features her instincts warned her about, indicative of vicious threats. But the king had asked the soldiers to hold their assault, and apparently, the queen of all bees approved of their presence here, so the firstborn soldiers were holding back their stingers. Still, she could not be comfortable with the presence of outsiders in their midst. Ones who could not even dance to convey their intentions. The king could understand them, as powerful and wise as he was. But even he was wary of them. Fortunately, they had not approached the hives. The firstborn wasn't sure how to respond if they did. And now, one was pushing the king to run, and driving him to the point of exhaustion. The firstborn had been ready to strike them low, but the king apparently did not consider this a hostile act. The conduit had conferred with him and revealed that he was training. It was that news which had the firstborn pacing about. The king was training, which meant he was planning to join the fray once again. The firstborn's hopes had been dashed. Now that the army of the Flower Meadow was powerful enough to face the invader head-on, and now that the apiary soldiers could carry the flames on their own, she had hoped the king would withdraw from the fighting and remain in safety. But apparently, he was not satisfied yet. It was no mystery why, for the firstborn had been there when the queen of all bees blessed the king's memorial. She had seen the way he looked upon each of the symbols displayed there, especially those for the fallen queens of the First Dynasty, and honored her own fallen warriors, lavishing praise upon the wounded one, the one she had only continued to feed because of the king's attention. The firstborn detected the stirring of mana and turned her body. A new soldier was pushing against its cocoon and starting to emerge. Medicinal workers helped pull away the cocoon and brushed their antennas across the soldier as it stepped out of its cell. A soldier with purple hairs. Thanks to the aid of the first of the fifth, the firstborn had raised a new type of soldier. One that would have the same toxins used by the king's honey traps. Crawling over, the firstborn brushed the soldier's antennas. Her new child responded with a salute dance before marching off to join the army in their training. This was a good first step. Medicinal workers had taken over the task of tending the brood, improving the health of her hive as well as freeing up her other workers for increased foraging, and the new soldier would hopefully increase the impact of the army's attacks. But the firstborn felt it was not enough. She had made a stronger bee army, but she had not yet created the strongest bee army. She had not yet raised an army so powerful that the king could send them into battle without worry. So, she began to ponder. What more could she do? How else could she increase the strength of her armies? But think as she might, it would not be her who would come up with the next step. The first of the fifth had finally calmed down. The deception of the firstborn had caught her off guard, but it was to be expected. The firstborn was the one the king trusted with the defense of his realm. She had to be capable of at least this much. The first of the fifth had made the most of it. Passing the soldier feeding on to the fourth of the seventh had freed up a lot of honey for her. She would simply need to be careful in her future dealings to ensure she was not sent scrambling again. And, once the first of the fifth had calmed down and taken stock of the situation, she had realized this incident had borne unexpected fruit. It had given the first of the fifth a new perspective, one that helped her divine the purposes of the king. She'd realized there was a huge abundance of resources in the realm that were not being put to good use. The fourth of the seventh's move to an unoccupied section of the apiary and her subsequent growth had made the first of the fifth realize just how many flowers were left untouched by the foragers. It was, perhaps, Only natural. The bees of the apiary had only two concerns: honey production and proximity to the king. As a result, they focused entirely on the manor flowers that could produce the greatest amount of the highest quality honey and competed for the areas closest to the king's personal hive. And because of that, the first of the fifth had missed an obvious opportunity. But no more. She had conferred with the queens of the apiary, for she needed their help with this. She had set forth her plans, and now they were about to pay off. Standing before a small wax cell, she watched as a new bee, fully grown, emerged from her cocoon. She was far, far smaller than the first of the fifth or a soldier bee, yet she was larger than any of the workers now tending to her. For she was a princess, soon to be queen. Yes, the first of the fifth was starting a new hive. None of the apiary queens had thought to do so thus far, for none of them wanted more competition for manor flowers and the space around the king. But the fourth of the seventh had revealed that there was far more room to grow for those who were willing to accept less. Likewise, recent events had revealed a need for expanded honey production. The king now shared the honey of the apiary with the bees who did battle on behalf of the hive. The first of the fifth wanted to ensure there was sufficient honey of less than top quality available so that her own labor would remain at the king's table. It had been a significant expense. A single queen took even more mana than a soldier bee did, and the first of the fifth had had to imbue honey with her own mana to create the necessary royal jelly. It would have been a costly endeavor had the fourth of the seventh not accepted the burden of the soldiers. And beyond that, a queen would require drones, and that meant cooperation from other queens. None of them were ready to bear queens of their own, so the first of the fifth had been required to offer concessions in exchange for drones. Some of the other queens would now be permitted to gather from the new flower patches the king had made. The first of the fifth did not enjoy sharing the king's gifts, but it was necessary. For now, she would have her offspring utilize the space and resources that the rest of the apiary overlooked. It would be her line who fulfilled the designs of the king when he filled the entire realm with flowers. And now that the new queen had been born, the first of the fifth realized something else. As a monster bee queen, she had an innate ability to command her own brood. And contrary to her expectations, she still felt a connection with the young princess. The new queen was not exactly a member of her hive, and the connection was not as strong as with her workers. But there was a connection. The first of the fifth danced happily. The new queen would not be an additional rival, but instead a part of the first of the fifth's strength. The first of the fifth began to buzz and tremble. The king himself had made a hive of hives, and now the first of the fifth had begun to follow in his path. The young queen stood before her. The first of the fifth brushed their antennas together, commanded her to go and grow, and then assigned some workers to attend her. The young queen saluted before making her way out of the hive. And so, the first of the fifth began to build her own hive of hives. Meanwhile, workers from the fourth of the seventh caught sight of the new princess on her maiden voyage. They brought news of this to their queen, who loved to hear about all that went on outside her hive. And when those workers then went to gather from the flowers of the flower meadow, they exchanged scouting reports with the workers who lived there, intending to gather more news for their queen. The firstborn stood completely still after she heard the report. Of course. It was so obvious now. A new queen would double the number of bees born. More workers, more honey, and therefore, more soldiers. The firstborn and the other spawner queens had largely focused on the manor flowers, so there was an abundance of normal blooms available. The flower meadow could support many more hives than it currently did. The king was building a hive of hives, so it was only natural they should raise more hives of their own. It was so obvious that the firstborn had to spend quite a while pondering why exactly none of them had thought of it until now. In any case, she would have to thank the first of the fifth. Thanks to her ceaseless efforts, Yet another path had opened up for the king's army. And so, the firstborn got to work. 43. Be focused and committed. Belissar met Chief Rosuak the next morning while Metsaiti's group passed them by. He didn't say anything to them, but he did glare at the spearmen who wanted to mess with his bees. Chief Rosuak let out a sigh.
Tygak's got more courage than sense, but Metsaiti will keep him in line.
Belissar's expression didn't change.
He'd better.
Chief Rosuak shook her head before taking a look at Belissar and raising her eyebrow.
You seem to be doing well. I expected you to be in much more pain after yesterday.
Belissar glared at her, but she just smiled.
You grow the most when pushed past your limit.
He sighed and shrugged.
I recover fast.
Looking at him for a bit, she nodded.
Well, you do have a lot of mana. You ate mana honey as well.
Belissar eyed her for a bit before nodding slowly. Chief Rosuak grinned with a glint in her eye that made Belissar take a step back.
That's good to know. That's very good to know.
She began to chuckle, and Belissar felt a chill go down his spine. The training that day dramatically increased in intensity. When it was over, he barely made it back to the farmhouse, collapsing upon the bed with a groan. Niobe flew around him rapidly, but he didn't respond, so she flew out the window as fast as she could.
Ow!
A short while later, Belissar felt a sharp pain. Looking at his arm, his eyes widened.
What? Why?
A bee was stinging him. Belissar's heart pounded in his chest. He was no stranger to being stung. The non-monster bees he'd raised before didn't exactly like it when he gathered honey from their hives. But he thought that had changed after becoming a dungeon master, now that he could talk directly to them. So what had gone wrong? What had he done that they'd resorted to stinging without even talking to him? And worse, why had this little bee given her life for that purpose? Belissar's eyes moistened as he reached a trembling hand toward the bee. He would try to pull her stinger out without hurting her, but he knew that was a difficult task. Which made it all the worse that she had stung him. If she had just told him what was wrong, he would have stopped whatever he was doing. There was no need for her to sacrifice herself. The little bee pulled out her stinger without issue, with no harm done to herself. Belissar stared at her, then felt a soothing warmth spreading by the stung area. He now noticed the bee who had stung him was colored blue and had a thin, smooth stinger. One of the medicinal bees.
Oh, is this how you apply the medicine? You're trying to help me.
The little bee danced a salute, and Belissar exhaled his breath, also remembering that monster bees didn't necessarily die when they stung, now that he had calmed down. With a smile, he reached over and gently brushed the bee's back.
Thank you.
More medicinal bees were hovering around him, and Belissar nodded at them. He felt little pricks as they stung him, but now that he was paying attention, he noticed they weren't as bad as a normal sting. Looking around, he found Niobe watching, along with the queen from the nearest hive.
King okay?
Belissar smiled.
Yes, I'm better thanks to you two, I'm guessing.
Niobe wavered a bit in the air.
King hurt. Needed help.
The queen danced her agreement. Belissar held out his hand, and the two landed on it.
Thanks. I'll be fine thanks to you both.
They paused for a second before they both began a happy dance. Belissar grinned, and then lay back down on the bed, letting the medicinal workers do their thing. The next day, Chief Rosuak brought a pair of staves, and after an excruciating amount of physical training, she began to teach him how to wield a spear. Belissar raised an eyebrow at the older, hunched woman as she picked up the staff, but she twirled it around her with ease, then thrust it forward in a powerful stab that sent forth a small gust of wind. She turned to Belissar and grinned.
Oh, I'm not as frail as I look. Age is a formidable foe, but I never yield without a fight.
Belissar began to sweat. He had a feeling that the training was going to get a lot worse. He was correct. Metsaiti's crew couldn't help but stop and stare at the sacred den master the next day. The young man had been through 3 days of the chief's training, and not only did he keep coming back, but he looked no worse for wear than on the first. Even Metsaiti raised an eyebrow at that.
Have you been taking it easy on him?
Chief Rosuak smiled.
No.
Metsaiti looked to the sacred den master and straightened his back somewhat. He knew now he was facing a man of focus, commitment, and sheer grisly will, whatever his appearance or demeanor might suggest otherwise. He was unaware the sacred den master was used to doing what he was told without complaint, regardless of how unpleasant it was, and that it hadn't occurred to him that he could quit. Tygak the spearman, on the other hand, stared openly with his jaw wide open.
You're surviving the demon? Is that the power of a sacred den master?
Of course, everyone turned to look at Tygak when he shouted, and the sacred den master's eyes narrowed. Tygak took a step back and started to sweat.
Hello?
The sacred den master continued to glare.
Don't touch my bees.
Tygak gulped. Metsaiti sighed.
Told you he could hear you.
Chief Rosuak smiled as she walked up behind Tygak and placed her hand on his shoulder.
Worry not, Den Master. I'll make sure to give Tygak here some instruction. The demon will certainly whip him into shape.
Tygak's face paled. Belissar winced as he sat on the ground. His muscles ached, and he had bruises all over. Niobe and the soldier bees nearby started to hover around him before he assured them he was fine. Chief Rosuak, despite all the sparring, seemed no worse for wear. She smiled as she sat down in front of him.
Now should be a good time. Let's work on mana control.
Belissar sat up as well as he could, fixing his eyes on Chief Rosuak. This is what he was ultimately working for.
As I said, I believe mana to be a part of the body, or at least heavily intertwined with it. Your body is already subconsciously moving it around, sending it toward the parts in need of healing. Try to focus on it and feel it moving.
She grinned.
From what I've seen of you, it should be easy.
Belissar nodded and focused on himself. He could indeed feel streams of mana flowing through his body, concentrating on the sorest muscles and the worst bruises. Chief Rosuak nodded.
Looks like you found it. Now, pay attention to how the mana is moving. Try to remember that feeling and see if you can replicate it. It may help to move around your limbs to get the feel for how the flow changes.
She grinned again.
The sorer the limb, the easier the changes will be to notice.
Belissar flinched at that, but did as she suggested, moving his arm around. He winced as he felt the bruises on it once again, and then felt the mana surge slightly toward that exact area. Chief Rosuak nodded.
It looks like you've got it. We'll end our time together here for today, then. Focus on remembering that feeling for the rest of the day. Once you've healed, try to see if you can replicate it.
Belissar nodded, and the two parted ways. This time, he declined the help of the medicinal bee so he could focus on his own mana. It certainly made the rest of the night more painful, but the tower's powers were as impressive as ever, and he had made a full recovery by the next morning. As he sat up in his bed, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes.
Okay, here it goes.
Belissar tried to make his mana move like it had the previous day. His eyes shot open. The mana was now flooding into his arm where he once had a bruise. He tried to make it flow to the other arm, and it responded immediately. It was so easy, Belissar wondered why he couldn't do it before now. Niobe was just flying in to greet him, but before she did, Belissar grinned at her.
Niobe, I did it!
Did what? He held up his hand.
I moved the mana!
Niobe paused for a second, then began a rapid dance. King is best king! Niobe knew! King not useless drone! Belissar was so happy with his achievement that he didn't catch that last bit. He leapt out of his bed and ran to the entrance of the tower. Up until now, everything he had achieved had been through the bees or through the power of the tower. But now, Belissar, the former peasant, was moving mana around and about to learn some real magic. Now, he could truly say he had become something more than he had ever been. 44. Everyone be growing. Chief Rosuak raised an eyebrow. She and Belissar had just finished the physical training part for the day and had sat down to practice moving his mana.
Already?
Belissar nodded. Chief Rosuak rubbed her chin with a nod.
I suppose a sacred den master would have some advantages. Very well. Let's move on to the next step, then.
She held out her hand, and a small ball of dim light appeared.
You must learn to move your mana outside of your body, but remain in control of it.
She went on to explain how to do so. Belissar nodded and then held out his hand. He tried to move his mana once more, concentrating it in the palm of his hand before trying to push it out. A huge flash of light blinded him. Belissar cried out and fell back. Chief Rosuak, on the other hand, had already shielded her eyes and was grinning.
Happens to everyone. Yours was brighter than most, but that's to be expected.
Belissar rubbed his eyes as he sat back up. He held his palm out again, but turned his face away, which turned out to be wise, as flashes of light filled his view time and time again. Belissar sighed as he walked back to the apiary. Thanks to the large quantities of mana he could feel from the tower, the first steps of accumulating, sensing, and moving his own mana had been quite simple. This step was not. The mana did not want to leave his body, and when it did, it would do so all at once. Trying to control that burst was proving difficult. Still, it was only the first day, so Belissar tried not to get too discouraged. He was learning magic, after all. Glancing around as he stepped into the apiary, he watched the bees as they visited the nearby flowers. He had heard one of the queens had moved out here, so he wasn't surprised to see them this far from the bee houses. However, he did see something that surprised him. A second, relatively new hive was under construction. He could feel the queen inside like the others, but something felt a bit different about her.
Hey, Niobe.
Niobe flew into his vision. Yes, King? Belissar pointed at the hive.
Did another of the queens move out here?
No! New queen! Belissar's eyes widened.
A new queen?
The spawners had long since reached their maximums, and Belissar hadn't made any more recently. So there was only one way a new queen could exist.
The queens can reproduce? Have new queens as children?
Niobe flew rapidly. Yes! Belissar began to smile as a small queen bee crawled out of the hive and gave him a hesitant salute. Somehow, he had not considered that the monster bee queens could give birth to each other, but it made sense. And it would very much change his strategy. Because he checked his mana and found that it hadn't changed. He could tell now what felt different about this queen. The tower's mana flowed through the spawners and the monster bee queens. It did through this queen as well, but it felt a bit weaker than with the others. Which made sense, since the other queens had been born from the tower, while this one had been born from more normal parents. Which apparently meant she didn't require a spawner or an upkeep of mana from him. And that meant that from now on, Belissar didn't need to make any more monster bee queen spawners. The current queens could expand the bee numbers on their own, and he could subsequently devote his mana to other uses. Perhaps to more flower nodes to support the newcomers if the current flowers weren't enough. He nodded at the new queen.
Welcome, and great work. Let me know if you need anything, or if you don't have enough flowers.
She began dancing a salute as fast as she could before returning to her hive to continue setting up. Belissar grinned, then continued home in a good mood, imagining how he could grow the tower to support more bees. He looked forward to the day the tower expanded that much more. The days began to fall into a rhythm for Belissar after that. The magic practice went slowly with no discernible progress, but Chief Rosuak told him that such was normal, so he kept at it. Belissar and his bees performed minor purifications in the late afternoon, and at this point could consistently pull them off without issue. No new perks or room feature offers caught Belissar's eye, so he steadily expanded the dungeon's mana reserves, working toward the day he could attempt an expansion. But for other residents, some things did change in that time. Light died down within the hive. The 4th of the 7th shook her body, then stared down at the honeycomb, at her limbs, and at the little workers crawling around her. She had done it. She was big now. It had taken a while, but when the firstborn had learned of her intentions, she'd shared access to the mana flowers, which had dramatically sped up the process. And now she could begin to lay some soldiers of her own. Once they hatched, she could put her plan into motion. She couldn't wait. The firstborn and the other queens of the flower meadow gathered before the memorial. She felt it appropriate to meet there, a place that belonged to all the bees of the king. The place that reminded them of the sacrifices required to achieve what they had. The wounded soldier stood up and danced her salute and greeting. After the king had lavished honor and attention on her, the firstborn could not simply discard her. Yet, with her missing wings, the soldier could not participate in either the training or the battles, nor could she do much work around the hive, so both the firstborn and the soldier were at a loss for her purpose. But that had changed with the new memorial. Now the soldier stood guard at the entrance of the bee house, the hive of the fallen, where the sisters of her squad lay buried beneath. While the firstborn knew the soldier would not be capable of handling any threats, it felt appropriate somehow. A job that she couldn't justify devoting healthy bees to, and yet a job that she felt needed to be done. After greeting the soldier, she flew over to one of the monuments and paused before the symbols there. Queen 1, Spawner 1's first dynasty, and her hive of 1,018 workers. Queen 2, Spawner 1's first dynasty, and her hive of 564 workers. Queen 3, Spawner 1's first dynasty, and her hive of 186 workers. Queen 4, Spawner 1's first dynasty. The firstborn liked to remind herself that the king had built a hive of hives, and there was no better way to do that than to remind herself of those who had come before her, the queens of the first dynasty who had sacrificed everything, their children, their hives, and even their own lives. She danced her own salute before making her way to the meeting place. The other queens soon arrived, each greeting the soldier and pausing before the memorial as she had. And then, they began their conversation. The firstborn had wanted to follow the 1st of the 5th in raising a new queen, but she had run into an issue. To do so required drones, which meant the cooperation of one other queen, and the drones the 1st of the 5th had used had already perished. At first, she was going to see if the 1st of the 5th would be raising a second queen, and if they could collaborate. But she quickly realized that wasn't going to happen. The firstborn had been stunned when she realized how much mana and honey it would require to bear a queen, so she knew the first of the fifth would not be ready to bear a second one anytime soon. So instead, she gathered the queens of the flower meadow. She greeted them, then explained her plan, which was simply to follow their instincts. If all the queens released both new queens and drones at the same time, all of them could bear a new queen at once while sharing the burden of raising drones. The first queen of the first dynasty of the third spawner asked for more details. A queen and drones? How much mana, honey needed? The firstborn told them, and all the queens fell still. The fourth queen of the fourth spawner eventually began a slow dance.
My hive can't. Not enough.
The firstborn had expected as much and gave her prepared reply. We'll help. Give honey. She looked around at all the queens. We all one hive. All help when in need. One by one, the other queens gave their approval. Afterward, however, the third queen of the second spawner began to dance.
But if all spending mana and honey, we'll need cut soldiers. If all cut soldiers, army not grow?
The queens once again fell still at that. The firstborn danced her acknowledgement. Yes, but more queens mean more soldiers later. The third of the second stood still before beginning an even slower dance.
But king planning something. Something big. Need army now?
The firstborn paused at this. She had not considered that. She stood in silence for a bit. In the end, it was the first queen of the second spawner who replied. Ask Conduit. If king need army, wait until king's plan. Then try? If not, try now. The other queens began to agree. The firstborn quickly agreed as well, for that was a much wiser idea than she'd had. She, perhaps, had been a bit overexcited, but now that she thought about it, coordinating with the conduit and the king's plan was only natural. If anything, she should have done that to begin with. But that was why the queens were gathered now, and why they were a hive of hives. Even if she should miss something, another bee might notice. Then, everyone agree? The queens all danced their affirmatives, and the meeting adjourned. The firstborn sent messengers to find the conduit, and the conduit quickly sent her reply. The king was indeed planning something big. Something which would likely require a fight more dangerous than the daily assaults. It had been immensely fortunate that the firstborn had asked before enacting her plan. For now, the queens of the flower meadow could focus on soldiers until that battle came. The firstborn was left deep in thought. Had the third of the second not spoken up, she may have made a major mistake. But because they had cooperated as a hive of hives, they had found the most efficient course of action. So, she thought, perhaps the queen should get together to speak more regularly. 45. Time to be brave. And so, time passed. Belissar still hadn't managed to control his mana outside of his body yet, but today, his lack of progress did not cross his mind. No, today, Belissar had other things to consider, for he had just finished the latest purification. Selecting another 10 mana, he brought his numbers to the current values. Mana, 124 out of 300. With this latest increase, he had reached his goal. He could now conduct an expansion purification. Attempt expansion purification. Estimated purification strength. Small. Belissar hesitated at that. He did not know how strong a small purification would be, but he couldn't imagine it would be weaker than the minor purifications. It could be as strong as the initial one. Or stronger, for he didn't know what the initial purification was classified as. His bees were both capable and numerous at this point, and his traps were all stocked and prepared, but they had only been tested by the weaker shades thus far. He still didn't know if they could handle the beast from the initial purification as easily as they did its smaller kin. And if the next purification was stronger than that, then sacrifice would be inevitable, and victory would not be guaranteed at all. Belissar would almost certainly have to watch his bees fall, and could end up losing everything he had built so far. He had been so focused on reaching this point that he hadn't truly considered the risks involved. He got up from his chair and gathered some honeycomb. Making his way to the shrine of bees in the flower meadow, he placed the honeycomb in the chest and knelt in front of the statue of the god of bees. Niobe followed along quietly, as she always did.
Do you have any guidance for me? I don't want to see my bees get hurt again.
Feeling a slight warmth, he opened his eyes. The shrine was glowing slightly. The glow then faded, which allowed Belissar to catch a glimpse of another light. Turning to the side, he saw the nearby bee memorial. Both the bee house at its center and the pillars surrounding it glowed faintly. Belissar stared at the memorial for a minute before walking over, looking over the pillars and the numbers inscribed there. He saw the carved bees dancing up and down, then looked over to the bee house which held the remains of the fallen. The wounded soldier bee stood guard there and began a salute dance at his approach. The frown on Belissar's face shrank, and his body relaxed even as his eyes narrowed. The bees never hesitated to sacrifice themselves. Niobe, the workers and queens of the first dynasty of the first spawner, the soldiers who had perished in the purifications that followed, the soldier who stood before him now, and who had not once complained about her permanent crippling, and the memorial itself, which encouraged such sacrifice. Even though she had not spoken with words, Belissar knew what the god of bees was trying to say. It made sense. She was the god of bees, and bees were born to sacrifice for the hive. She would not fear those sacrifices. And, if he were to be a king of bees like they called him, neither could he. Belissar took a deep breath.
For the good of the hive, huh?
The soldier bee immediately danced a salute, and Belissar's eyes widened as the bee carvings in the memorial followed suit. Belissar looked to Niobe, his constant companion. She did not wait for his question before beginning her dance. Bees ready. King is best king. Bees follow. Belissar gave a small smile and nodded. He did not wish to see any of his bees fall. He did not wish to see his tower devastated once again. He did not want to take this risk. But he knew he must. If the tower and the hives were to grow, Belissar needed new options. New rooms, new flowers, new bee types, new perks. Now that he knew the existing queens could bear new ones, the tower's current space had started feeling small. It may not be long before all the existing flowers were claimed. As for the worst case, well, the worst case was why Belissar needed to take this risk in the first place. A shade could slay all of his bees, tear down all he had built, and corrupt his core, and that still wouldn't be the worst thing that could happen to his tower. Belissar had had a chance to rebuild and recover even from that disaster. It would be painful beyond belief if he had to do so again, but he at least knew it was possible. The Tower Lords, on the other hand, were an unknown threat. Belissar had no idea what they might be capable of, or if it would be possible for him to recover from what they could do. The risk presented by a small purification now might be dwarfed in comparison to the threat of the Tower Lords down the line. Belissar resolved himself. For the good of the hive, For the good of all the hives. They needed to take some risks now. He sent a call to the bees. To all the bees. He requested all the queens and as many of their brood as could be spared. Soon, the sound of buzzing wings grew as loud as a roaring fire. The sky and the ground turned yellow and black as bees hovered in the air or landed on the flowers below. Countless eyes looked at him as the queens flew ahead of them. Niobe took some distance from him to join them at their head. Belissar's heart constricted as he thought of subjecting them all to danger. But he forced himself to speak.
We now have an opportunity for greater growth than we've seen so far. But it comes with greater danger. We, will probably have to face a battle worse than anything we've encountered so far. I cannot guarantee that we all will survive.
He furrowed his brow as he thought of the initial purification.
I cannot even guarantee that we will win.
He paused as he looked at each and every queen. They hovered in the air, waiting for his next words.
So, I wanted to ask you all, are you ready to face the greatest challenge you have faced so far, even if you must risk death and destruction?
Belissar nearly took a step back as he was battered by the roar of buzzing wings. Every bee immediately danced a salute. All as one.
Then, I think we need to do this. For the good of the hives, and to grow strong enough to face whatever threats come later. We'll attempt the expansion purification tomorrow at the normal time. Do whatever you need to do to prepare.
The air roared with another synced salute, then exploded into motion as the bee swarm began to move. The queens raced back to their hives. The soldiers immediately began to split into squads and conduct maneuvers, and the workers spread out across every flower they could find. Belissar exhaled his breath. Niobe stayed and flew before his eyes.
King okay?
He slowly nodded.
Yes, I think bees are going to die tomorrow.
Niobe flew straight and steady.
Bees ready. Fight for hive.
Belissar nodded.
I know, but I still don't like seeing you all get hurt.
She paused for a minute before flying slowly.
When Niobe was going to die. That fine. Niobe just worker. Queen helped many. But then King helped. Saved. Gave honey.
Belissar's eyes were fixed on Niobe as she danced. She slowly began to speed up.
Niobe not even King's worker then. So, Niobe knew King best King. But King was alone. Needed workers. Needed hive.
Her wings began to buzz louder.
Then, others hurt King. Niobe couldn't help then.
She slowed down a bit.
Now, King has hive. Has workers. Now, hive protects King. Helps King.
Belissar smiled and lifted his finger. Niobe landed on it, and he gently brushed her back.
Thanks, Niobe. How about we try to protect each other from now on?
Niobe flew off his finger and began dancing rapidly.
No! King is king! Workers, soldiers, protect King!
Belissar chuckled as Niobe continued to dance. His steps were just a little bit lighter as he returned to the farmhouse for the night. Chief Rosuak lifted an eyebrow.
A break, you say?
The sacred den master nodded.
We have a big fight coming up, so I want to make sure everything's prepared.
She rubbed her chin and nodded.
I see. Is there danger approaching?
The sacred den master paused for a moment before shaking his head.
I don't think so. Not unless you saw something on the way here.
The chief shook her head, and the sacred den master continued.
It's more. I have to do this to expand the tower.
Chief Rosuak nodded. She didn't know many details of a sacred den's inner workings, but that made sense, given what little she saw.
I see. In that case, it is wise to prepare for battle. Should I return tomorrow?
The sacred den master paused again.
Maybe. I, might be busy.
Chief Rosuak gave him an encouraging smile.
How about I check in the day after to see how things are going, and we can decide our future schedule from there?
The den master nodded.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Nodding, the chief turned to Metsaiti and his hunters.
Let's all take a break then.
The other hunters began to complain, but Metsaiti just nodded and told them to pack it up. Soon they were walking with Chief Rosuak back to their camp.
Metsaiti,
Yes, Chief.
take your hunters and scout the underway. I'll make sure everyone is prepared.
Metsaiti nodded.
Right away.
The other hunters, bless their hearts, just looked confused. Fortunately, Metsaiti had caught on and took them ahead. Chief Rosuak let out a sigh. She had heard tales of sacred dens falling. It was rare, but it did happen. The sacred den master was clearly anxious, or rather, more anxious than normal, as far as she could tell. If he was attempting something big, then the risks would be big as well. She considered offering assistance for a brief moment before burying that idea. Her people were teetering on the edge of a knife as they were. The situation would already be extremely grim if they had to pack up and continue their sojourn now. If the sacred den master lost his fight, they might have to do just that, and would need every advantage possible to survive. So, if they lost any of their hunters to injury or death trying to help, it could mean the death of them all. The sacred den master, for his part, did not seem to trust them yet. He had not even told them his name, nor made any attempt to engage with the hunters passing by him every day. He hardly spoke to Chief Rosuak outside of their lessons. It did not seem to occur to him to even request their help, which was fortunate, since she could not offer that help. As much as she wished to keep this sacred den around, their relationship was not close enough to risk everything on it. So, she would prepare for the worst. She turned back toward the tower and bowed her head, lifting a small prayer up to both the god of bees and her own patron.
Best of luck to you, sacred den master. I sincerely hope to meet you again.
P.O.B. Prepare the bee fences! The firstborn scrambled to the next soldier cell as her mana filled back to the minimum necessary. A part of her longed to join her soldiers, to see her army's preparations firsthand. But she quashed such feelings, for such was not her role. The king had spoken, and had appeared as solemn as the day she was born, just after the fall of the first dynasty. Not even when he had honored the fallen from her hive had he appeared so. It was obvious that this had been a decision he made only with great deliberation, and perhaps resignation. Such was the nature of the danger they would soon face. The truest test of her army. A threat on the scale of the one that had ended the first dynasty. Or perhaps even greater. The firstborn would like to believe she was ready, but doubt still crept into her mind. The king was preparing for a bloodbath. There was a risk of loss with every purification, but this time, the king seemed to be expecting deaths. Such was the purpose of her army. Neither the firstborn nor a single one of her soldiers would hesitate to give their lives for the sake of the king. Yet still, the firstborn was troubled. She no longer wished for mere victory. She wished for perfection. The strongest army that could win any fight without grieving her king. To see the king as she saw him today was perhaps her greatest failure yet. Proof that as strong as her army was, it could not yet avoid troubling the king. That falling, as the first dynasty had before, was still a very real possibility. Unfortunately, there was little the firstborn could do about that for this battle. The time was upon them. The soldiers she laid now would not be ready in time for the fight. The queens of the flower meadow were not striving to grow their numbers, but to replenish them if the battle turned out as bloody as the king feared. So, she allowed her heart to burn. She would trust that her warriors would carry the day tomorrow, whatever the cost. And then, she would do all in her power to cut that cost and ease the king's burden. After laying her next egg, she rested right next to the cell, willing her mana to regenerate that much faster. A soldier bee sat at the entrance of the memorial's bee house. She watched as her sisters flew in the distance, practicing as many different maneuvers as they could think of, preparing for as many different scenarios as they could. She could not help but beat her single remaining pair of wings, but without the other pair, she would never fly again. The king had preserved her life right when she was about to leave her hive in a final exile. She believed it had to be for a reason, and that reason was beginning to take shape. She now had a job as the guardian of the fallen, the one who looked after the home of her sisters who had sacrificed for the hive and the king. Yet still, now that the eve of battle had arrived, her questions returned as well. Was this truly all that was left for her? Was this truly worth the continued support of her queen and her worker sisters? Would she truly never join her sisters in battle again? Was she truly doomed to remain here even as the sisters of her squad passed on? Was this all the king had preserved her for? There was no one to answer her questions, nor would she ever ask them. She would not dare take the time of even a single worker. After all, she contributed the least to the hive of any bee within the king's realm, despite having received many gifts from the king himself. So, she was left alone with her thoughts as everyone else prepared. The first of the fifth watched as her workers scrambled. The sound of buzzing filled the air as her workers fanned their wings in sync, creating an air current across the latest batch of honey. The first of the fifth's mana surged and touched that of the honey. She knew then that the honey in tray 3 was drying faster than expected, so she could reallocate some of those workers to the mana processing chain. She brushed antennas with the nearest workers, sending them to relay orders to that effect. Her mana surged through them, and they instinctually responded to her touch, renewing their efforts as the balance of workers shifted. A great battle was coming, greater than any within her lifetime. That meant the firstborn would have a great opportunity to gain the king's favor through the victory and sacrifices of her soldiers. That was a field the first of the fifth could not compete on. So she wouldn't. Instead, she would utilize her strengths to remind everyone of who she was and the critical service she provided for the king. She would ensure that she could not be forgotten even in the midst of the firstborn's moment. And that meant honey. Lots and lots of honey. She followed the workers as they transferred from tray 3 to the entrance, where her workers were assembled into large lines. Foragers arrived at the entrance and landed in front of designated lines, passing the nectar in their honey crops to the first workers in the chain. The workers then began blowing the nectar into bubbles while cycling their mana through it, starting the process of converting it into honey while also imbuing it with mana. They then passed it to the second row, where a large strip of greenish-blue interrupted the yellow lines. The first of the fifth was not merely producing honey. A great battle was coming, and the king was expecting blood. And unlike the firstborn, the first of the fifth could address the king's concern directly through the creation of healing herb honey. She would prepare vast stockpiles in order to heal as many of the future wounded as she could. reducing the sacrifices required of the flower meadow queens. She would become a balm for the king, and would turn the flower meadow sacrifice into her own triumph. But the nectar she'd gathered from the healing herbs was not enough, not least of all because she had allowed the other queens access to it in return for producing drones. So, the first of the fifth did the unspeakable. She mixed the honeys. She combined her rigorously categorized products into a single amalgam where quality could not be guaranteed. She turned her hive to brute mass production and focused on expanding the healing honey stockpile as much as possible. The first step of doing so was to have the medicinal workers participate in the honey processing. The workers could produce the same healing compounds as the herbs, and so could imbue any nectar they processed with a bit of it. Of course, diluting the healing compounds by mixing the honeys also reduced its potency, which was why the first of the fifth was also mixing the nectar of mundane blooms with that of the manna flowers. The additional mana from that precious nectar resonated with the scarce healing compounds from the healing herbs and boosted their effects, allowing a much lower concentration to reach the same level of effectiveness. Combined with the additional compounds from the medicinal workers, she was able to produce acceptably effective healing herb honey even though the majority of the nectar came from other flowers. She would not dare serve such shoddy honey to the king, but it was sufficient to heal the wounds of the soldiers. And nothing, not even her own pride in her honey quality, would prevent the first of the fifth from being of service to the king. For that was what it meant to be the most favored queen. Even the fourth of the seventh had been stirred to action by the words of the king. She had not the strength of the firstborn, for her first soldiers hadn't even hatched yet. She could not produce even a fraction of the honey the first of the fifth could, even if she had been blessed with a magical hive like the best of the apiary queens. But she still did all that she could. The workers she sent to the flower meadow to forage were redirected to the flower meadow hives, dropping off their nectar to the queens that would do battle. The workers gathering from the apiary nearby offered their nectar to the first of the fifth. The first of the fifth would normally reject such an offer, but today she accepted the nectar, to the fourth of the seventh's surprise. And then she sent some of her workers to the newest queen, the first of the fifth's child. The first of the fifth had loaned some workers to help her out at first, but had recalled them in the current time of need. The fourth of the seventh was the closest queen, and she didn't seem to have as urgent a task as the first of the fifth, so she figured she could lend a hand. Her workers said the new queen danced a gratitude dance like they'd never seen before. She wished she could have seen it, but that would have to wait. There was work to be done, and not a bee in the realm would rest for even a moment until it was finished. Belissar himself spent the time reviewing the traps. He moved some of them about, such as placing one of the honey traps by the door to the apiary. It would spray its honey just before a shade reached the pit awaiting there, hopefully knocking them off balance so they would stumble into the hole. He set up a couple of traps like that, then double-checked the kindling and firewood at the bottom of each pit and refreshed them as needed. He wove a couple more rope torches for the bees to carry, and double-checked that the campfire in the apiary was ready to go on a moment's notice. He then went ahead and added more traps, as many as his current mana could buy. He figured that would make more sense than monster spawners, given they wouldn't have time to reach their spawn limit, and he also needed to keep his mana for after the new choices came in. Traps could be removed once they were no longer needed, but spawners would keep hold of the mana for each monster they spawned. And there was no world where Belissar even thought of getting rid of bees to reclaim some mana. And so, everyone in the tower prepared themselves for the fight to come as the purification cooldown slowly ticked down. 46. First Expansion Purification. Yellow and black covered the sky, with the occasional purple interspersed here and there. Flowers swayed in the wind generated by rapidly beating wings as the bee army assembled into its formations and squadrons, deploying around the tower entrance. A handful of Mad Honey soldiers joined their ranks, ready to fight alongside their sisters. The worker bees retreated to their hives. There, they assembled into formations of their own, ready to fly out should the worst come to pass. The queen stood at the entrances, trying to see the soldiers in the distance as best they could. A roaring flame crackled at the front of the apiary. Several squads of soldiers stood nearby, their legs already holding the loops of their ropes. They would be ready to light their torches and fly at a moment's notice. Belissar stood next to them with his woodcutting axe beside him. Niobe hovered nearby. Attempt expansion purification. Estimated purification strength. Small. Belissar took a deep breath and then spoke, sending his intentions to all his bees.
Here we go.
Expansion purification attempt commencing. By this point, the flow of the tower's mana had faded into the background for Belissar, but it was still there. It permeated every inch of the tower and beyond. Trace amounts of mana flowed through the surrounding area, condensing again when it came into contact with the hunger at the edges. But now, Belissar could clearly feel that flow once again. His body began to heat up as the tower's mana burned, the currents growing rapid and intense. It began to pour into the surrounding area, racing across the fields and trees and past the camp of the bearfolk. Then, it hit the edge, where the hunger awaited. Belissar shivered as the cold of the hunger responded in kind, creeping back along the trails of mana. As it approached the center, the gates of the tower swung open once more.
Everyone, get ready! Here it comes!
The hunger soon grew visible at the edges of the gate, an amorphous black mist spreading across the empty air. Soon, it covered the entrance entirely, appearing as it had when Belissar had first opened the gate. A high-pitched screech cut through the air. Belissar winced as the noise stabbed into his mind, and soon, something began to emerge from the mist. But it was not a paw. Not this time. Belissar's eyes widened as the shade began to emerge from the top of the gate rather than the bottom. A long beak, longer than Belissar's arm, came first, with sharp teeth sticking out from both top and bottom. A big head emerged next, with 5 glowing red eyes arranged in a tight circle right in the center. 2 wings spread out across the length of the gateway, and small bolts of black lightning leapt across the shade's body. Razor-sharp claws that appeared more like daggers tipped its feet. The shade beat its wings, remaining aloft as it hovered above the ground. It opened its beak, revealing rows and rows of teeth, and then let out another high-pitched screech. Expansion purification has begun. Remaining hostiles. 1. Belissar felt a chill go down his spine. He couldn't help but shout,
Watch out! It can fly!
Unfortunately, he was a bit too late. The first squad of soldiers began diving the moment the shade started taking shape, but they had been positioned for a target on the ground and had not reached full speed by the time they reached the beast. The shade swung its wings and pulled its body back, and the bees passed right before it. With a snap of its jaws, the first bee of the day fell. Belissar gritted his teeth. The rest of the soldiers reacted immediately. Several close squads began to fly in while the rest pulled up. The close squads couldn't gain the speed for an attack dive, so instead ran interference for the first squad, flying in but preparing to take evasive action once the beast turned its attention toward them. In the meantime, the rest of the bees tried to gain altitude and set up higher speed dives. The shade snapped at the bees around it, but now that the nimble bees were focused on dodging, they managed to evade its beak. 2 of them even managed to get behind the creature and sting its back. The beast screeched again. Belissar held his breath as the close-range bees danced around the shade while 2 of the squads above began to dive. It seemed that beyond their initial surprise, they were still faring well. The shade might be able to fly, but its large size meant it couldn't outmaneuver the agile bees in close combat. It snapped its jaws again, but bit only air as the target soldier suddenly changed direction, and yet another bee landed a sting on its back. But then, the shade looked up into the sky and saw the bees above, including the 2 squads on approach. Lifting its wings up as high as they would go, it then pushed off, the wind from its wings blowing away the closest bees, which spun in the air as they tried to right themselves. It shot up toward the bees overhead with frightening speed. The bees in its path began to scatter, but the diving squads weren't so fortunate. The shade slammed into them as they tried to kill their momentum and turn away, snapping up 2 of them in its jaws. 1 perished immediately. But not the second. The second began to glow and continued moving despite being impaled by the creature's teeth, channeling her mana into her stinger and driving it into the shade's shoulder. A moment later, the glow around her body faded, and she, too, was torn apart, leaving her stinger embedded in the shade. The beast screeched again. The rest of the bees began to fly around the monster, trying to encircle it, but the creature beat its wings and shot into the sky faster than any of the soldiers could follow. Its eyes glowed as it looked down on the bees climbing after it, then tucked in its wings as it twisted its body, beginning a dive even faster than its climb. Again, the bees were forced to scatter. 2 more soldiers failed to do so and ended up in the shade's jaw. It bit down on them and swung its beak to toss them away before any survivors could strike again. The other bees tried to entrap it once more, but the beast was climbing again before they could catch it. It began to prepare itself for another dive. Belissar's heart leapt to his throat as his grip on his axe tightened. They were losing. His tower had nothing to deal with a flying foe that could outrun the bees. There was nothing but clear, open skies up above. His mind raced as he tried to think of something to do, but nothing came to mind. As a human on the ground, he was helpless against a flying enemy. He had no ranged weapons to even attempt to help. No bows, no javelins, not even a sling. He stared at his hand and gritted his teeth. Maybe, if he had learned magic successfully, he could have done something. But he had not, and so he had no choice but to hope his bees could find a solution. One of the soldiers began to dance, and the others saluted before rearranging themselves as the beast began to dive once more. And as it approached, the bees compressed together, as close as they could fly. They did not scatter, instead flying toward the shade and its beak. The shade could not pull out of its dive at this point, so it dove forward instead, chomping down with its beak. 3 soldiers were caught in its jaws. But at the same time, 5 more right next to them were not, instead crashing into the monster. One was struck by the side of its beak and knocked away. Another was blown down by the shade's wing. But the other 3 landed on the monster's back and belly, and immediately stuck their stingers into it. The shade screeched, but this time, the bees didn't bother flying away. They clung to the beast and stung it over and over again. The monster reached down and snapped up the one on its belly with its beak, but she responded by just stinging the bottom of its head. It screeched and released her, though she tumbled from the air due to her wounds. And of course, the rest of the bees had not been idle in the midst of all this. The shade had come to a stop as it tried to deal with the bees clinging to it, so taking advantage, the other soldiers began flying toward it at maximum speed. The monster could not even remove the 2 bees on its back. If more could begin piling on, they could overwhelm it. They could bring it down. They could win. Belissar held his breath. Suddenly, the air began to crackle. Black lightning began to surge and coat the beast. It struck the bees on its back, and soon they fell off, smoke and lightning clinging to their bodies. The shade then spread its wings wide and screeched as loud as it could. A wave of black lightning surged in all directions. The closest bees were struck, either falling from the sky or twitching in the air, while the rest were forced to fall back. And the shade didn't miss that chance. Even before Belissar could react to the horror before his eyes, the monster beat its wings. And this time, it did not fly up. No. This time, it flew forward, shooting through the sky away from the cloud of soldier bees, and straight toward the door to the apiary. 47. Broken, not beaten. Belissar gasped as his mind caught up to the scene before him. The shade was soaring across the flower meadow, flying at about the height of the trees as it raced toward the apiary door. And the flying shade, of course, ignored every single pit and sticky honey trap Belissar had placed. Not a single one of his preparations would slow the shade down in the slightest. The soldier bees raced after it, the air buzzing as they beat their wings as fast as they could go. But the sheer size difference between their wings and the shade's meant they couldn't match its top speed. Now that it had gotten ahead of them, they wouldn't catch it. Belissar's mind went blank, and his expression slowly twisted as he realized there was nothing to stop the shade from reaching the end of the flower meadow. It could tear the meadow hives to shreds before their soldiers arrived to defend them. It could continue on straight into the apiary and attack him or the bee houses behind him. It could even keep going and fly straight into the core room. Niobe frantically danced commands in the air while Belissar remained stunned, and the soldier bees from the apiary spawners began to assemble. But the soldier bee spawners capped out at 15 each, and there were only 2 of them. The small force of 30 soldiers seemed paltry in comparison to the shade heading toward them. But Belissar couldn't think of anything else to do. He wasn't even sure if he should do anything, or if he should run and tell the bees to hide. Maybe the shade would target the core, and some of them could survive. Either way, he was too late. The shade was fast approaching the entrance and did not divert its course. It would fly into the apiary, and into Belissar, within moments. Niobe was frantically dancing in front of him, but he didn't notice. There was nothing and no one between him and its snapping beak. Save one. The little head of a soldier bee popped up above one of the memorial pillars, the one closest to the entrance. One single soldier bee with a missing pair of wings climbed to the top of the pillar. The wounded soldier watched carefully as the shade approached, tensing her legs. She waited for her moment and leapt off the pillar. She beat her last remaining wings as she glided through the air, willing herself to go even a little bit faster, hoping that she had timed her single chance correctly. And she had. She was on a direct collision course with the shade's back, so she spun about as best she could and extended her stinger forward, filling it with mana. The beast screeched as the stinger plunged into its back. Since it had not seen any bees flying overhead, it had not anticipated being attacked from above. As a result, it dipped down, an instinctual motion to move away from the sudden assault. And as a result of that, it came just barely within range of the sticky honey trap Belissar had placed on the ground by the apiary entrance. A plume of honey erupted into the air as the trap triggered and bathed the shade as it flew by, and the monster found its wings coated in sticky, damp, thick honey. It quickly lost lift and crashed into the ground. The wounded soldier continued to sting the shade, and she wasn't alone. The firstborn had leapt into action, leading her workers into battle. She arrived and dealt a sting of her own to the beast's back. She may not have had the strength of the soldiers, but the large queen had quite the reserve of mana she could push into her attacks. A cloud of worker bees swarmed over the shade as well, making up for their tiny size with raw numbers as they dealt 1,000 stings at once. The shade shook as it tried to escape, but the sticky honey held its wings to the ground, and the bees on its back were out of range of both its beak and claws. So instead, it took a deep breath. The firstborn's antennas twitched as she felt the gathering manna. She quickly flew off the shade's back, her workers following. A surge of black lightning coated the beast and began to burn at the honey. Thanks to the firstborn's quick actions, all the bees managed to escape the attack. Save for one. The wounded soldier convulsed as she was covered in black lightning.
No!
A shout filled the flower meadow. Before he even knew it, Belissar had rushed out of the apiary with his axe held high. He brought it down and struck the shade's head, who screeched as it slammed into the ground. The lightning stopped surging and began to fade. King! Niobe flew after him and straight toward the beast. Her abdomen glowed bright with mana, and the shade screeched again as she stung it. The apiary soldiers came after, landing on the monster, dealing stings of their own. With the lightning gone, the firstborn and her workers resumed their attack as well, and they were soon joined by the other queens and workers of the flower meadow. Shortly afterward, the fastest of the meadow soldiers began to catch up and join in while Belissar continued striking the shade's head over and over with his axe.
Don't touch my bees!
Over and over the axe fell. The monster struggled at first, but the sheer number of bee stings had taken their toll, and it was unable to retaliate. Soon it was unable to move at all, and its head fell against the ground as Belissar continued to strike it. He didn't stop until the shade burst into a cloud of black mist and his axe dug into the ground.
All hostiles defeated. Expansion purification.
Belissar ignored the message, as well as the growing heat of the tower's mana, as he rushed forward. Kneeling on the ground, he slowly picked up the fallen soldier bee. Her chitin was charred, her legs, antennae, and remaining wings twitching now and then. Bits of black lightning danced across her on occasion, causing Belissar's hands to go numb, but he ignored that as well. She was still alive, if barely. Belissar quickly turned his head toward Niobe.
Get some healing honey, quick!
Niobe flew off toward the apiary as the queens of the flower meadow rushed to check their honey stockpiles. Belissar gritted his teeth as he held the soldier bee, his mind racing as he tried to think of a way to help her.
Don't die on me!
Her antennas twitched faintly at his words. He felt her mana stir, trying to repair her body. She had more than the average soldier bee, but it was quickly fading. He narrowed his eyes, then stirred up his own mana.
Come on! Come on!
Taking one of his hands, he moved it away from the bee, trying to condense his mana above it. He didn't want a blast of mana to hit her if he failed, but if he could just condense his mana externally, maybe he could give her some of his own. He didn't know if that would actually help, but he felt he had to do something. The mana burst into light, and Belissar snarled.
Come on! Work already!
He willed with all his heart for his mana to obey his command. And as he did, the nearby shrine of bees began to glow. Belissar didn't notice as both he and the soldier took on a similar glow.
Yes!
The mana released from his body but did not explode beyond its control. Instead of a burst of white light, it condensed into a small ball of yellow light above his hand, which began to stretch into lines. It formed hexagonal patterns reminiscent of honeycomb, then flashed. The yellow light began to condense further into a ball, becoming more and more solid until it soon became a shimmering yellow liquid. It became honey. Belissar had no idea what was happening, and he didn't care, bringing the ball of floating, glowing honey to the soldier bee's face. She slowly extended her proboscis and began to drink. The wounded soldier had been satisfied. Despite her injuries, she had been able to join the battle. She had been able to strike a blow against the invader and ensure victory for the hive. For a soldier bee, there was no greater joy than that. Though she would perish, she would gladly join the sisters of her former squad who had gone before her. She was no longer ashamed to have endured, to have spent the resources of the hive on a soldier who could no longer fight. Until she heard the words of the king.
Don't die on me!
For her, that was enough. The command of the king was absolute, for her above all. She only lived to this day by the will of the king. Her life was his to end. And so she fought back, stirring up her mana and trying to purge the enemy's attack from her battered body. But it wouldn't be enough. She would fail the king's final command to her. Until suddenly, she was bathed in the warmth of the king's mana. A ball of honey appeared before her, brighter, sweeter, and more beautiful than any she had ever seen. She began reaching out before stopping herself. She wanted it, more than anything. But was she truly permitted such a thing? She, a mere crippled soldier. But the king's mana filled her with warmth, as well as another's. Reaching out, she began to drink. Warm mana flowed through her body and began to burn, heat scorching her as the mana attempted to heal her wounds. She trembled as the black lightning resisted, surging through her once again. So she began to beat her remaining wings and move her body, rubbing her legs and hairs together as best she could. She filled them with mana as the movements began to create the tiny lightnings that workers used to help gather pollen. The tiny lightnings began to carry her mana and the mana granted to her from the honey, and it joined with the black lightning surging across her chitin. Soon, the lightning began to change color. Black became black and yellow as she warred with it for control. But the black lightning's source was long gone, and she was filled with more and more mana every moment, and soon, she was coated in golden lightning only. Moving about it, she began searching for a place to put it so it would stop harming her body and the king. And she found one. An empty void which both her mana and her mind wanted filled. The yellow lightning condensed and gathered together along her back, then extended out before looping around. It formed a long curve that grew wider the further it got, with smaller bolts zigzagging across the interior. A pair of wings formed of yellow lightning now extended from her back, replacing what she had lost. And then, the remaining mana within her flowed to her wounds, which began to heal. 48. Befitting growth. Tears welled up in Belissar's eyes as he looked down at the bee in his hands. The lightning had changed color and turned into a pair of wings. He had no idea what had happened, but the important part was that the bee was going to be okay. Her body was no longer twitching, and she was still alive. He could feel her mana growing stronger by the second. She slowly began to move around and climbed up his arm to rest on his shoulder. Belissar smiled and laughed as he wiped his eyes with his free hand. It was only one out of all the bees who had died that day so far, but he had saved at least that one from death. And hopefully, she wouldn't be the only. He placed her down as the medicinal bees began to arrive and pour over her, brushing her with their antennas and mana. Niobe returned with an army of worker bees from the apiary, each carrying cells filled with healing herb honey. He nodded at her, then turned to the army arriving from the front.
Gather up the wounded. We're going to take care of them all.
But as he spoke, Niobe suddenly began to glow. Belissar's eyes widened.
Niobe!
A moment later, she was covered in light so bright Belissar had to shield his eyes. As Belissar was moving to help the wounded bees, Chief Rosuak and her people were gathered by the entrance to the underway. Soon, though, she heard the perimeter scouts begin to shout, and she turned her head in the direction of the sacred den. She could see a bright light shining from that direction, even with all the trees between them and its entrance, then felt a wave of mana pass them by. Even those without mana of their own glanced around from the slight warmth. She smiled, even when for her it felt more like a roaring flame.
I guess I was worried for nothing. Well done, sacred den master.
She motioned to her people to return to their home. Belissar lowered his hand as the light faded, and then his jaw dropped. A soldier bee now flew where Niobe had once been. A soldier bee with a missing antenna.
Niobe?
The soldier began dancing.
Yes, King?
Belissar let out his breath. If Niobe was fine, he could deal with whatever had happened later. Like he would with those messages trying to distract him, or those intense currents of burning hot mana rushing through the tower and beyond. Right now, he had bees to heal. The first wounded soldier crawled back on his shoulder right before he was about to set out.
You should stay and rest.
She began a slow but firm dance, as quick as she could. Can help. Others need. Belissar frowned, but he had no time to argue the point, so he decided to bring her. He guessed at the end of the day her resting on his shoulder wasn't all that different from resting on the ground or in her hive. And even if it wasn't, she was right that the others needed help as quickly as he could provide it. So he set off with her riding along. Medicinal workers were guiding hurt soldiers to cells full of healing herb honey, lightly jabbing them with their thin stingers on occasion. More soldier bees came and went, carrying their injured sisters to the medicinal workers. Meanwhile, others led Belissar to the most heavily wounded, those who could not be moved at all. He did the magic honey thing his mana had done for the first soldier, filling them with mana in hopes of stabilizing them. Some made it. For others, the mana honey simply seemed to ease their pain as they passed. Belissar teared up each time that happened, but kept moving to the next one who needed his help. As for the soldier on his shoulder, he quickly learned why she had wanted to come. They found other bees who had been burned by the first lightning surge, still twitching as jolts of black lightning occasionally arced across their bodies. Whenever they came upon them, the soldier bee climbed down his arm. Then, one by one, she crawled to the wounded and brushed them with her golden wing. Soon, the black lightning arcing from their bodies turned yellow as well, after which Belissar's honey could heal their wounds. They worked hard until every bee who could be saved was stabilized, and every bee who could not was accounted for. After that, everyone gathered by the memorial. All those who were wounded stood on the bee house, while the rest hovered in the skies around. One by one, Belissar placed the remains of the fallen inside the memorial, and new words appeared on the pillars as the bee carvings danced. When it was done, Belissar took a step back and lowered his head.
Thank you for your sacrifices. We won today because of you.
Niobe led the bees in their solemn dance once more. The wounded soldiers joined in as they were able, and the bee carvings followed suit. Belissar watched as the shrine of bees and the memorial itself began to glow faintly. Today had been a victory, but at a great cost. 12 soldier bees had perished, and another 15 had received wounds to varying degrees, mostly due to lightning burns. Belissar thought he had done all he could to prepare, but the shade had defied all of his expectations, and the bees had paid the price. In fact, Had it not been for the wounded soldier's attack at precisely the right time and place to trigger a honey trap, they likely would not have won at all. He himself might have died, and he didn't know if he'd come back or what would happen to the tower if he didn't. He was reminded once again that he had a long way to go as a dungeon master. His defenses may have been impressive compared to the wolf-like minor shades, but they fell apart immediately against a new kind of foe. But, though Belissar's heart ached at the thought of all the bees who had perished, this time, he did not regret it. This exact scenario was what he had been worried about when he'd made the decision to expand. His tower had not been prepared for a flying enemy that could channel lightning. They couldn't have been. More queens, more flowers of the types he had, and more soldier bees would not have changed the outcome today. The pit traps and the fires he had prepared had been entirely useless. And most of all, he couldn't have known the threat he was facing before he started the purification. His tower and his bees needed more options to deal with future threats, including ones he couldn't predict ahead of time. And thanks to the courage and sacrifice of the bees, they had gained just that. Expansion successful. Reward. Floor limit increased to 2. Receive 1 perk choice and 2 random reward choices. But he would deal with that a bit later. Soon, the dance came to a close, and Belissar gave a smile.
Let's celebrate. Today, we won thanks to you all.
The air exploded into motion as thousands of bees began to zip about, and Belissar brought out as many trays of honey as he had. Even the mad honey trays, which apparently didn't poison the bees. Workers buzzed around and brought honey to the soldiers while countless bees of many different hives danced together and brushed each other's antennas. Belissar looked over to the apiary queens and nodded at them with a smile.
Thanks for making all that honey for this.
The apiary queens danced happily at his thanks. Belissar felt a bit of the ache in his chest fade as he watched the bees all around him. This was why he didn't regret his decisions. The bees themselves were full of nothing but joy tonight. The wounded no less than the healthy. They didn't mind the sacrifices, and they didn't fear death or pain. So, Belissar would honor that courage and celebrate what they had achieved. He would still do what he could to minimize the sacrifices, but would not run from them if they were necessary. And he would bring ruin upon those who caused them. At that point, Niobe flew over to him, carrying a chunk of honeycomb with her new, larger body. King! King should eat too! He smiled and held his hand out. Niobe placed the honeycomb in it.
Thanks, Niobe.
Taking a bite, he held out his other hand. Niobe landed in it, barely fitting now. He then held out the honeycomb for her, and she drank from it. He grinned as her wings fluttered. The celebrations continued even as the sun went down. 49. Bemusing choices. The next day, as Belissar woke up, he looked around for Niobe. He frowned when he didn't find her, then paused as he saw a soldier bee hanging around his bed. He rubbed his eyes as she shook herself and began to fly before him. King! His eyes widened as he caught sight of her antenna and remembered what had happened the night before. He smiled.
Good morning, Niobe.
He now remembered that she had grown dramatically. He had wondered about that at first, but put it aside to treat the wounded, honor the fallen, and then celebrate the victory. But now that he thought about it, he guessed it made sense. Niobe was listed as the conduit, and so was connected more deeply to the tower than any of the other bees, Belissar guessed. So perhaps she would grow as the tower did? In any case, Belissar figured it was a good thing, and moved on to the next order of business. It was time to take stock of the tower's growth. The tower had grown another floor, becoming a 2-story structure. It now achieved the bare minimum to be called a tower in the first place, though it was still shorter than the surrounding trees. Belissar thought for a moment if he should keep calling it a tower at all, especially since he refused to call himself a tower lord. The bear people called it a sacred den, while the tower's own status referred to it as a dungeon. But at the same time, Belissar thought Tower of the Gods was still an appropriate name, given the role of the god of bees in all of this. He shrugged and moved on as he rose from the bed and grabbed some honeycomb to eat. He had bigger things than the name to think about. Dungeon status. Patron. God of bees. Floors. 1. Rooms 2 out of 2. 2. Rooms. 0 out of 2. Available mana. 0 out of 300. DP. 664. Available monster types. Monster Bee Queen. Monster Bee Soldier. Available room types. Flower Meadow. Apiary. Available room features. Basic Pit Trap. Sticky Honey Trap. Basic Resource Plants. Bee Memorial. Limit Reached. Core Corruption. 0%. Dungeon Master. Belissar. Dungeon Conduit. Niobe. Perks. Blessing of Bees. Bee Breeder. Monster Bee Soldier Strength Boost. Minimal. Monster Bee Soldier Speed Boost. Minimal. Current missions. Help 10 challenges receive full blessings. 1 perk choice and 2 random reward choices available. And now, for the moment of truth. Belissar opened up the new rewards from the latest purification. Please select a perk. Monster Bee Soldier Defense Boost. Small. Rarity. Common. Cross-pollination. Rarity. Uncommon. Boosted Bee Houses. Rarity. Uncommon. The Soldier Bee defense boost was pretty straightforward, so Belissar focused on the other 2 perks. Cross-pollination. May grow hybrids of dungeon plants. Rate of hybridization improves with pollinator-type monsters. Belissar rubbed his chin. The description was a little vague for his tastes, but he knew of farmers who tried to grow new and better versions of their crops. Mostly because they would yell at him because his bees were contaminating their prized crops or some other nonsense like that. Belissar would have liked to see how their prized crops grew without his bees. He shook his head to rid himself of currently irrelevant memories. The point was, this perk would probably let him get new and improved plants, which meant more flowers for his bees. And bees were the best pollinators that Belissar knew, so the perk would work nicely in an all-bee tower. Still, the benefits of that weren't specifically defined, so there was a bit of a risk with that choice, unlike with the next perk. Boosted Bee Houses. Beehive features produce honeycomb 10 times faster and can store +1 maximum products. The bee houses were making at least 1 honeycomb a day, sometimes more. So a 10% increase meant... After about 10 minutes of trying to make numbers with the honey that had dripped on the table, Belissar gave up on figuring out the exact amount and settled on the conclusion that this perk meant more honey. More honey was good. Chief Rosuak had even claimed that honey was priceless. So priceless that they couldn't trade for it, even though Belissar had no idea what to do with it besides sticky traps and meals. So, those were his options. Tougher soldier bees, maybe new flowers, or more honey. Belissar wasn't going to decide right this second, however, as he still had 2 more choices to review. He figured what he chose for one might affect his choices for the other, so it would be best to check all of them before deciding on any one. He definitely wasn't just putting off the decision. Please select a reward. Uncommon room choice. At least one uncommon or better option. Uncommon room feature choice. At least one uncommon or better option. Plus 100 max mana. Belissar clasped his hands together, rested his elbows on the table, and held his hands in front of his mouth. So now he had a choice of choices. Or he could pick more mana. He had 2 of such rewards, but apparently he could only pick one at a time. Would they offer the same selection? Or would what he could choose change each time? He would apparently have to pick his choice before he could find out. Belissar sat there for a moment before deciding he'd make this pick now, at least. A choice of choices was too vague to inform his choice of perks. And he could at least rule out the max mana option. He could get 10 mana a day from the minor purifications, so it didn't seem worth giving up new options. New options were, after all, the point of having risked an expansion in the first place. So that meant a new room type or a new room feature. He apparently now had a second floor, which had 2 room slots he could fill. The question was, did he want to put something new there? Or would he rather add more flower meadows and apiaries, and then add something new to those? What would help his tower and the bees the most? For once, Belissar was able to decide. Uncommon room choice selected. Please select a room. Auctioned. Rarity. Uncommon. Type. Nature. Resource. Hedge maze. Rarity. Common. Type. Nature. Labyrinth. Dirt tunnels. Rarity. Common. Type. Ground. Labyrinth. He'd made his decision thanks to the latest purification. Neither the flower meadow nor the apiary had anything that could help his bees deal with a flying enemy. And maybe it was because he lacked knowledge, but he couldn't imagine what sort of room feature might help them do so. A lot of the ones he had seen weren't battle-oriented at all, even. Belissar guessed a new room would offer more options than a room feature. Not to mention that with the resource plants feature, a new room might offer new flower types for his bees. It just seemed an altogether better choice to him. And if the next reward selection was the same, he could always just pick room feature then. His previous room choices had included a forest or dirt tunnels, either of which could have helped with the latest purification. Trees may have made it harder for the shade to use its speed, since it wouldn't have been able to fly in a straight line. Even if it had gotten above the canopy, at least it wouldn't have been able to see and target the bees underneath. And if Belissar could place sticky honey traps on the trees themselves, then maybe the bees could have driven the beast into one more easily. Dirt tunnels, on the other hand, may have prevented the shade from flying at all, though that mobility restriction would have also applied to the bees. In any case, it was now time for him to review the available rooms. Auctioned. Type. Nature. Resource. Innate features. Fruit trees. Mana upkeep. 10. A farm dedicated to fruit-bearing trees. Decent for nature-type monsters and features. Excellent for resource production. Orchards were a natural companion for apiaries, at least outside of towers. Belissar figured that wouldn't be much different here. An orchard would presumably come with fruit-bearing trees, which of course meant more flowers that his bees could gather from. Additionally, they would provide more resources that he could trade with the bear people, assuming the fruit produced wasn't also some sort of priceless magical treasure that was. On the other hand, however, an orchard may not assist as much with the defense. Belissar didn't know how dense the trees would be, but he guessed they wouldn't be as tightly packed as in a forest. So would it offer anything more than the flower meadow or apiary in that respect? Especially compared to the other choices. Hedge maze. Type. Nature. Labyrinth. Innate features. None. Mana upkeep. 5. A maze made of tall, dense hedges. Beware of ambush by root and branch. Excellent for nature-type monsters and features. A maze made of tall bushes would be an excellent battleground for his bees. They could hide within the branches or fly over the maze to attack at will. And, depending on what sort of bushes the hedges were, maybe the maze would even produce flowers the bees could gather from. But such an environment had downsides as well. If the roof of the maze was open to his bees, then it might be open to a flying shade as well. In which case, the hedge maze wouldn't be much better than the rooms he already had against such an opponent. And, even considering a ground-based beast, a tight, restricted maze might work against his bees, like when the wolf shades in the pit had used the close environment to defend themselves. Although, thinking of the pit trap, would it be possible to set the entire hedge on fire? That could be a powerful defense if so, though it would mean none of his bees could set up their hives there. It was something to consider, at least. Dirt tunnels. Type. Ground. Labyrinth. Innate features. None. Mana upkeep. 5. A network of tunnels dug directly into the ground. Soft walls mean new tunnels may be dug by defenders and invaders alike, and that plants and fungus may take root with ease. Excellent environment for ground-type monsters and features. Finally, there were the dirt tunnels he had seen before. These didn't have many special features, but did have 2 notable advantages over all the other options. One was that they were underground, with no open sky. While that would work against his bees if they faced ground-based enemies, it would help them immensely against another flying shade that could outrun them in the air. The other advantage was that the bear people had come from underground and brought with them crops, and even flowers they had gathered there. At the present moment, Belissar couldn't use any of them, as he had no place to put them. But that might change with this room. Likewise, if he were to acquire some monsters who could operate in the dirt tunnels, they could also scout the tunnels the bear people had come from. His current bees couldn't see well enough in the dark to venture down there at the moment. Of course, that meant they would also have trouble fighting in the dirt tunnels should he choose that option. He would be all but forced to acquire a new monster type if he wanted to make use of that environment, which might come back to bite him if the next reward choice didn't include monsters. And that meant it was time to pick the next reward. 50. Befuddled. Please select a reward. Common perk choice. Uncommon room feature choice. At least one uncommon or better option. Uncommon monster choice. At least one uncommon or better option. So it turned out the second round of choices wouldn't be the same after all. That was fortunate in this case, since this set included monsters. Or Belissar could go with the feature choice, but he was pretty certain of his decision this time. Traps were powerful in the right circumstances, but weren't particularly flexible. At the end of the day, it would be his bees facing the enemy when all else failed. Please select a monster. Monster Bee Captain. Rarity. Uncommon. Type. Bee. Monster Bee Sprayer. Rarity. Uncommon. Type. Bee. Monster Mason Bee. Rarity. Common. Type. Bee. Ground. Belissar couldn't help but groan. Unfortunately, monster digger bees, the option he was secretly hoping for, had not appeared this time. If they had, he could have selected them to go with dirt tunnels, as well as to scout the tunnel used by the bear people. But he was not so fortunate, and he had now learned that choices would not necessarily repeat themselves. He could not make plans based on something he had seen before. which meant he now needed to make plans based on a bunch of new choices. Monster Bee Captain. Vitality. Minimal. Strength. Minor. Speed. Average. Magic. Minor. Defense. Minor. Resistance. Minimal. Special. Minor. Notable skills. Poison Sting. Death Blow. Brood Offspring. Brood Commander. Evolves from Monster Bee Soldier. A monster bee soldier specialized in command. More intelligent than normal and able to command and buff squads of soldier bees. Not much stronger than a normal soldier, but a key part in improving the sophistication and coordination of the hive. In addition to existing monster bee soldiers evolving, a few monster bee soldiers may be born as captains. If born from a monster bee queen, may relay commands from her. Monster Bee Sprayer. Vitality. Minimal. Strength. Minimal. Speed. Average. Magic. Minor. Defense. Minimal. Resistance. Minimal. Special. Small. Notable skills. Toxic Spray. Death Burst. Brood Offspring. Evolves from Monster Bee Soldier. This Monster Bee Soldier has evolved a deadlier venom that can affect a target through exterior contact. It has replaced its stinger with a paw capable of spraying its venom at range, making it dangerous at a distance. It gives up some of its strength, bulk, and its stinger in exchange. In addition to existing Monster Bee soldiers evolving, a few Monster Bee soldiers may be born as sprayers. Monster Mason Bee. Vitality. Minimal plus. Strength. Minimal plus. Speed. Average. Magic. Minimal. Defense. Minimal. Resistance. Minimal. Special. Minimal. Notable skills. Poison Sting. Mud Pack. A mason bee who has accumulated enough ground mana to become something more. Capable of forming mud and other chewable materials into basic structures. Belissar frowned and rubbed his chin. Maybe the mason bees would be able to see in the dark? They also mentioned ground mana like the digger bees did. The problem was that Belissar wasn't sure of that. Additionally, the mason bees were regular-sized and were not a brood offspring that the monster bee queens could lay eggs for. The captains and the sprayers, on the other hand, would improve his existing hives and give them new options. The bees had already shown how much they could improve with training, so how much might they improve if they had dedicated leaders? Or how powerful would the army become with sprayers that could attack from a distance? A dangerous shade like the first big wolf or the lightning bird might be a lot easier to handle if they could poison it without ever putting a bee in danger. But neither of those options would be any more capable of operating in the dirt tunnels than his current bees. If he was going to go with one of those, he would need to rethink selecting dirt tunnels, as he would have no bees specialized for that environment. And he would have no new ways of gathering information about his surroundings. He could feel the hunger at the edge of the expanded territory, so it seemed he hadn't made contact with any other towers above ground, but there was still the underground path to deal with. Just how exactly was he supposed to figure out what was down there? Belissar froze. He had an idea. A simple, straightforward idea. An idea so simple and straightforward he had to wonder why exactly it had taken him until now to think about it. Why didn't he just ask the bearfolk? The people who had already traveled through that very tunnel he was worried about. He took a deep breath as he felt his heart begin to pound. No, he knew why he hadn't thought of it. Because up until now, he hadn't trusted them. How could he? The number of people he had ever trusted could be counted on one hand, and all three of them were dead. Every other person he had ever met had either deceived him, stolen from him, hurt him, or ignored him entirely. He had no desire to rely on anyone other than his bees and his patron god. But now, he had no choice. If he wanted to know what was beyond the influence of his tower, if he wanted to know exactly how close the closest tower lord was, he had no choice but to ask the bear people, wait for the next monster choice, or hope that mason bees could operate underground. And, if he put aside his beating heart and thought about it, it was a better idea to ask the bear folk regardless. Better to find out how worried he should be and then choose his next monster rather than the other way around. He took another deep breath. He didn't want to ask these people anything more than he had to. But if he thought about it, they had been different from the villagers and the tower lords so far. They had agreed to his requests. They had not touched his bees. And Chief Rosuak had taught him magic. Holding out his hand, his mana coalesced in the air, forming the honeycomb pattern and then a floating sphere of honey. Chief Rosuak had not lied to him. It was thanks to her instructions that he'd gained this ability. It was thanks to her that he'd managed to save the wounded soldiers. Maybe, just maybe, he could trust them, if only a little. Belissar felt his heart beat calm after that. Taking one last deep breath, he let the tension leave his body while he exhaled. He owed Chief Rosuak some honeycomb and mana flowers just as payment for the training. He owed her more when he considered that she had saved the life of his bees with her teachings. He was still wary, but he felt he could trust her with a question like this. After all, the bear people were living here now too. It would make sense for them to warn him of any impending danger, right? Belissar got up with a grunt and started to gather some honeycomb and flowers. It was time to do what he should have done a while ago. Unfortunately for Belissar, Chief Rosuak had specifically agreed not to come to his tower for the next few days. That had made sense when Belissar had originally planned to expand his tower before resuming the magic lessons. But now, he needed to speak with her before expanding his tower, so he had no choice but to go to her. Gathering up his things, he made his way out of the tower. Niobe followed, along with a good bunch of soldier bees. He had to admit he did feel a lot better when they came with him. He traveled toward the bear folks' camp, along the small trail they had cut when visiting his tower. Soon, he arrived and found them making camp. They were setting up their tents and getting a fire started. Belissar tilted his head at that, since he thought they had done all that the first day they arrived. Belissar's own arrival did not go unnoticed. The bear folk began to back away, eyeing the monster bees hovering overhead. A few of them even grabbed weapons. Belissar nearly backed away at that. Fortunately for both parties, Chief Rosuak made her appearance and gave him a smile.
Sacred Den Master, it is good to see you. Congratulations on your victory.
Belissar raised an eyebrow, but then realized she'd probably noticed the hunger being pushed back and determined he had succeeded that way. So he nodded.
Thank you.
Her smile grew.
Of course. Now, how may we help you? It's an honor that you've come all this way to visit us.
Belissar held up a sack.
I owe you. And, I have some questions, if you don't mind.
Chief Rosuak's eyes widened just a bit before her smile recovered.
I see. Why don't we find a comfortable spot to sit?
Belissar nodded. Chief Rosuak gave some instructions, and the other bear people returned to their business, putting away their weapons as well. The chief then walked out alone and pointed to the edge of the clearing. There were a couple of tree stumps over there where the bear folk had recently cleared some of the trees. Belissar followed, and the two sat down. 51. A very important question. Belissar handed over the sack to Chief Rosuak.
Here.
The chief took the sack.
Thank you.
Opening it up, she double-checked the contents, then gave him a smile.
Does this mean you were successful?
Belissar nodded, holding out his hand. His mana condensed and formed into honey once again. Chief Rosuak's eyes widened. Then she smiled again.
Well done. This is the fastest I've ever seen someone pick up magic.
Belissar felt his face warm and scratched at his cheek.
Oh, thanks. I think it's because of the tower. And, thanks to your help.
Chief Rosuak nodded.
I and the sacred den may have helped, but you put in the work to make it happen. Don't discount your own efforts.
Belissar looked away before taking a deep breath. He didn't really know how to respond to that, so he simply didn't.
I had some other questions for you.
She nodded.
Of course. How may I help you?
Belissar glanced over to the hole in the ground.
You, came from beyond my tower, right? I wanted to know what's out there.
Chief Rosuak hummed and rubbed her chin.
I don't mind speaking of our journey, but was there something specific you wanted to know?
He slowly nodded.
I need to know if there are more tower lords. Or, you call them sacred den masters, right? Yeah, if there are more of those. Except, like me. And calling themselves tower lords.
Chief Rosuak gave him a smile.
So, more sacred den masters who call themselves tower lords and appear more similar to yourself, as opposed to us?
Belissar nodded as he felt his cheeks grow warm again.
Yes, that.
Chief Rosuak rubbed her chin again. She sat in silence for a moment before beginning to speak.
My people were driven from their homes when I was still a young lady. Most of our records and history were lost or destroyed. What we managed to pass on has faded as well, as our journeys took their toll on the people that knew them. But I can say from what stories remain and what I have personally seen that I have not seen anyone like you before. I know every people has their own name for the sacred dens and their masters, but I have not heard the name Tower Lord before.
She gave him a smile.
It does make sense, though, given their appearance.
Belissar gave a hesitant smile at that. Then Chief Rosuak continued.
There are legends of lands far to the east and to the west where peoples with less fur live. But to us, they were little more than myths and legends. Until I met you, I had found little evidence of such things.
Belissar rubbed his chin.
So, they're really far away?
Chief Rosuak shrugged.
As for actual distance, I cannot say. Only that my people have never recorded meeting them that I can recall.
Belissar fell from his seat and groaned. Chief Rosuak tilted her head.
Are you all right, sacred den master?
He groaned one more time.
Fine, just... I've been worried about something that's not going to happen anytime soon.
Chief Rosuak rubbed her chin.
Not a fan of your own sacred den masters, huh? Well, I don't think you were wrong to prepare.
Belissar sat back up.
Huh? What do you mean?
Her face turned serious, and she made eye contact with him. Belissar wanted to look away, but managed to hold her gaze, if barely.
My people passed through many dangers to arrive here. Savage peoples, deadly monsters, and sacred den masters who were not as kind as yourself, on top of the ever-present threat of the hunger. It is wise to gather your strength.
Belissar frowned.
Anything close by? How long do we have to prepare?
Chief Rosuak shook her head and waved her hands.
Nothing in the immediate future. The last sacred den master was far away. That's why we had to travel the underway for quite some time. We aren't under any imminent threat so long as you can hold back the hunger.
She made eye contact again and smiled.
Just keep in mind that you should not neglect the growth of your defenses, and you should be fine.
Belissar exhaled his breath before nodding his head. Chief Rosuak waved to the sacred den master as he left their camp. Once he was gone, she immediately frowned and began rubbing her chin. The sacred den master had advanced more quickly than she had ever imagined he would. She had thought it would take him weeks at minimum to learn how to move his mana around his own body, then weeks more to do so out in the open. That should have given her a month or two at the bare minimum to warm him up to herself and her people, and impart a lesson or two on leadership. She held up her finger and created a small flame, then waved her fingers about, causing the flame to dance between them. The problem was that the mana manipulation steps were the only steps she could really teach him. She had not learned magic as some sort of formal trade. No one among her people had. Not since they had lost their home. What she had was the blessing of the god of fire, which, once she'd had the requisite control over her mana, granted her an innate ability to manipulate her patron's domain. She had assumed, rightly, that the sacred den master would have a similar blessing from his sacred den's patron and would automatically learn that patron's magic once he managed to manipulate his own mana. Which meant that at this point, she no longer had anything specific to teach him. She could share her experiences exploring her blessing, but the blessing of each god was mysterious and unique. She couldn't truly say she knew how her own magic worked, and so could not teach him to use fire as she did. Nor did she have any idea on how the god of bees' magic might work, or how he should develop it. She heaved a sigh. She knew sacred den masters possessed great magical powers, so she supposed she should have expected this. Would a person who had the power of a sacred den flowing through their body struggle to move their own mana? Perhaps she had underestimated the boy due to his apparent age and demeanor. So the question was, what would she do now? She also needed to consider the sacred den master's concerns. He had seemed worried, fearful even, of the ones he called tower lords. She had to assume such individuals to be on the worse end of sacred den masters from the way this one spoke of them and how relieved he seemed that she hadn't encountered any. If a sacred den master was worried about them, then they were certainly a threat to her people. And finally, she needed to consider what the sacred den master himself was capable of. He had his bee army, had picked up magic in about a week, and had emerged victorious from his recent fight. Opening the sack, she gazed once more upon the golden honeycomb shimmering inside, as well as the lightly glowing mana flower. He also had some incredible resources available that could dramatically improve the capabilities of her people. Even now, 10 of their number were working on receiving blessings from his patron. If they could be fed a diet of mana-infused food as well, then they would put Metsaiti to shame. There might even be a hunter who could surpass her in her prime. And what if the entire next generation was raised on food such as this? If her entire people were one day capable of using mana like herself? Such a people would not fear any challenge whatsoever. But all of that was contingent on establishing a good, cooperative relationship with the den master, who was still quite wary of them, and she had just lost her main reason for consistent interactions with him. But Chief Rosuak hadn't led her people this far for nothing, so she started to come up with some ideas, including one that had nothing to do with her people at all. She glanced around. There was no one around her, All of her people focused on their work at present. No one seemed to need her right this second, and no one was watching her. She glanced down at the sack in her hand and frowned at the golden sight within. She knew she shouldn't. She was old, and she already had solid mana reserves. She didn't need it. This was a priceless treasure, and it was her duty as chief to utilize it in a manner that would best benefit her people. She glanced around once more.
Well, just a taste wouldn't hurt.
After all, it had been her effort that earned this. She deserved this much at the very least. Reaching down, she scraped a bit of the honey onto her finger and quickly brought it to her lips. She soon discovered that just a taste could hurt after all. Because now she would do anything to get another. She was just fortunate that no one happened to be nearby, lest she lose her dignity as the chief. 52. Council and Deliberation. Belissar stood in silence in front of the bee memorial, gazing up at the names on the pillar. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He had panicked at the thought of meeting the Tower Lords. He could still remember the smell of smoke and blood from that day. He could still hear the screams of people he had known his entire life as the soldiers cut them down. He could still feel the pain from when the arrow had pierced his back. He reached to scratch at the spot, though he couldn't reach the exact place. He had rushed in his panic, and bees had died as a result. If he had spoken with the bear people from the very start, he would have learned that he had plenty of time. The bear folk hadn't even heard of humans, much less Tower Lords. Who knew how long it would be before he met one again, or if he ever would? So, was there a reason for those bees to have died? Did he truly need to grow as quickly as he had? Couldn't he have waited? Couldn't he have learned magic first, then participated in the fight directly? Or maybe traded with the bear people for one of their bows, now that he remembered they had archers? Couldn't he have done more? He opened his eyes and reached up to touch the names. But as he did, the bee carvings moved, and one of them flew as if to land on his finger. His eyes widened, his heart bursting in his chest as his vision began to blur. He rubbed his eyes before glancing over to the bee house as he heard a crackling noise. He saw the wounded soldier there, staring up her manor. A pair of wings made of yellow lightning appeared on her back. She tried to swing them around like she did her original wings, though she did not manage to take flight. Belissar took another deep breath and closed his eyes once again. Right. He reminded himself once again that the bees did not regret their sacrifice. In the case of the soldiers, fighting and, if necessary, dying for the hive was what they were born to do. And though the cost was high, the tower and the bees had grown through this. If Belissar looked up into the skies of the flower meadow, he could see the soldier bees practicing new movements and formations in response to the latest battle. He could look down to the flowers where countless workers continued their tireless gathering. If he used his tower sight to look to the apiary, he could watch the newest queen building her hive, with workers from a nearby one offering to assist her. He couldn't change the past. He couldn't fix mistakes he had already made. All he could do was do better in the future. The battle had been fought. The bees had fallen. The rewards had been gained. All Belissar could do now was ensure that it was worth the cost. That was his duty as their king. He stepped back from the memorial and glanced around until he found Niobe. Hey, Niobe. Can you ask the queens when would be a good time to meet? I'd like to speak with them, though I don't want to interrupt their work.
Okay.
Belissar watched as Niobe flew off. He decided first things first. He wouldn't act alone. He had missed critical information by ignoring the bear people when he'd rushed to prepare for the Tower Lords. At the very least, he wanted to see what his bees thought of their home. The first of the fifth didn't even wait for the conduit to finish her dance. She rushed out of her hive and soared through the air. The king was calling for her. He desired her counsel. She immediately dropped everything to rush to his side, and then froze in the air. The firstborn and her council of brutish queens were already there, surrounding the king, likely filling his head with all sorts of nonsense. She nearly charged at them. And worse, she saw the fourth of the seventh and her own kin. The queen she had borne, along with all the other queens of the apiary. She had been the last to arrive. A betrayal most foul. But she calmed herself. No, this was better, wasn't it? If she thought about it, the queens that arrived first had to wait for those who would come later. They had to waste their time while she would lose none at all. If she thought about it that way, it absolutely made sense the conduit had told her last. It was proof that her time was the most valuable of all. Surely. But as she pondered, the king laid eyes upon her. He smiled with the warmth of the sun, a face as inviting like the petals of a flower.
There you are. We've been waiting for you.
The words rocked the first of the fifth to the core, and she forgot all else that was occurring around her. Belissar stood surrounded by queens and scratched the back of his head. The queens were the most important members of their hives, for the hives would not exist without them. Yet every single one had dropped everything they were doing and immediately rushed over to him. He had hoped to schedule this for a time he wouldn't interrupt, but at this point he couldn't say he was surprised by this turn of events. Any time he had spoken, the bees had responded to his requests immediately and without complaint. It was clear they regarded him extremely highly and took his words as absolute. All the more reason for him to get better at this job. Opening his mouth, he paused. He closed it and rubbed his chin. He was going to start by laying out the choices and asking the queens what they thought, but Niobe had answered that question often enough that he could predict exactly what they were going to say. "Whatever king chooses," was endearing, but it was not what he wanted to hear today. So he took a moment to think about how exactly he should approach this.
The tower is about to grow. I, want to hear from you all. What do you think the tower needs? Or, what would you want to do your job better if you could have anything?
Belissar smirked as a lot of, "Whatever king chooses," dances started. Well, he wasn't exactly good at leading just yet, so he figured he wouldn't get his point across right away. But to his surprise, there was one bee who hadn't joined in the dances. One bee who stood still, and then slowly started to move. The firstborn was about to join the others in affirming the king's authority. The king had built this entire land before they'd even been born. He could create entire fields. He could grow mana flowers in an instant. He could build grand constructions, the likes of which they couldn't imagine. He bent destructive infernos to his will and set them upon their enemies. All the other bees acknowledged the wisdom of the king and indicated as much with their dances. After all, what was the opinion of a mere queen in the face of such power? Could anything she imagined add even the tiniest bit to the wisdom of the king? How could she contribute to plans on a scale she couldn't comprehend? Especially her, for she had failed. Her army's latest performance had put all the hives and even the king himself at risk. She had failed in the one task the king had entrusted her with. The one task she had expended all of her efforts for. She had proven less than all of the other queens. She did not even deserve to be a part of the hive of hives. So what worth was there in her opinion? But something caused the firstborn to hesitate. For after everything, she could not get this wrong as well. Such thoughts were obvious. And so, surely the king had thought of them as well. Surely he knew how far the depths of his wisdom outstripped their own. And yet, he had asked them anyway. He had requested their opinions, their desires. She thought of her own meeting with the queens of the flower meadow. How a queen younger than herself had brought up a concern she hadn't thought of. She thought of the first of the fifth, whose efforts had revealed paths the firstborn had never dreamed of. She thought of the hive of hives the king was building. The king wanted to know their thoughts. Not because they were worth anything, and not because he needed their help to design his grand plans, but because they might be different. Their very limitations may force them to face concerns the king never would, not in spite of, but because of his overwhelming power and wisdom. And perhaps she, who seemed to have even more limits than most, might be best positioned to understand them. So the firstborn thought about his question. What did she think the hive of hives needed? What was she lacking? What did she need to fulfill her own role within it? What could resolve her failures? And then, slowly, she began to dance. The king fixed his eyes upon her, as well as all the other bees. She nearly stopped. How terrible would it be if she were wrong? If, after everything, she dared to question the plans and wisdom of the king. But she was the firstborn. She had resolved to defend the lands of the king. She aimed to build the greatest army bee-kind had ever seen. She had failed at that, but not in her desire to see it done with or without her. So, she pressed onward and spoke her mind. Belissar watched as the largest of the queens gave an answer. Army not strong enough. He smiled. It was a simple answer, but it was an answer. Indeed, the soldier bee army had weaknesses that needed to be addressed.
Can you think of anything which might help fix that?
The queen stood still for a while before slowly beginning another dance.
More soldiers. Bigger soldiers. Need queen that can raise. Need better queen.
Belissar rubbed his chin and nodded. A moment later, another queen, the largest from the apiary, flew in front of him and began a dance of her own.
More flowers. More nectar means more bees. New bees.
Belissar nodded at that.
That's a good point. Those medicinal bees really helped.
All the bees had frozen at this point, but soon they slowly began to dance.
More flowers is good.
Soldiers should be tougher.
Should be faster.
Manna flowers best. More palaces.
Soon each of the queens was dancing their own dance. Some of them even began conversing with each other. Belissar nodded as he tried to take in all of their suggestions. Slowly, ideas began to form in his mind, and he couldn't help but grin. He knew asking the bees was the right choice. Belissar listened for a while until he had a good idea of the queen's general opinions. After that, he cleared his throat, and the dancing soon died down. Every bee fixed their eyes on him, and he smiled.
Thank you, everyone. I think I have a good idea on what to do now. Feel free to head back to whatever you were doing. Or you can stay if you want. Whatever you feel like.
A thunderous buzzing accompanied the joint salute of all the queens before they began to return to their hives. Well, almost all. One of them tried to stay, but was dragged away by her workers. Belissar chuckled, then rubbed his chin one more time as he started to walk back to the apiary, and then to the core room. At first, he had been largely committed to the idea of dirt tunnels. Neither the hedge maze nor the orchard seemed like it would help against the flying shade, while the dirt tunnels undoubtedly would. But now, his conversations with Chief Rosuak and the queens had changed his perspective. The queens had had much to say. some had asked for more flowers, others for stronger soldiers, and others still for bee houses. But none of them had asked for more traps or terrain that would restrict the shades. Belissar had realized at that point that he had been focusing mostly on the latest monster and how to defeat it. But was that the right way to go about things? Which was more important, defeating shades or supporting his bees? Again, Belissar remembered that he had defeated the first beast as a beekeeper, not as a tower lord or dungeon master or sacred den master or whatever else. Perhaps defeating shades would have been the correct priority if the tower lords were coming for him. However, he had confirmed with Chief Rosuak that they were nowhere nearby. He would have plenty of time to prepare for them, assuming he ever met one again at all. And in that regard, promoting the growth of his bees was the top priority. It was the soldier bee army who ultimately dealt with the shades. It was the honey traps who had caught the flying monster in the end. It was the god of bees who blessed his tower. Besides, thinking about the latest beast might prove to be a trap. In fact, it already had. The reason this shade had dealt as much damage as it had was that Belissar's tower was over-prepared for the monsters that had come before it. There was no guarantee that the next creature would be anything like either the wolf shades or the bird, so making choices solely to defeat the flying beast might not help at all against the next foe. So, Belissar changed his line of thinking. He decided that rather than trying to restrict the shades, he would choose whatever would help his bees the most. His bees growing stronger and more versatile would give them more options the next time a shade surprised them. Not to mention it would make him, the bees, and maybe even the god of bees happy. With that in mind, Belissar made his first choice. Orchard is now available. The orchard did the most for his bees out of the available rooms. It gave them more flowers to gather from and more trees to make hives on. What's more, Belissar guessed that resource plant nodes would do something different in the orchard than they did in the flower meadow or the apiary. An orchard would probably have trees rather than flowers, right? Still, while the nectar from fruit trees would allow for different types of honey, he didn't imagine it would be different enough to result in new kinds of bees like the healing herbs or poison flowers had. Which was why he made his next choice. Cross-pollination selected. This perk was a bit of a risk, but Belissar felt it was worth it. More flower types meant more options for his bees, and this perk would grant that. And if the orchard unlocked new plant types entirely, then it would combine nicely with this perk. Plus, the bearfolk had given him underground crops he couldn't utilize at the moment. He'd thought of taking dirt tunnels for that purpose, but even if he had, would his bees have been able to gather nectar from them if he didn't have an underground specialized bee? So he'd gone with the orchard, which his bees would definitely be able to use, and would try to figure something else out for the new plants. Maybe they could grow at the bottom of a pit trap, or he could try to dig a hole? If so, then maybe cross-pollination might work between the underground plants and the regular flowers and give him something his bees could gather from above ground. Of course, none of those options helped the bees fight directly, which informed Belissar's last choice. Monster Bee Sprayer now available. Monster Bee soldiers may now evolve into Monster Bee Sprayers. Some Monster Bee soldiers will now spawn as Monster Bee Sprayers. Mason bees would give him a new type of bee separate from the queens who would not be directly useful in combat, so he'd ruled them out. Of the remaining two, he figured sprayers were the better option. Sprayers gave the army entirely new options for attack, while captains just seemed to make them better at what they already did. Besides, in Belissar's admittedly inexperienced opinion, his bees were already pretty smart. They seemed to adjust their strategies and formations after each battle already, so as far as Belissar knew, it seemed like they were already doing what captains were supposed to do. In any case, the sprayers definitely did something his current soldiers could not, and would help with foes his soldiers couldn't get close to. With his choices selected, Belissar could now get to work rearranging his tower. The first thing he did was remove most of the traps he'd placed before the expansion purification. He even cut down on the number of traps from before then. He originally had 19 pit traps and sticky honey combos placed around the meadow and the apiary, but that had proven to be excessive. He decided to cut it down to an even 10, with an additional 5 sticky traps placed above ground. All that brought his current mana total to 138 out of 300 available for his new rooms. Now that he had a second floor, he could place another 2 rooms. Belissar had arrived back in the core room at this stage, so he placed his hand upon the orb and got right to it. First things first, he would place an orchard. He wanted to see exactly how the new room functioned and what options it unlocked for him, especially with the new perk. He would determine what to do with the 4th available room after that. Once again, a map of his whole tower appeared within the core, and a transparent image of an orchard floated above the apiary. A door formed on the edge of the apiary leading to a large staircase that connected to the new room. Belissar found he could also move the orchard down, which automatically made the apiary move above it. He rubbed his chin as he considered how he should rearrange the space. With a nod, he moved the orchard in between the flower meadow and the apiary, moving the apiary up to the 2nd floor. He figured it should be the furthest back because he wanted to keep the bee houses and beehives there safe. The queens there focused on honey production and had few soldiers, so it was best to keep them away from the fight. He also hoped that the orchard, by its very definition, would have more trees than the other 2 rooms. That could be useful for setting up defenses, since the trees would provide obstacles for both air and ground-based shades. Maybe he could use them to make a walled path to a pit trap like he originally wanted to do in the flower meadow. Belissar thought about putting the orchard first for that reason, but its ultimate purpose was to give his bees fruit trees to gather from, so he didn't want to move it too far away from the apiary. Although, the memorial, which was becoming the gathering place for his tower, was in the flower meadow, so maybe it would make sense to keep that in the middle? Besides, there were already hives in the flower meadow, so if they had to retreat to the orchard, those hives would be left vulnerable if the flower meadow came first. Belissar began to rub his chin and groan a bit. And here he thought he had finished making difficult choices already. Belissar thought, and he thought, and he thought some more until he grew tired of thinking and just put the orchard in the middle. He could always move the rooms later if he wanted to, so he would deal with it later if it didn't work. He made no adjustments to the location of the entrance and exit, leaving them in the center of the front and back walls, then confirmed the changes. 53. A beautiful day. Belissar felt the mana of the tower surge once more as his changes went into action, feeling a new room growing in the corner of his mind. He could have checked it immediately with the tower site, but decided to be patient. Instead, he stepped out of the call room and turned to Niobe with a smile.
Shall we check it out?
Okay. Belissar walked through the apiary with Niobe following along. He could see his bees stirring, the workers pausing on their flowers as the tower's mana passed through them. He smiled as he thought of them discovering the newest room. Reaching the end of the apiary, he stepped through the entrance, entering a room made of yellow wax arranged in hexagonal patterns. The space was empty save for a doorway leading to a stairway. Belissar could only see a couple of steps before it curved around a corner. He glanced around, shrugging when he found nothing of interest, then made his way to the stairs. When he stepped onto the first step, his vision blurred. He had the distinct feeling of falling, and a moment later, he found himself exiting into another empty wax room. He frowned.
Weird.
Glancing around the room, he again found nothing of note. He wondered if he had somehow gotten turned around until he glimpsed the room's exit. He could see a slightly blurry image of a field filled with trees.
Is that it?
Think so. He'd asked mostly to reassure himself, since he knew the answer already, but Niobe answered anyway. His tower sight, or maybe tower sense, since he was not actively using the vision at the time, let his intuition know that he had moved down a floor. Shaking his head, he walked toward the exit. His eyes widened and a smile broke out on his face as he entered the next room. Before him were rows upon rows of trees standing in a grassy field, their green canopies filled with red apples and pink and white flowers. Belissar was pretty sure apple trees weren't supposed to have fruit and flowers at the same time, but figured that was an effect of the tower, and so put it out of his mind. Instead, he walked up to the nearest tree and placed his hand upon it. Manage tree types. Available types. Apple. Mana upkeep. 0. Selected. He gave a satisfied smile. It was about as he'd expected. The orchard grew fruit trees like the flower meadow did flowers. And just like the flower meadow, he got one type for free. He guessed he would have to start gathering pine cones after all. Maybe if they searched the surrounding forests, they could find some juniper trees? If that happened, Belissar could even resume work on his mead with juniper berries. Belissar paused for a second as he thought of mead for the first time in a while. Between almost being killed by the Tower Lords, almost being killed by the hunger, becoming a dungeon master, learning of the Tower Lords' lies, and, most of all, gaining the companionship of intelligent monster bees, Belissar hadn't had the chance to think about his old hobby. His bees were giving him more honey than he could ever eat, and he no longer had to supply tribute to either the village chief or the local Tower Lord. So didn't that mean he could use as much honey as he wanted on recipe experiments? Not to mention, his bees were making magical honey. Honey filled with mana, medicinal honey that healed wounds, and mad honey with intoxicating effects. Belissar couldn't help but imagine what sorts of mead he could make from those. Okay, maybe not the last one until he really knew what he was doing, seeing as it was poisonous and all, but the point still stood. Belissar shook his head. He had a lot to do before he could think about hobbies. Not to mention, he would need some more equipment first. Watertight containers at the very least. And water. Now that he thought about it, his tower didn't really have any water in it, did it? He wondered how all the plants were growing without a rain cloud or river in sight. But he still couldn't help but have a smile on his face as thoughts of mead danced through his mind. He reached up and grabbed a low-hanging apple, taking a bite as well. His eyes widened. It was crisp and sweet and juicy, much unlike most of the apples the villagers traded him. He turned to Niobe and motioned to the fruit. Want a taste? Okay. Belissar held out his free hand for Niobe to land on, then brought the apple up to her face. She couldn't actually take a bite, but there was some juice dripping out of the side he had bitten. Turning that side toward her, Niobe extended her mouth and sipped a bit of the juice. She began dancing around happily, causing Belissar to smile even more. All in all, Belissar thought this was a good day indeed. Regardless of whether it helped fight shades or not, the orchard was a wonderful place. The fourth of the seventh paused as she felt the king's mana flow through her. Something had happened. She knew that the king had just performed great and wondrous deeds. She knew because the mana had imprinted new knowledge onto her instincts. New foraging instincts that encouraged workers to visit different types of flowers within a single trip. A new type of soldier, one that could fight in a completely different manner than any other type of bee. And something else. Something had changed about the world around her, though she knew not what. She could not help but take a short walk to the entrance of her hive, moving her antennas about in the air, trying to see if she could see, feel, or smell anything different. Well, she didn't notice anything, but she did get to see the king and the conduit walk by her home. Unfortunately, she couldn't figure out anything else, and her workers wanted her back inside the hive. Since she didn't know what had changed, she had no specific reason to refuse, and so went back as her foragers began their next trip to the flower meadow. Not even a minute later, her foragers rushed back to the entrance of the hive and began a frantic dance. The fourth of the seventh noticed the disturbance and rushed over to find out what had happened. She froze as the workers spread their news. The flower meadow had disappeared. When the workers had passed through the normal entrance, they'd found an entirely different environment. The fourth of the seventh began to tremble. She now knew what she had sensed. The king had reshaped the world. He had built an entirely new land in between the flower meadow and the apiary. That was where he and the conduit were going earlier. The fourth of the seventh nearly flew out of the hive immediately, but her instincts held her in check. Instead, she began to dance and brush her antennas against the surrounding workers, giving them her commands. A third of the foragers who normally visited the flower meadow would stay in the apiary today and focus on keeping up honey production by gathering from the flowers around her hive. The rest would head into the new lands and scout them out. Surely the king had not removed the flower meadow entirely, so the fourth of the seventh figured there must be a new route to get there. Her foragers just needed to find it. Finally, she told them to speak with the conduit if they had the chance, to discover the king's purposes with this new land. Her workers stopped their frantic dances as their queen gave her speculations and orders. Now that they knew how to respond, they immediately began organizing themselves as she had said. Before long, workers began flying out to the new lands, and the fourth of the seventh couldn't help but dance about as she watched them leave. What wonders would they find? What new lands had the king created? What sort of grand design was he building this time? The fourth of the seventh couldn't wait to find out. While Belissar and Niobe were sharing the apple, he heard buzzing. He turned back and noticed worker bees flying from the entrance to the second floor in the apiary. He hummed for a moment. He considered whether he should add some spawners to the orchard or not. They would spawn new queens to fill up the new room very quickly, but since he had much more time than he originally thought, was that necessary? One of the queens had moved her hive already, so maybe some of them might want to check the orchard out? Or they could raise some new queens to populate the room. Nodding to himself, Belissar decided he would wait and see before adding new spawners. Instead, he checked what he could do with traps and basic resource nodes. Available resource plants for orchard. Apple tree. Mana upkeep. 3 per tree. 1 due to room discount. Basic wood tree. Mana upkeep. 3 per tree. Mana flower. Mana upkeep. 5 per node. Belissar tilted his head at that. Apple trees were a resource plant. He tried to place one to see if it would make a bunch of trees like with the flower nodes, but only a single transparent tree appeared before his eyes. Did that mean all the trees in the orchard were resource plant nodes? Or would a tree made with a resource node be different? Belissar figured it was probably the latter. Maybe it would produce fruit faster, like the difference between the bee houses that came with the apiary versus a normal bee house he just made himself. Other than that, there wasn't much new. Wood trees might be pretty useful if making them a node made it easy to harvest usable wood. On the other hand, while he could easily gather flax plants from the textile flower node, he still had to process them himself, so he might end up having to saw and dry the wood himself anyway. He would have to try it out. Beyond that, he was limited to the apple trees that came with the room. And the mana flowers, for some reason. Not as many new options as Belissar had hoped for, but he supposed that was what cross-pollination would help with. In any case, it might be good to scout the forest more thoroughly and pay attention to what sort of trees were out there. Belissar finished his apple while Niobe took to the air once more. It was a good break, but he should finish up the room as much as he could. Stretching, he started to consider where to put the traps. POB. Failure and victor bee. The firstborn lay still on the floor of her hive. The last few days had been confusing. The hive of hives had won a great victory, yes. But once the celebrations had come to an end and she'd had time to reflect, she realized that her hive had not. No, her hive had failed. Her army had been beaten. Yes, the soldier bees had overwhelmed the shade and driven it to flee from them. Had they been facing a normal enemy, perhaps that would have been enough. But these invaders were different. They did not fear death. When they ran toward the hive, not away from it. Such a foe running away from her army was not a victory but a failure. During this latest battle, the enemy had slipped out of her soldiers' grasp, and there was nothing they could have done to catch it. It could have killed her, destroyed her hive, and slaughtered her brood before her defenders returned. And worse, it could have moved deeper into the hive, where the king and the honey-producing queens took shelter. It could have even reached the core itself, the very heart of the king's domain. So, in truth, her army had been defeated. They'd failed to stop the enemy's advance. They'd failed to protect the hive. Had it not been for the extremely fortunate attack by the wounded soldier and the intervention by the king himself, that day would have been a disaster. It was the greatest failure any of the king's queens had ever suffered. Even the doomed First Dynasty had not allowed the enemy to reach the king before every last bee in their hive had perished. Forget building the greatest army bee-kind had ever seen. The firstborn had not even built an army sufficient to defend her home. A crippled soldier had done more to save the hive than she. She had assumed when the king called for her that it would be her end. Workers would fly until they died en route. Soldiers who could not fight would leave the hive, never to return. So, it would only be right that a queen who had failed as egregiously as she had would do the same. But once again, the king had defied all of her wildest expectations. Not only had he not punished her for this failure, he hadn't even mentioned it. He had instead gathered all of his queens together and asked for their counsel, as if a failed queen such as she had anything to offer him. But she would not defy the king's intentions. So she had spoken up in the moment. She told the king the truth. He needed a stronger army. He needed better soldiers. She told him he needed a better queen to lead the defense. And then she returned to await her fate. But it never came. She felt the tower's mana stir and then flow into her, granting her new knowledge. Her antennas twitched, and she began to crawl about, her wings fluttering. In the new knowledge came information of a new kind of bee, a new type of soldier, one who could do things no normal bee was capable of. It had an entirely different method of fighting and would revolutionize the army. She trembled. The king had granted them better soldiers. He had seen her dance, and interpreted it differently. He did not replace her with a bigger, better queen who would raise bigger and better soldiers. No, he saw beyond normal soldiers and came up with something entirely different. And then, he granted it to her, the queen who had failed. To all of them. Regarding things that were entirely different from the norm, her mind drifted to the wounded soldier. It turned out the king had been incredibly wise to keep her around. Though she could not fly and fight like the others anymore, her contributions had proven critical to defending the hive. And now, she was becoming something else entirely. She had been fed mana by the king's own hand and gained powers unlike any other bee in the hive of hives. Even now, that power moved in place of her lost wing. Her injury was slowly becoming her strength. None of that would have occurred had the crippled soldier been discarded as the bee's instincts indicated she should have been. The battle would have been a loss if they had done so. The firstborn stood up on her legs and shook herself. She realized again the vast wisdom and distant sight of the king. The average hive tossed aside all whom it felt was lacking, but not the king. In the hive of hives, the wounded and the broken and the failure remained. They had a place by the king's side until, one day, he found a new use for them. Not a single moment of his bees' lives would be wasted. And so, neither would hers. If the king came to punish her for her failures, she would accept it as was right. But if he did not, then she would continue on. She would find a way to be useful in her failure. She would not stop until the king commanded her to. Crawling through her hive once more, she took stock of her honey reserves and the growth of her brood. At the soldier cells, she found a curious sight. One of the soldiers had returned, her purple hair identifying her as one of the mad honeybees. She stood by one of the empty cells and turned to the firstborn, her antennas twitching. The queen walked up to her, and the two exchanged brushes, then began a dance. The firstborn fluttered her wings at what the bee told her before dancing her assent. Crawling into the cell, the soldier curled up inside of it as the firstborn ordered her workers, who brought as much of the mad honey as they had left, pouring it into the cell. The queen then filled the honey with her own manner, charging it up until her instincts told her it was enough, before the workers covered the cell with a layer of wax and it began to glow softly. The firstborn moved to her next task. There was no time to rest if she was to rebuild the army. There was no time to rest if she was to overcome her own failures. And so long as she remained within the hive of hives, she would give it her all. The first of the fifth was over the moon. First, she had been thanked personally by the king for the contributions of her honey. Her medicinal honey had saved many lives, and then she had provided for the grand celebration of the king's victory. She would not even dance with the abject failures who had put the king himself in harm's way, so it went without saying that her position had been utterly secured after the latest battle. Next, the king had called for her, personally, and asked for her counsel. Her! Nothing could take from her elation at the king's trust in her. Nothing. Not even the small, irrelevant, infuriating detail that an abject failure of a queen had been the first to speak, as if she understood the king's will in that gathering. As if. The first of the fifth always knew the king's heart the best and understood his desires better than any mere bee could. And it was only that she was not utterly shameless enough to dare lecture the king on his domain. Even if he requested it, only after she had made her complete trust in his wisdom unmistakably clear would she let the king know what was on her mind. Only a shameless, disloyal fool would do otherwise. Especially one whose failures had put the king himself at risk. So great was that fool's failure that the first of the fifth would no longer refer to her as the firstborn. She would be the first queen of the firstborn's second dynasty, if she was worth even that title. The first of the fifth stopped the frantic dance she didn't remember starting. The point was, the king's favor for her had reached new heights never before seen. Truly, she was the most favored of all bees. Even the conduit, with her sudden and concerning growth, could not compare to her. And the conduit was just about the only bee left the first of the fifth needed to pay attention to. But of course, she would not stop here. The king's favor was boundless, and so her efforts must be. For now, though, she simply waited, for she, above all others, understood the designs of the king. The king was planning something big, and had even taken her counsel to do it. She had no doubt something incredible was coming, and that anything she could plan now would pale in comparison. So, she would wait to see what the king had wrought, then do her utmost to support him. She did not need to wait long. As mana passed into her, She knew she had been right. New instincts filled her regarding the gathering of nectar. The king wanted them to gather from multiple different types of flowers on each trip. The first of the fifth paused at that, then began pacing in a circle. She had spent a while instructing her workers not to gather in that very manner. Each worker gathered only from a single type during a single trip. The nectar was then categorized and organized in different sections for each type of flower. This system was critical to maintaining the first of the fifth's exceptional honey quality. Mixing nectars during processing was already bad enough. If they mixed the nectars during the gathering, her workers would be completely unable to categorize and sort them out. The outcomes of each batch would become entirely random, completely out of her control. Such a thing was unthinkable to the first of the fifth. But again, she, above all, understood the king. She understood the depths of his wisdom, and she would never presume to know better than he. As she had before, she would not even offer her opinion until she had completely reassured him that was the case. So she knew the king saw something she did not when this knowledge was passed to her. She assembled the workers currently within the hive and gave out her instructions. Half the foragers would continue in the normal gathering method, while half would act as per the new instincts. New sections were to be set aside and dedicated to the mixed nectar they would bring in. And while they were abandoning rigorous sorting of the nectar by source for that batch, she still expected exceptional quality in every other aspect of the honey processing. The workers set off immediately to fulfill her commands and pass them along to the foragers as they returned. The first of the fifth could not help but continue dancing. The king had taken her counsel and returned to her detailed instructions on the nectar-gathering process. She had no idea what would result from this at the moment, but she knew it would be incredible. It was a collaboration by her and the king, so it could only be so. She couldn't wait to see what exactly the results would be. POB. A whole new world. The fourth of the seventh stood with her eyes fixed upon the scouts before her. There were two groups giving their reports. One was the first wave back from the new room, here to report the initial findings while more of their number combed the area in detail. The other was the group assigned to finding the flower meadow, who had flown far and fast while trying to relocate the path. The tale the two groups danced together was truly astonishing. The king had created an entirely new room in between the apiary and the flower meadow. This room was filled to the brim not with small flowers, but with massive trees, their canopies filled with gorgeous blooms and ripe fruits. The flower meadow and the apiary had the occasional tree, but the scouts reported the site was unlike anything they had seen in the king's domain before. A field of flowers not on the ground below, but in the skies above. The fourth of the seventh wanted to see it for herself, but put her own desires aside. Her first soldiers had just hatched, and she now could put her plans into motion. She desired to participate in the weaving of plant strands she had seen the king perform, and now she had bees large enough to gather and transport them. She needed, therefore, to focus on the management of her hive and ensure said project could proceed nicely and without disrupting normal work. She would need to work extra hard at this now, in fact. With a new room between her hive and the meadow flowers she had been granted access to, her foragers had a much longer trip. She would need many more foragers to keep up the same honey surplus as she had before. Suddenly, the fourth of the seventh's thoughts stopped entirely. She had an idea. A simple, incredible idea. Rather than adding a bunch of foragers to maintain a long gathering route, which would in turn require more honey themselves and thus require even more foragers to achieve the same honey surplus, why didn't she just move the hive closer? She had already done so once before, and making the route shorter was far more efficient than trying to fix the extended supply line. For example, why didn't she move her hive into the brand new, apparently amazing room the king had built. Wouldn't that be the most efficient option of all? Not only would that shorten her forager's trip to the flower meadow, it would also give her hive access to an abundance of brand new flowers from the new room. The fact that she would then be able to personally explore said place was just a happy coincidence. Her workers had grown worried at her lack of movement and were buzzing around her, trying to get her back to work, when she suddenly exploded into a dance, calling for a general assembly of the hive. Her workers reluctantly began to gather. Once they had, she began a passionate explanation of her plan to move the hive. Her workers just stood still. One slowly began to dance. But moved already? Moving again? Inefficient! Unnecessary. One of the workers who often followed her around danced rapidly. Queen just want to escape, see new things. The fourth of the seventh glanced away for a moment before beginning a slow response.
Yes, want to see. Only see, not escape. But not only reason. Flowers we gather are far away. New room has new flowers and closer to current area. Lots of work now, but gathering more efficient once done. Need more honey to feed soldiers. Efficient gathering will help.
The workers stared at her for a while, but this time, the fourth of the seventh held her gaze. The worker reluctantly began to dance. Seems right? Suspicious. But one of the scouts began to dance as well. Have seen new room. Flowers incredible. Queen has good idea. The other scouts began to dance their assent, and the workers of the hive began to ponder. One by one, they agreed, until the suspicious worker was the only holdout. She, too, began to dance slowly. Okay, but ask Conduit first. The fourth of the seventh danced happily.
Yes, of course.
The workers dispersed to begin preparing the hive for a move while the scouts headed out to begin evaluating possible locations in the new room. The fourth of the seventh moved about, sending a messenger to the conduit. This was, of course, premised on the king's own plans for the room, but he hadn't had a problem with her moving before, so the fourth of the fifth was hopeful. Her dreams would come true. She would be able to see new sights for herself while still fulfilling her duties to the hive. Suddenly, she paused as another thought passed her mind. Wasn't she supposed to be the queen? So why did she need her workers' permission again? She pondered this as the worker who followed her gave commands to the rest of the bees and arranged the move. The first of the fifth listened to the reports from her own scouts, who had also discovered the new room the king had created. An abundant land with brand new flowers that grew on trees and that formed into fruit so large only the king could consume them. This gave her pause. She very much desired nectar from these new flowers, for who knew what sort of honey she could produce from them? After all, shouldn't she, the producer of both the most and best honey of all the hives, be the first after the king to drink of his latest flowers? She very much wished to order a foraging mission immediately. But there was a problem this time around. Even her worker force was not endless. In fact, her hive was nearly overextended at the moment. Her bees needed to clear the hive of the mixed healing herb honey she had created, which, while suitable for the soldier bee army, was not nearly of a quality she would dare serve to the king. They then needed to rebuild her stockpiles of top-quality honey and resume providing for the king's table. They also needed to create new stocks of non-blended healing herb honey. Mad honey as well. She, too, was aware that a new type of soldier bee was now available, and presumed that the second first of the first would be moving immediately to raise some, so she could not suddenly cut the agreed-upon donations. Assuming the king allowed that failure to remain in his domain, that was. Even if the second first of the first had deceived her and then failed in her own mission, the first of the fifth would not deign to be seen reneging on her own word. She was above such a blunt refusal. On top of all that, her workers were now experimenting with the new gathering method provided by the king and trialing the production of blended honey. A new group had to be set aside for that if she were also to maintain the production of her normal honey at the same time, further reducing her available worker force. So, to gather, produce, trial, sort, and refine a new type of honey from flowers in another room was one job too many. She would have to make compromises elsewhere if she wished to do so, and the first of the fifth never compromised when it came to her honey. But what then? If she waited until she could expand her worker force, another queen might move upon the new fields and lay claim to them. The first of the fifth had no wish to conduct another negotiation, not after she had been swindled by the first. She also needed to consider the possibility of the king creating new spawners, and new queens being born. Her thoughts came to a halt. She had it. She had the solution. Her hive was not sufficiently large enough for the task. But her hive was not a mere hive anymore. Hers was a hive of hives, like the king's. A new queen had already been born. Her own daughter. The first of the fifth commanded that word be sent to her daughter. If her daughter were to move to this new room, she could lay claim to it in the name of the first of the fifth. The first of the fifth could even requisition her daughter's workers to deliver the new nectar directly to her own hive. She would, of course, pay her daughter for the effort, for she was not so crude as to steal from her own kin, but the terms would be far more favorable than if she had to negotiate with a separate queen. And if the king planned to create a new spawner to populate the new room, then the first of the fifth could assist him. Her daughter would represent an established, experienced queen who could help lead and guide the new queens as they began setting up. It would give her a chance to assist the king directly, while ensuring that the new queens found their proper place in the hive of hives under the watch of the most favored queen and not any of those who had failed. The first of the fifth returned to her work, satisfied that she had found a solution. Later, she heard the fourth of the seventh was moving to the new room as well. But that was fine. The fourth of the seventh had an agreement with her and had even helped her daughter out of her own initiative, so the first of the fifth was confident the move wouldn't interfere with her own plans. No, since the fourth of the seventh was already working under her, this was even better. All was going in the most favored queen's way. P.O.B. The Child. The first daughter of the first queen of the fifth spawner's first dynasty, the second of her line, lay flat against the floor, her antennas drooping, even as her mother's worker repeated the dance. She had received a new command. She was to move her hive at once to an entirely new, unknown land and lay claim to it in the name of her mother. This did not excite her. Her mother was the greatest and most productive of all the queens of the apiary, and as such, demanded excellence from all of her children. Her first daughter was no exception to that. Her mother had great expectations as to the growth of her hive, the quantity and quality of her honey, and the numbers of her workers. But a queen was not a worker, and working as hard as she could was not a simple matter. A queen needed to carefully balance the growth of her hive against her currently available workforce. Her workers had many jobs to do: gathering nectar, processing honey, making wax, and tending the brood, all of which were necessary for the growth of the hive. If she tried to lay as many eggs as she possibly could, her worker force could end up overwhelmed by the extra tasks the new children created. Too many workers needing to build honeycomb could end up cutting their nectar gathering. Too many workers needing to gather nectar might leave the eggs and larvae unattended. And, of course, all of those workers required honey to sustain themselves, on top of the honey and manna required for the new brood to grow, as well as what the queen needed to replace her own reserves and keep up egg production. The first of the fifth's expectations had driven her first daughter to the brink. Her hive had barely managed to balance honey production, hive expansion, and brood tending. She did not have the magical palace built by the king's own hand her mother did, and so her workers just couldn't produce honey as quickly as her mother's could. Likewise, without access to the manna flowers her mother had, her workers had to work even harder to ensure the honey was fit for the larva. Her hive was operating at the very edge of sustainability and consuming every last drop of honey produced. She had no reserves whatsoever, and any disruption to her production would put her hive in trouble. Her mother was not unreasonable, however, and had sent her own workers and donations of her own reserves to help her daughter achieve the stated goals. At least at first. However, events elsewhere had recently interfered. A great battle had occurred, and her mother had moved to support the king directly. She had, as a result, withdrawn her support for her daughter. Whether or not she had withdrawn her expectations as well had never crossed her daughter's mind. She had a job to do, and she did her utmost to fulfill it, no matter the efforts or sacrifices required to do it. Her hive had come close to collapse in that time, but timely assistance by the fourth of the seventh's hive had managed to carry her through. With that help, she'd managed to reach her mother's expected goals for her growth. She was just stabilizing to the point she wouldn't require assistance when her mother's latest order came in. This would be her greatest challenge yet. Moving her hive would require her to send scouts to find locations, rebuild her entire hive, move all the honey and brood, and then locate and arrange for new foraging routes. All of that would take time and effort from all of her workers, time during which they couldn't be making honey, which for her hive meant that production would drop below daily consumption. And since they had no reserves to tide them over, that meant, in the short term, either her workers or her new brood would have to go hungry until the new hive was established and honey production restored. She slowly crawled over to her brood, watching her workers tend the eggs and the larvae lying within. Her antennas dropped once more. She would have no choice. She could not starve her workers when they would be needed for the work of setting up the new hive and gathering the next wave of honey. Her entire hive would starve if she did. So that meant she would have to cut rations to her children who were not contributing. She would have to let her latest generation starve to fulfill this command. The generation that would be the quickest to perish should their rations cease. But to fail the command of her mother was unthinkable. To beg another queen for assistance was equally inconceivable, especially for her, who had already received much. She was a queen bee. To be a bee was to complete her job or die trying. To be a queen was to guide the hive, and to accept its failures as her own. She rose upon her legs as she resolved herself. She would not fail in her task, no matter the cost. And if she flew into disaster, she had no one but herself to blame. Just then, one of her workers brushed antennas with her. She turned her attention, and the worker began to dance while she stood still, for she wasn't sure how to respond to the report she was receiving. The fourth of the seventh had come to visit. The first of the fifth's first daughter slowly crawled to the entrance, her antennas twitching about. The fourth of the seventh was the queen who had saved her earlier. It was thanks to her that she had been able to meet her mother's expectations and avoid collapse. The fourth of the seventh had offered said assistance unprompted and asked for nothing in return, so the first of the fifth's first daughter could not help but hesitate. What would the fourth of the seventh say to her? What was she like? What should she say back? How should she act before such a queen? Such thoughts nearly paralyzed her, but she was a bee queen with a great deal of work ahead of her, so she had no time to meander. As such, she made good time and crawled out of her hive. She froze as she gazed upon the visiting queen. The fourth of the seventh was a mighty thing, nearly as large as her mother. Her wings were strong, carrying her extended abdomen in the air without strain. Her manna shone bright like the fires of the king.
Hey, nice to meet you.
The first daughter was stunned as the giant bee began to dance, and so was a bit slow in her response.
Hello, nice to meet you.
The fourth of the seventh danced happily in response before continuing.
Just want to tell. Moving to new room. We'll keep trying to help, but might slow down.
The first daughter froze.
Fourth of the seventh moving. To new room? Yes.
The first daughter was having trouble thinking, and so just danced out something related.
Me too.
She nearly took a step back as the fourth of the seventh flew right up to her.
Really? You too? Yes?
The fourth of the seventh began a dance more rapid than the first daughter would have thought possible for her size.
Let's move together. Help each other. Build hives together.
The first daughter froze. An unrelated queen wanted to build hives together? It took her a while to respond.
Can't.
The fourth of the seventh drooped midair.
Why not?
The first daughter's antennas twitched about rapidly at the sight of the fourth of the seventh drooping. The first daughter did not wish to speak of her own failures, but the fourth of the seventh was her savior and deserved to know.
My hive. No reserves. Can't help.
The fourth of the seventh rose back in the air.
No reserves? Hive okay for move?
The first daughter couldn't bring herself to admit it, but she also couldn't bring herself to lie, and so just stood in silence. Unfortunately, that in itself was enough of an answer for the fourth of the seventh.
It's okay. My hive has. I help. New room has lots of flowers and can ask firstborn if not enough.
The first daughter took a few steps back at that. The fourth of the seventh was offering to help her? She quickly began a dance.
No, won't bother. Is my problem.
But the fourth of the seventh flew up to her, overwhelming the smaller queen.
Not bother. Firstborn and conduit says we hive of hives. One's problem is all's problem, so all king's bees help. We help now. You help later. First of fifth helped me too. Gave new flowers. Now I help first of the fifth's daughter.
The first daughter couldn't respond to that. Her mother had helped the fourth of the seventh, gave her flowers. If all this were true, then maybe it was all right. And even if it wasn't, the alternative was to watch her brood starve. No bee queen would ever allow that to happen if she had any means to avoid it. The first daughter very slowly danced her response, more of a crawl than a dance.
Okay. Please help. Yes! Let's go! Need get hive ready!
The fourth of the seventh danced happily midair, leaving the first daughter to collapse on the floor of her hive once more as she stared up at the mighty and glorious queen flying around, the sun shining off her chitin. Once again, the fourth of the seventh was helping her unprompted. Once again, the mighty queen didn't even think to ask her for anything in return. And once again, the help was truly necessary. If the fourth of the seventh helped her, if she shared her reserves during the move, then the first daughter's hive would not need to cut rations. Her youngest children would not starve. She could fulfill her mother's command without sacrificing her hive in the process.
Hey, you okay?
The fourth of the seventh noticed her on the ground and flew over to check. The first daughter looked up at her for a moment. She didn't remember what happened after that, only that she began to dance. She didn't know what sort of dance it was, only that she needed to convey her gratitude, and that the normal dance was insufficient to express what she felt. She danced until both the fourth of the seventh's workers and her own retrieved their queens and began to prepare for the impending move. The first daughter then walked over to the brood and brushed an antenna against one of the larvae, ignoring the honey sticking to her as a result. She swore to herself in that moment. One day, she would repay the fourth of the seventh for all she had done. 54. Benefactors. Chief Rosuak sat in her tent. A certain bag sat on the mat spread across the ground. She didn't take her eyes off of it for even a second. She barely even blinked. Chief Rosuak may have seemed calm and steady now, but she had not been known for her self-control in her youth. A berserker directed her emotions. She did not suppress them. But she took a deep breath and did her best. Now was not the time to indulge. Not yet. After a seemingly endless moment, her guest finally arrived. "You wanted to see me, Chief?"
Yes, please come in.
A young bear woman stepped inside the tent. Chief Rosuak didn't bother to look at her. The woman stood there for about a minute before she began fidgeting. Chief, how can I help you?" Chief Rosuak slowly tore her eyes away from the bag and to her guest.
"I have something to show you."
With that, she opened the bag. The woman's eyes opened wide. "Chief, what is all this?" Chief Rosuak removed the contents one by one.
"Manna flowers and manna honeycomb."
The woman glanced up and looked at the chief, her eyes opening even wider. "Manna honeycomb." Chief Rosuak just silently nodded. The young woman stood still for a moment before a wide smile broke out on her face. "That's amazing! To infuse manna into honey. It must have been condensed into the nectar while the bees were still processing it. Or is this what happens when bees gather nectar from a manna flower? Honey already has medicinal properties, so I'm certain the manna will enhance it. It might serve as a basic potion as it is. There are so many tests I'll need to." Chief Rosuak slapped away the hand that was reaching for the honey with only slightly excessive force. "Ow! Chief?" Chief Rosuak looked the woman in the eyes.
"Calm down, Josutik. You're getting ahead of yourself."
Josutik flushed and bowed her head. "Sorry." The chief shook her head with a smile.
"It's fine. This truly is an exciting find, so I understand why you're excited. We'll need to arrange for you to gain some soon."
Josutik froze. "Gain some? Chief?" Chief Rosuak leaned forward and looked her in the eyes.
"As you may have gathered, this is from the Sacred Den. Specifically, it was given to me by the Sacred Den Master himself in exchange for teaching him how to unlock his blessing. And yes, I know that normally such a treasure would go into the communal stock. But this was a reward from a Sacred Den in exchange for the completion of a challenge. That means, by the will of the gods, it belongs to me, and me alone. Just like your blessing will belong to you, should you complete it."
Josutik frowned. "I guess that makes sense." Chief Rosuak nodded.
"Which is why you must also earn these materials for yourself if you wish to experiment with them. But don't worry. The Sacred Den Master has already agreed to one such exchange. I'm sure we can arrange another."
Josutik furrowed her brow. But what can I offer him, Chief? Chief Rosuak smiled.
For now, teaching. Share your craft with him, both knowledge and results, and he will share his bounty with you. And who knows, perhaps his patron will look favorably upon your collaboration, and you will progress toward the full blessing as well.
Josutik rubbed her chin for a moment. Eventually, she slowly nodded her head.
Manna, honey. It's too incredible to pass up. I'll do as you say, Chief.
Chief Rosuak grinned and nodded.
Excellent. We'll be waiting here for a few more days, but plan to come with us when Metsaiti's group next returns to the Sacred Den.
Chief Rosuak nodded in satisfaction as Josutik left her tent. She had found a simple solution to the question of the Sacred Den Master. If she had little else to teach him regarding magic, then she just needed someone else to take over. Direct manipulation of spells and elements represented only one small fraction of the mystic arts, and was one of the rarer uses of mana outside of those with the blessing of a god. One of the most common, and indeed, one she thought would pair with this sacred den quite nicely, was herbology and potion-making. And Josutik was the foremost student of that craft left among them who was even seeking the blessing of the sacred den's patron to boost her skills to new heights. It had other benefits as well. Introducing the sacred den master to more of her people should hopefully warm him up to them as a whole. And it just so happened that Josutik was one of the most eligible bachelorettes available. If a young man and a young woman working together happened to grow a bit closer, well, Chief Rosuak would simply take things as they came. She wasn't sure if Josutik would be initially attracted to a man with so little fur. Or, alternatively, if the sacred den master would be attracted to a woman with so much from his perspective. But he seemed close enough informed to her people that she couldn't help but speculate. Chief Rosuak wasn't going to count on either case, but at the very least, she hoped the sacred den master might be receptive to a young woman around his age. Even a simple friendship would go a long way to establishing her people in his good graces. But even if nothing came of that, this method would establish a precedent. If each member of her people had to individually deal with the sacred den master to trade for his incredible treasures, then he would slowly get to know more and more of them and establish more and more friendly connections. It would lay the groundwork for a close relationship in the future. Or so Chief Rosuak hoped. Of course, the fact that she got to lay claim to the honeycomb she already had was just a side benefit and had definitely not factored into her decisions. Especially not as she reached for the honeycomb again. Belissar was getting to work when a couple of worker bees flew over to Niobe and began to dance in the air. After that, she turned to Belissar and began to dance as well.
King! 4th of 7th and 1st of 5th's first daughter wants to move to new room. Okay?
Belissar nodded immediately. Yep, that's fine. The queens can expand anywhere they want. Niobe began zipping around.
Okay, we'll tell them.
Belissar chuckled as he turned his attention back to the room. Confirmation that the queens, including the newly born one, were moving to the orchard was quite helpful. Thanks to that, Belissar put off any plans to build more queen spawners. Instead, he planned to add a new mana flower node and some wood trees once the queens chose the location for their new hives. As for traps, since pit traps had been rendered useless against the latest shade, Belissar chose not to place too many of those. One right outside the entrance to the room, one by the exit, and then one in the middle. He would have to build a campfire site by the entrance as well, since the apiaries was an extra room away at this point. He then thought about where to place the sticky honey traps. They had proven key to defeating the latest shade, but their range was a bit of an issue. It was only a stroke of luck in the efforts of the wounded soldier bee that had enabled them to work in this last battle. Belissar rubbed his chin as he looked over the room, moving a transparent honey nozzle about as he considered where to put it. Then he had an idea. Trying to move the nozzle toward one of the trees, he found it moved right along the trunk. He grinned.
Well, that's convenient.
More than convenient, even. Placing the honey traps up on the trees would greatly expand their ability to hit flying targets. Belissar tried to move the nozzle as high as it could go, but found he couldn't move it onto the branches once they got too thin. So instead, he put it as high up as it could go on the main trunk, then proceeded to place over a dozen more honey traps on top of various trees. After a moment of thought, he placed some lower on the trunks as well, so that they would be able to trigger on ground targets. Just because the latest shade had flown didn't mean the next one would. With that done, the last thing to do for his new room was finalize the resource plant nodes. Niobe was off talking to the queens, so Belissar would have to wait a bit before he could ask her where the bees were setting up. Or did he? Belissar rubbed his chin, then turned to his tower site, looking through the orchard. When focusing on his tower site, he gained an intuitive sense of his bees' locations, so he managed to identify worker bees scouting through the room. A bunch of them were congregating around the door to the flower meadow. Belissar frowned. He would prefer if they didn't set up right there, since that would leave them vulnerable to any shade that reached the orchard. But at the same time, if they had a reason to move there, he didn't want to interfere. He would ask them, but he knew they would take even a casual suggestion from him as law, so he hesitated. Suddenly, he came up with an idea. Or rather, remembered one from earlier. Trying to see if he could move the apple trees, he found that he could and began to rearrange them into a tight grove a bit to the side of the entrance, as close as they could go. He put pit traps in the ground between them, and honey traps along their trunks and branches. Then he put a manna flower node in the center. With that, there was a hopefully well-defended location where the bees could set up their hives. It was a bit off to the side, about halfway between the entrance and the side walls, so hopefully it would be out of the way should a shade assault the orchard. Belissar nodded with a smile as he saw the worker bees pause and then fly to the nearby area. They began to buzz and zip around before racing back toward the apiary. Belissar hoped that meant it was a job well done. P.O.B. The Role of a Queen. The fourth of the seventh flew into the room and just hovered midair for a moment, taking in the sight stretching out before her. She then shot forward to the nearest tree, zipping up its length and flying right up to one of the apples, the bright red fruit as large as her torso. Brushing her antennas against one of the pink and white flowers, she took it in with all her senses, memorizing its colors with her eyes, its scent with her antennas, its touch with her legs, and even the charge of the petals that changed if she brushed her legs and wings together to make tiny lightnings. She unfolded her proboscis and drank directly from the flower's nectar, dancing about at the sweet taste she had never experienced before. One of her workers watched from a polite distance, swaying back and forth. She wanted her queen to get moving, but she did not approach, hanging back and continuing to watch. Her queen was unlike any other in that she wished to see the world outside of the safety of the hive, much to the chagrin of all of her children. But it was the workers' duty to see their queen's will fulfilled, however strange that will may be. Besides, their queen knew her role and her importance, and so held back her desire to see the world. The workers wished she could do as she pleased, even as much as they wished she would remain safely within the hive, but the circumstances where they could allow her to were rare. So the workers let her fly about, and even act like a worker would, while they moved the hive. It was the least they could do, since this was one of those rare circumstances. The bee thus ignored her instinct to pull her queen to safety and glanced back at the rest of her siblings. The move was well underway, with countless workers carrying single wax cells filled with honey or with the brood. She flew over and danced a command to a group of scouts, sending them to assist a group of bees who were falling behind. Normally, coordinating like this would be the role of the queen, but the worker did not wish to interrupt her mother in her moment of joy. And, well, at this point, she was used to it. It wasn't the first time she had taken care of details on behalf of her queen. Their hive was a bit unique in that regard, in that the workers were left to their own devices to an even greater extent than other hives. They didn't have the efficient, uncompromising discipline the first of the Fifth's hive did, nor the urgent energy the workers supporting the Firstborn's army strove with. Instead, they had grown used to taking matters into their own hands and organizing themselves, leaving their queen free to do whatever it is she chose to do, within reason. For example, raising soldiers. The worker glanced over as the two soldiers who had recently hatched carried larger pieces of comb. She still didn't fully understand her queen's intention with those, since their hive did not participate in the Grand War, but at present, their bulk and strength was proving invaluable. One of them was even carrying the first daughter of the first of the Fifth on her back, since the young queen had grown exhausted by the trip. It was moments like these that the worker was reminded why she was not queen. For monster bees like them, the queen was more than just the mother of the brood. She was larger, stronger, and more intelligent than any of the rest of them. She could see the world in a way they couldn't. She could think thoughts that never crossed their minds. And more than that, she connected them. Each of them had a bond with her through which mana, and more, flowed. She elevated them all, and they, in turn, acted as the implements of her will. For monster bees, the queen truly was the heart of the hive. The queen could, therefore, see further and more than the normal bee could. Even this worker, who had taken on many duties beyond her instinctual tasks, generally saw the world through her instincts. She saw flowers and predicted whether or not they would produce good nectar. She saw the brood and felt the urge to check them for healthy growth and illness. She saw the hive and sought to ensure its security. She saw the rest of the world and saw only threats and danger. Not the queen. She saw the world and saw possibility. That was why she was so excited to go and see more of it, even though every instinct in the worker's body told her to keep the queen secure and safe. But she only needed to look out at the sight before her eyes to understand the value of the queen's perspective. Countless trees stretched out as far as her eyes could see, creating a field of flowers above their heads. It was an abundance that filled her with the urge to fly to them and to report the location to the rest of her sisters, even though she knew they were currently flying with her. And there was not a rival bee in sight, save for the ones traveling alongside them. Had the queen not pushed them for this move, they wouldn't have had access to even a fraction of the resources that would soon be theirs for the taking. Their hive could grow exponentially once this move was completed. And to think she, along with most of her sisters, had thought this move was unnecessary. Inefficient. She now saw with her own eyes that she had been overwhelmingly wrong. That was why she took on some of her queen's duties without complaint. That was why she and the workers strove to let the queen indulge her desires as much as they could. And that was why she now assisted a rival queen without complaint. She had no doubt that, once again, her queen had seen something she had not. So, she turned away from the flowers and her queen and continued to manage the flight of the hive. The queen was doing what only she could, so the worker would manage the rest. The worker herself froze at the sight ahead of her once the group had arrived at their destination. There was a mighty grove of trees, tightly packed together in a location that would give them ready access to the flower meadow while remaining out of the immediate path should danger come. Their canopies overlapped and interweaved in a way that would be perfect to support an elevated hive. Massive hidden chasms guarded the ground approach, while honey traps would surprise any aerial invaders. And, above all, there was a patch of mana flowers in the center of the grove, a treasure previously reserved only for the greatest and most powerful of the hives, the likes of the Firstborn, the eldest of the living queens and commander of the mightiest army, and the first of the fifth, the largest and richest of the hives whose honey fed the king himself. And most of all, this entire grove had not existed, according to the most recent report by the scouts. It, therefore, must have grown entirely within the past hour, for the worker did not believe her sisters would have managed to miss such a perfect location. She began to tremble at the implications. This could only have been the work of the king. He must have taken notice of their move and prepared a perfect location for their arrival. The king was in existence beyond her. If the queen could see things beyond a normal worker's instincts, then the king saw things beyond a queen's wildest imagination. He built the world by hand, creating trees and flowers like a worker molded wax, and laying the spawners from which the queens came. He commanded flames and fires, and struck down foes thousands of times the size of any bee. Only the wisest and mightiest of the queens would dare interact with him. As for a worker like her, only the conduit could approach him, and that was if they considered an existence like the conduit to be equivalent to a worker based solely on their previously shared external form, which no worker would dare to do. And now, his attention was on her hive specifically, and he was moving personally to assist them. The worker trembled at the foresight of her queen. What she and her sisters thought was an unnecessary, inefficient move, the king approved of and changed the land itself to support. What they thought was the queen's attempt to indulge her desires proved to be part of the king's grand design. Only truly great queens like the firstborn and the first of the fifth were worthy of such attention. Also, the worker had accepted as fact. Until now. This was why, for all the authority their queen conceded them, she would ultimately remain queen. The worker once again thanked her and resolved to expand the freedoms afforded to her, even if it went against her instincts. She could not possibly have come up with the decision that her queen had, nor earned the personal support of the king himself. As such, she did not move to fetch her queen now that they had arrived on the site. Instead, she began to instruct her stunned sisters. They looked at her warily, but then slowly agreed with her dancing. The workers, therefore, began to set up their new hive, without waiting for the presence and instruction of their queen. They would do anything and everything they could so that their queen could do that which only she could. And then, the bee flew over to the first daughter of the first of the fifth and requested her instructions. The queen hesitated to respond, but the worker insisted that her queen had instructed them to assist. Slowly, the first daughter began to dance, asking to set up her hive right next to their own. The bee agreed and started giving out commands to that regard, and workers from both hives began to mold wax into the boughs of the grove. The worker knew not what would result from cooperating with a rival hive like this, and that was why she knew she needed to do it. All for the queen. 55. The Tower Beekeeper. Belissar smiled as he watched two hives migrate to the orchard. One of the queens in particular seemed quite excited as she zipped around the new room. That, above all, convinced Belissar he had made the right decision. At this point, the day was growing late. Belissar decided to give the bees a break from their routine purifications, so he headed for the farmhouse instead. As he settled in to rest from the day, he considered all that had occurred. One day, he was a beekeeper on the end of his rope, wondering how he was going to survive the winter. The next, his village was burning to the ground, and he was about to embrace death. The one after that, he was suddenly put in charge of a tower of the gods, elevated from the lowest position to the highest overnight. It had gone about as well as anyone might expect, but he had learned from that failure. He, a mere peasant beekeeper, had defeated a shade of the hunger and earned the approval of the gods, including the god of bees. He had then met the bear people and discovered that the Tower Lords had lied about almost everything. That had been a shock and had made him realize just how unprepared his tower was for true challenges. He'd resolved to grow, and he had, though only by the sacrifice of his bees. It had been a flurry of activity, crisis after crisis. Belissar had barely had time to breathe, and certainly none to consider who or what he was becoming. But now, things were finally settling down. The orchard was now set up, and none of the new features required any more direct and immediate action from him. The migrating queens needed to set up their hives. The flower meadow queens would need time to raise or evolve some sprayers, and he had no idea how long it would take cross-pollination to start working. In any case, all three of those were the work of his bees, not him, so he would need to find something else to work on in the meantime. His bees barely even needed him for the normal purifications at this point. He would need to set up a campfire site in the orchard and start the fire before the purification, but after that, the bees could handle it themselves. In fact, Belissar turned his tower sight to the memorial and saw the wounded bee still flapping her lightning wings as she stood outside the memorial bee house. Since she still had access to lightning, she might even be able to start a fire on her own, in which case, Belissar would be entirely unnecessary. Against the normal wolf shades at the very least. Point was, the bees could and would take care of the fighting and growing aspects of the tower work for the near future. Belissar's role there was setting up traps, leading the celebrations, and making decisions on the rewards, none of which would take up the majority of the time he had each day. His tower was finally getting settled, and he was getting settled into the role of its master. The bees were no longer helpless, the tower was no longer unfended, and he was no longer afraid of violating some rule made up by the Tower Lords. But Belissar wasn't just going to sit around and do nothing while his bees were working their hearts out. Fortunately, he had come up with a task, one that the bees had specifically requested. One of their dancers at the meeting had stood out to him, when one of them had requested more bee houses. Yes, Belissar had stopped making those. He had put that task aside after upgrading the apiary beehives, but there were far more queens than that who were currently building their own hives, including all of the flower meadow queens, the ones who had been here the longest and who were bearing the brunt of the fighting and the sacrifice. Belissar frowned. It was a travesty that he hadn't made anything for them as of yet. He may have been distracted by world-shattering revelations and heavy panic on account of Tower Lords and Shades, but that was no excuse to delay any further. Now that he'd confirmed the tower wasn't in any immediate danger, he would make that task priority number one, especially now that the queens were starting to reproduce, so their numbers would only grow. If he didn't get started on it soon, he might fall behind permanently. Ultimately, despite everything, Belissar was still a beekeeper at his core. To battle the hunger on behalf of humanity and the gods may now be his duty as a dungeon master, but to support and care for his bees would always be his heart's desire. And from what he had seen so far, he believed the god of bees did not disapprove of that. So he may have had other tasks, such as the magic training with Chief Rosuak. He had learned how to use magic, but surely that wasn't all there was to it, right? And there was also the quest about helping the bear people acquire blessings or something. But for Belissar, the bees came first, and they deserved a roof over their heads. Belissar nodded and rose to his feet, walking to the bed. He had his path set forth now, so now it was time to rest and prepare for the work to come. The next day, Belissar walked over to the flower meadow, glancing over at the wounded soldier. She was no longer trying to flap her wings to fly. Instead, she was apparently trying to make the lightning move on its own, as parts of her lightning wings distorted and curved about. It was fascinating to watch, but Belissar had a job to do, so he pressed on. He finished walking over to the flower meadow hives. The largest queen there, the first queen of the first spawner's second dynasty, if Belissar had the name right, crawled out of her hive and greeted him. He nodded and smiled.
Hello. Are you busy?
She danced a negative. Belissar let out a small sigh and then chuckled. As she was a bee, and a queen no less, he was pretty sure that was a lie, but she'd probably always make time for him, so he'd just have to be quick.
I'm going to build you and the others here some bee houses. I figured that the soldiers might need a different design, however, so I wanted to check my ideas with you first. Would now be a good time to take a look?
The queen froze solid. Belissar's smile was just starting to drop when she suddenly burst into action, her dance so rapid and chaotic that her legs got tangled and her torso fell to the ground. Belissar started to panic, but Niobe flew to the bee first, brushing her antennas against the queen's. Belissar could feel her mana moving as well. The queen stopped writhing about, then slowly rose to her feet. Slowly, she began to dance. Niobe flew off as she did. Honored. Gratitude. Belissar held back a gulp. After her initial reaction and the care she was taking with her current dance, Belissar felt that the words told to him by the tower's translation power were not enough to convey the queen's current feelings. He could tell this was a big deal to her. He had the urge to reconsider the plans he had come up with casually, as they did not seem to be worth such a reaction. But he held it in. He may have felt that way, but the bees were apparently happy with his work. However bad he might feel about it, letting the bees go without a home would be worse. So instead of second-guessing himself, he would just have to do his best to build them something nice.
Okay, so, since you girls already have well-built hives, I was thinking of building a larger home around them all, and then building some larger trays for raising soldiers. I'm guessing you make larger cells for the soldier eggs, right?
The queen watched him intently and responded immediately.
Amazing. Yes, larger cells.
Belissar nodded. As he did, Niobe returned with more of the flower meadow queens. He nodded at her as he turned to the second first of the first.
Got it. So, bigger trays for the soldier cells. I was going to split it up into larger rooms for each of you.
Belissar took some sticks and stuck one in the ground, then walked around in a square and placed a stick at each corner.
Would about that big be enough for each room? Not just for your current hives, but in case you want to expand?
The newly arrived queen stared for a moment before exploding into rapid dances. Amazing! Incredible! Belissar shook his head and chuckled before he got serious.
Okay. Next. I want to talk about defenses, since you girls are in the most danger. We'll keep the entrances small and high, maybe with one large ground-level one at the back for me. But I also want to try and dig a ditch around it with as many pit traps as we can fit together, and then maybe a fence of some sort on the other side. How does that sound?
He was treated to another flurry of amazings from most of the queens. The second first of the first was about to join them but stopped. She slowly changed course and began a new dance. Protect us from enemy. Belissar nodded. She paused for a moment, then started another slow dance.
We protect hive of hives. King should protect all.
Belissar frowned a bit and tilted his head.
What do you mean?
Her dance slowed even more.
If King make for us, King should make to help all. Help soldiers fight. Stop enemy.
Belissar crossed his arms and hummed.
So you're saying you would rather me make something that would help you fight rather than something just to protect your hives?
The queen slowly danced her affirmative, and Belissar hummed and rubbed his chin. Obviously, it didn't sit well with him for the queens not to have some protection, but it was true that the soldier bees were the first and best line of defense. If a shade were attacking these queens, it would have already bypassed the soldiers. Helping the soldiers defeat the shade would be the preferable option. And yes, if he was going to devote the time and effort to building a ditch and defense, it may make sense to make something that would benefit the defense as a whole. But how could he do that while also helping keep the queens safe? Belissar knew he should consider the tower as a whole, but he didn't want to lose any of them if he could help it. He thought, too, about the last shade, how it had nearly beaten them, and how it had been beaten in turn. What could he build which would help the queens face it? His eyes lit up.
How about this? What if we move the house in the ditch right in front of the exit to the orchard? We put a big entrance through the house here, where you girls don't have to put any of your hives. The shades will have to pass through to get to you or to the other room, and we can place some honey traps, too. If a shade gets past the army again, you can plan to trap it in there while they catch up. Like, wait on the house here to ambush it like the wounded soldier did.
The second first of the first looked at him for a moment before responding.
Amazing. Incredible.
Belissar chuckled at that. After confirming the details of the Flower Meadow bee house, Belissar heard a pair of chimes.
New mission received. Construct new type of bee house. New mission received. House all queens.
He nodded as the god of bees officially sanctioned his current efforts. He really had put that task aside for far too long. But no longer. With nothing but the small daily purifications on the horizon, he had nothing more urgent to deal with. Belissar had once been a beekeeper. He had now become a dungeon master. Maybe even a competent one. And now, with the help of his bees, his friend Niobe, and his patron, the god of bees, he'd set off and tried to become both at once.